This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Thankless in Death by J.D. Robb, performed by Susan Erickson. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. William Shakespeare. A man that studieth revenge keeps his own wounds green. Francis Bacon. Chapter 1. He was sick to death of her nagging. Bitch and complain, and nag, every time she opened her damn mouth. He'd like to shut it for her. Gerald Reinhold sat at the kitchen table, while his mother's never-ending list of criticisms and demands rolled over him in dark, swollen clouds. Every fucking day, he thought, the same thing. Like it was his fault he'd lost his stupid dead-end job. His fault his girlfriend, another bitch who never shut up, kicked him out so he had to move back in with his whining, mouthy parents. His fault he dropped a few thousand in Vegas and had some credit card debt. Jesus. His fault. The old bitch never cut him the smallest break. Hadn't he told her that he wouldn't have lost his job if his prick of a supervisor hadn't fired him? So he'd taken a few days off. Who didn't? So he'd been late a few times. Who wasn't? Unless you were a work droid like his idiot father. But God, she made it such a big fucking deal. He'd hated the job anyway, and only took it because Lorie badgered him into it, but he got all the blame. He was 26, for Christ's sake, and deserved a hell of a lot better than working for chump change as a takeout delivery boy. And Lorie gives him the boot just because he's out of work, temporarily, and goes batshit on him because he lost a few bucks on a trip with some friends? He could, and would, do a lot better than Lorie white-ass Nuccio. Bitch threatened to call the cops just because he gave her a few smacks. She deserved a lot more than a couple love taps, and he wished like hell he'd given her just what she deserved. He deserved more than a room in his parents' apartment and his mother's incessant hammering. Jerry, are you listening to me? Barbara Reinhold fisted her hands on her hips. Jerry lifted his gaze from the screen of his PPC, where he was trying to relax with a game. He spared his skinny, flat-chested, know-it-all mother one smoldering glance. How can I help it when you never shut up? That's how you talk to me. That's how you show your gratitude for the roof over your head, the food we put in your belly. She lifted a plate that held a slice of bread, a thin slice of fake turkey. I'm standing here making you a sandwich since you finally dragged yourself out of bed at noon, and you sass me? It's no wonder Lorie kicked you out. I'm telling you one thing, mister. You're not getting a free ride here much longer. It's been almost a month now, and you haven't done diddly about finding a job. He thought, shut the fuck up or I'll shut you up. But he didn't say it. He wanted the sandwich. You're irresponsible, just like your father said. But I said he's our son, Carl, and we have to help him out. When are you gonna help yourself? That's what I want to know. I told you I'd get a job. I've got options. I'm considering my options. Your options. She snorted, went back to building the sandwich. You've gone through 4 jobs this year. What options are you considering while you're sitting here in the middle of the day in the ratty sweats you slept in? I told you they're looking for a stock boy down at the market, but do you go and see about it? I'm not a freaking stock boy. He was better than that. He was somebody. He'd be somebody if people gave him half a break. Get off my back! Maybe we haven't been on your back enough. She layered a slice of bright orange cheese on top of the turkey, and her voice took on the soft, reasonable tone he hated. Your father and I scrimped and saved so you could go to college, and you flunked out. You said how you wanted to train so you could learn how to develop those computer games you like so much, and we backed you on that, put the money to that. When that didn't work, your dad got you a job at his office. He went to bat for you, Jerry, and you screwed around and mouthed off and got fired. She picked a knife from the block to cut the sandwich. Then you met Lorie, and she was the sweetest thing. A smart girl, a hard-working girl from a real nice family. We had such high hopes there. She got you working as a busboy in the restaurant where she works, and she stuck with you when you lost that job. When you said how you could get a messenger job if you had a good bike, we made you a loan, but that didn't last 2 months, and you never paid us back, Jerry. Now this last job's gone too. I'm tired of you throwing the past in my face and acting like it was all my fault. The past keeps repeating, Jerry, and seems to be getting worse. Her lips pressed together as she added a handful of the onion doodles he liked to the plate. You're out of work again, and you can't afford a place of your own. You took the rent money and the tip money Lorie had saved up and went off to Las Vegas with Dave and that no-account Joe. And you came back broke. That's a damn lie. He shoved to his feet. It was my money, and I've got a right to take a break with my friends, to have some goddamn fun. There was a sheen in her eyes, not of tears, not of anger, but of disappointment. It made him want to punch that sheen away. It was the rent money, Jerry. And the money Lorie saved up from her tips, she told me. You're going to take her word over mine? On a sigh, she folded a napkin into a triangle as she had for him when he was a boy. Her dented heart came clearly through the sound, but all he heard was accusation. You lie, Jerry, and you use people, and I'm worried we let you get away with it for too long. We keep giving you chances, and you keep throwing them away. Maybe some of that's our fault, and maybe that's part of the reason you think you can talk to me the way you are. She set the plate on the table, poured a glass of the coffee-flavored drink he liked. Your father and I were hoping you'd find a job today, or at least go out and look, make a real effort. We talked about it after you went out with your friends again last night. After you took $50 out of my emergency cash without asking. What are you talking about? He gave her his best, shocked and insulted look. I didn't take anything from you. You're saying I'm stealing now? Ma! It wouldn't be the first time. Her lips compressed when her voice wavered some, and she came back with the no more bullshit tone he knew drew a deep, hard line. We talked it over. Decided we had to take a stand, Jerry. We were going to tell you together when your father gets home, but I'll tell you now so you'll have that much more time. We're giving you until the 1st of the month. That's the 1st of December, Jerry, to find work. If you don't get a job, you can't stay here. I need some time. We've given you a month, Jerry, and you haven't done anything except go out at night and sleep half the day. You haven't tried to get work. You're a grown man, but you act like a kid, and a spoiled, ungrateful one. If you want more time, if you want us behind you, you eat your lunch, then you go out and look for a job. You go down to the market and get that stock boy job, and as long as you're working and show us you're trying, you can stay. You don't understand! He forced tears into his eyes, a usual no-fail. Lorie dumped me. She was everything to me, and she threw me over for some other guy. What other guy? I don't know who the hell he is. She broke my heart, Ma. I need some time to get through it." "You said she kicked you out because you lost your job." "That was part of it, sure. That asshole, that Americana, had it in for me from day one. But instead of taking my side, she flips me over because I can't buy her stuff. Then she tells you all these lies about me, trying to turn my own mother against me." "Eat your lunch," Barbara said wearily. "Then get cleaned up, get dressed, and go down to the market. If you do that, Jerry, we'll give you more time." "And if I don't, you'll kick me out? You'll just boot me to the street like I'm nobody? My own parents?" "It hurts us to do it, but it's for your own good, Jerry. It's time you learned to do what's right." He stared at her, imagined her and his father plotting and planning against him. "Maybe you're right. We want you to find your place, Jerry. We want you to be a man." He nodded as he crossed to her. "To find my place. To be a man. Okay." He picked up the knife she'd used to cut his sandwich, shoved it into her belly. Her eyes popped wide. Her mouth fell open. He hadn't planned to do it, hadn't given it more than an instant's conscious thought. But God, it felt amazing. Better than sex. Better than a good solid hit of race. Better than anything he'd ever felt in his life. He yanked the knife free. She stumbled back, throwing up her hands. She said, "Jerry!" on a kind of gurgle, and he jammed the blade into her again. He loved the sound it made. Going in, coming out. He loved the look of absolute shock on her face, and the way her hands slapped weakly at him as if something tickled. So he did it again, then again, into her back when she tried to run, and again when she fell to the kitchen floor and flopped like a landed fish. He did it long after she stopped moving at all. Now that was for my own good. He looked at his hands, covered with her blood, at the spreading pool of red on the floor, the wild spatters of it on the walls, the counter that reminded him of some of the crazy paintings at MoMA. An artist, he mused. Maybe he should be an artist. He set the knife on the table, then washed his hands, his arms in the kitchen sink, watched the red circle and drain. She'd been right, he thought, about finding his place, about being a man. He'd found his place now, and knew exactly how to claim his manhood. He'd take what he wanted, and anyone who screwed with him, they had to pay. He had to make them pay, because nothing else in his life had ever made him feel so good, so real, so happy. He sat down, glanced at where his mother's body lay sprawled, and thought he couldn't wait until his father got home. Then he ate his sandwich. Lieutenant Eve Dallas strapped on her weapon harness. She'd had a short stack of waffles for breakfast, something that tended to put a smile on her face. Her husband, unquestionably the most gorgeous man ever created, enjoyed another cup of superior coffee in the sitting area of their bedroom. Their cat, who'd just been warned off the attempt to sneak onto the table, sat on the floor washing his fat flank. It made a nice picture, she thought. Rourke, his mane of black hair loose around his wonderfully carved face, that beautiful mouth in a half-smile, and his wild blue eyes on her. The dishes from their meal together on the table, and Galahad, pretending he didn't want his nose in the syrup, added to the at-home and liking it ambiance. "You look pleased with yourself, Lieutenant." "I'm pleased," she said, and added that musical murmur of Ireland in Rourke's voice to her list of morning enjoyments. I've had a couple of days without a hot one, so I'm nearly caught up on paperwork. The quick scan of the weather for today told me I won't be freezing my ass off, and I'm heading out with a belly load of waffles. It's a good day so far. She hooked a brown vest over her shirt, both Rourke approved, then sat to pull on her boots. Generally, you'd prefer several hot ones over paperwork, he pointed out. We're heading into the holidays, end of year 2060. You start on that season, you get the wackies. And the nearer I am to finishing my year-end report, the better. The last couple of days have been a walk, so if I get a couple more like that, and now you've done it. Shooting her a look of pity, he shook his head. You've jinxed any chance you had. Irish superstition. Common sense. But speaking of Irish and holidays, the family's coming in on Wednesday. Wednesday? That's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, he reminded her. Some of the cousins are switching off, so those who couldn't come last year will. You said you were fine with it. I am. No, really, I am. I like your family. He'd only recently found them. He'd lived most of his life, as she had, without blood kin, and the comfort or problems family bring. I'm just never sure what to do with so many people in the house who aren't cops. They'll be busy enough. Apparently, there are many plans in the works for shopping, sightseeing, theatre, and so on. You're unlikely to have all of them at once, except on Thanksgiving itself. And then there'll be all the others. Yeah. She'd agreed to that, too. And it had seemed like a fine idea at the time. All the people who'd come for dinner the previous year, in addition to her partner, Peabody, and Peabody's main man, McNabb, who'd opted not to travel this year. It worked okay before. Shrugging, she got to her feet. What is it? The more the crazier? I believe it's merrier, but either way. And with that in mind, I'd like to add 4 more. 4 more what? Guests. Richard de Blas and family. Elizabeth contacted me just yesterday. He and Elizabeth are bringing the children into New York for the parade. Talk about crazy! Who wants to jump into that crowd? Thousands, or it wouldn't be a crowd, would it? They've booked a hotel suite along the route. I thought it would be nice to invite them to share Thanksgiving dinner. Nixie, especially, wants to see you. Eve thought of the girl. The lone survivor when her family had been slaughtered in a home invasion. Is it a good idea, bringing her back here, to where everything happened over a traditional family holiday? She's adjusting well, as you know, but she needs the connection. They've made a family, the 4 of them, but they don't want Nixie to forget the family she lost. She'll never forget. She'll not, no. And he himself would always carry the image of the little girl in the morgue with her head resting on her father's unbeating heart. It's not like you going back to Dallas. Now he rose, stepped to her. Revisiting, reliving all that pain and trauma. She had a family who loved her and was taken from her. So the connection's important. Okay with me. But nothing's going to induce me to go to that parade. So noted. He drew her in, kissed her. We've got a lot to be thankful for, you and I. And a house full of Irish relatives, plus a ravaging horde after turkey and pie are part of that? They are indeed. I'll let you know on Friday if I agree with that. Now I gotta go. Take care of my cop. Take care of my gazillionaire. She left the house, resigned to the coming invasion. What was it with people? Eve wondered. Clogging up her streets, flooding her sidewalks, jamming on glides, swarming crosswalks. What made them pack into New York for holidays? Didn't they have homes of their own? She fought through 3 nasty knots of traffic on the trip downtown to Cop Central, while ad blimps blasted the news from overhead of Black Friday mega sales, gobble up bargains while they last, doorbuster holiday sales at the Sky Mall. She wished to God they'd all go to the Sky Mall and get out of her city. Snarling with equally pissed drivers at yet another tangle, she watched a quick-fingered street thief make hay with a gaggle of oblivious tourists crowded around a smoking glide cart. Even if she hadn't been packed in among rapid cabs and a farting maxi bus, the odds of catching him were slim. As fast-footed as fingered, he zipped away, richer by 3 wallets and 2 pocket links by her count. The early bird catches the loot, she supposed, and a few less people would be hitting the Sky Mall. She spotted a thin fracture in traffic, gunned it, and ignoring the rude blat of horns, wound her way downtown. By the time she walked into Central, she had her plan. She'd hit the paperwork first, clear off her desk, righteously. Then she could spend some time reviewing the active cases of her detectives. Maybe she'd toss the expense reports to Peabody. Let her partner handle the numbers. There might be room to pull out a cold case. Give it another hard look. Nothing much more satisfying than catching a bad guy who thought he'd gotten away with it. She stepped off the glide. A tall, leanly built woman in a leather coat turned toward homicide. Her short, choppy brown hair framed an angular face accented with the shallow dent in the chin. Her eyes scanned, as cops' eyes always did, long, golden brown, and observant as she strode down the busy sector to her department. When she turned into her bullpen, she spotted Sanchez first, his feet propped on his desk as he worked his link, and Trueheart, spiffy and innocently handsome in his uniform, industriously at his comp. The room smelled of bad cop coffee and cheap fake sugar, so all was right with the world. Jenkinson strolled out of the break room with a giant mug of that bad cop coffee and a lumpy-looking donut. He wore a gray suit, the color of tarnish, with a tie of nuclear blue and green curlicues on a screaming pink background. He said, "Yo, LT." "That's some tie, Jenkinson." After setting the mug on his desk, he flipped it. "Just adding a little color to the world. Did you steal that from one of the geeks in EDD?" "His mama bought it for him," Sanchez said. "Your mama bought it for me as a thank you for last night. It's so she can see you coming from 2 blocks away and get gone." Before Jenkinson formed a witty repartee, Baxter walked in, slick in a dark chocolate suit, expertly knotted tie that picked up the color with minute checks of brown and muted red. He stopped as if he'd hit a force field. "Jesus, my eyes!" He pulled out a pair of fashionable sunshades, slid them on as he studied Jenkinson. "What is that around your neck? Is it alive?" "Your sister bought it for him." Still quietly working at his comp, Trueheart didn't even look up. "A token of her esteem." The kid was coming along, Eve thought, amused, and left her men to their byplay. In her office, with its single narrow window and miserably uncomfortable visitor's chair, she aimed straight for the auto chef. Thanks to the Rourke connection, she didn't have to settle for bad cop coffee. She programmed a cup, hot and black, settled with it at her desk, prepared to be righteous with paperwork. Her communicator signaled before she'd taken the first sip. "Dallas." "Dispatch, Dallas. Lieutenant Eve. See the officer, 735 Downing Street, apartment 825.
2 DBs, 1 male, 1 female.
Dallas responding. Will contact and coordinate with Detective Peabody en route.
Acknowledged. Dispatch out.
Well, shit, she thought. Gulped down coffee, burned her tongue. She had jinxed it. And grabbing the coat she'd just taken off, she headed out. Others had arrived in the bullpen, and Jenkinson's tie remained the topic of the day. Peabody, still wearing her coat, added her opinion that the tie had jazz. But then Peabody loved the neon sporting McNabb. Peabody, with me. What? Where? Already? Eve just kept walking, so Peabody had to trot after her in her pink cowgirl boots. What was her department coming to, Eve wondered, with pink ties, pink boots? Maybe she should ban pink from homicide. What did we catch? Looks like a double. A 2-for-1 start of the day. As she waited for the elevator, Peabody took a scarf out of her pocket, looped it around her neck. Pink and blue checks, Eve noted. She definitely had to work on the logistics of banning pink. It's a totally gorgeous day, too, Peabody continued, her square face wreathed with a smile, her dark eyes shining. Were you late because you grabbed morning sex? I wasn't late. 2 minutes, Peabody amended. We got off the subway early to walk it. You won't have many more days like this. They squeezed into the elevator with a box full of cops. I love fall, when everything's all crisp and breezy, and they're roasting chestnuts on the carts. Definitely had sex. Peabody only smiled. We had a date night last night, just on the spur, you know. We got dressed up, went dancing, and had grown-up cocktails. We get so busy we forget to do the just you and me thing sometimes. It's nice to remember. They corkscrewed out on the garage level. Then we had sex, Peabody added. Anyway, it's a really nice day. Too bad the 2 DBs on Downing can't enjoy it. Well, yeah. It just goes to show. Show what? You should get dressed up, go dancing, drink grown-up cocktails, and have sex as much as you can before you're dead. That's a philosophy, Eve said as she slid behind the wheel of her vehicle. It's almost Thanksgiving, Peabody pointed out. I've heard rumors. We have this tradition, my family. We'd write down all the things we were grateful for and put them in a bowl, and on Thanksgiving, everyone would pick out a few. The idea is it reminds you of things you should be grateful for or what other people appreciate. Like that. It's nice. I know we're not going to be out with the family this year, but I'm sending them my grateful notes. As she battled downtown traffic, Eve considered. We're murder cops. That must mean we have to be grateful for dead bodies or we wouldn't have a job. But contrarily, the dead bodies aren't likely to be grateful. No, we're grateful we have the skill and the smarts to find and arrest the person or persons who made them dead bodies. The person or persons we catch and arrest aren't going to be grateful. Somebody's got to lose. That's a philosophy, Peabody muttered. I like to win. Eve pulled up behind the black and white on Downing. I appreciate winning. Let's go do that. Hefting her field kit, she started for the entrance, badged the cop on the door. We're on 8, Lieutenant. Yeah, I got that. Building security? You have to buzz in, but you know how that goes. Cams on the door, but none internal. We'll want the door discs. Building manager's on that. With a nod, she moved to the elevator. Decent building, she thought. Minimal security, but clean. The floor of the cubbyhole lobby shined, and the walls looked recently painted. And the elevator, she noted with some relief, didn't clang or clunk when it opened. Easy to gain access, she commented. Follow somebody in or get someone to buzz you in. No lobby security, no internal cams. Easy out, too. Exactly. The place is well maintained, so that says decent tenants and responsible management to me. She stepped out on 8, approached the cop standing in front of 825. What have we got, officer? Sir, the woman in 824 gained access to 825 at approximately 7:20 this morning. She has a key in the code. Why did she go in? She and the female victim had a regular Monday trip to the local bakery, leaving sharp, according to her statement, at 7. She became concerned when no one answered the door or the link and let herself in, where she discovered the bodies she identified as Carl and Barbara Reinhold, listed as residents of this unit. Where's the wit? With the female officer in her apartment. She's pretty broken up, Lieutenant. It's rough in there, he added, jerking his head toward 825. Keep the wit handy. Eve pulled a can of Seal It from her bag. And stand by. She switched on her recorder. With their hands and boots sealed, Eve and Peabody went inside. Rough was one word for it, Eve thought. The living area remained tidy. Sofa pillows plumped, floors whistle clean, magazine discs neatly arranged on a coffee table. It made an eerie contrast to the smell of death, far from fresh. A few steps in the room jogged slightly to the right, where a table served as a demarcation between living area and kitchen, and where the line between tidy life and ugly death dug in deep. The man lay beside the table, his head, shoulders, and one outstretched arm under it. In death, he was a bloody, broken mass in what had been a dark blue suit. Blood spatter and gray matter bloomed and smeared the walls, the kitchen cabinets, and the baseball bat that lay in the congealed river of blood beside him. The woman lay face down on the floor between the opposite side of the table and a refrigerator. Blood soaked through her shirt and pants, so their true color had become indiscernible. Both were ripped and shredded, most probably by the kitchen knife driven through her back to the hilt. They've been slaughtered, Peabody stated. Yeah, a lot of rage here. Take the woman, Eve ordered, and crouching by the man, opened her kit. She let the pity come, then let it go, and got to work. Chapter 2. Victim identified as Reinhold, Carl James, Caucasian male, age 56. Eve scanned her identipad. Married to Reinhold Barbara, née Myers, age 54. She glanced over at Peabody. Yeah, female ID confirmed. One offspring, male, Reinhold Gerald, age 26. Address listed on West Houston. Carl Reinhold still had both parents, she noted, who'd migrated to Florida, and a brother with a Hoboken address. The data listed the victim's employer as Bevan & Sons Flooring, with offices and showroom just a handful of blocks away. Victim was beaten severely. Head, face, shoulders, chest, extremities. Injuries are consistent with the baseball bat handily left on scene and coated with blood and gray matter. Erased his face. That's personal. I can't count the stab wounds on the female, Dallas. She's been hacked to pieces. I'd say we've got the cause of death. Let's get the time. Eve pulled out her gauge. He's been dead for about 62 hours. That puts it at Friday evening, around 6:30.
She has almost 6 hours on him. TOD Friday, 1240.
Nearly 6 hours between kills. Eve sat back on her heels. Kills the woman in the afternoon, then what? Waits around for the man? No sign of struggle in the living area. No sign of break-in. She pushed up. Go ahead and call for the morgue and the sweepers. Solid middle-class couple from the looks of it, Eve thought as she began to wander the apartment. The woman let someone in, middle of the day? No struggle. Both killed in the kitchen. She set that train of thought aside once she stepped into what appeared to be the main bedroom. "Somebody toss the bedroom," she called out.
"It's pretty strange and vicious for a burglary," Peabody began,
and stopped, frowning into the bedroom.
"It looks pretty tidy."
Pretty tidy, not perfectly tidy like the living area. Things are out of place here. The bed covers aren't smooth. The closet door's open. Some clothes on the floor in there. That desk there, one of the drawers isn't closed all the way. And where's the comp? No comp or tablet on the desk. Eve pulled open a drawer on the bureau. Everything's jumbled in here. No, she kept a neat and clean house in a neat and clean building. Whoever did this was looking for something. I bet the wit's been in here and would know if anything's missing.
"You want her to walk through?"
"Yeah, after they take the bodies." She walked out. Second bedroom, not so tidy either. Rugs askew. Furniture's got some dust on it. Why didn't she clean in here? Closet's empty, she added after pulling it open. Who has an empty closet?
"Not me. If you have storage, you end up using it."
Somebody was staying in here. Dirty dishes scattered around, empty containers. She walked to the bed, yanked the cover down, bent over to sniff the sheets. Sleeping here. Tag these. We could get DNA. She turned a circle. Someone's staying here. Someone they know. She's in the kitchen, maybe fixing lunch that time of day. We'll run the log on the auto chef. Maybe he wants something and she won't give it to him. Letting herself see it, she walked out again, back to the kitchen. He's pissed. Oh, he's so fucking pissed. The knife's right there. Just takes it out of the block and lets her have it, over and over. Bet that felt good.
"Why?" Peabody wondered. "Why do you say it felt good?"
He didn't run, did he? He hung around, waiting to do her husband. Another overkill, so yeah, I'm thinking it felt just fine. Note for sweepers to check all the drains. He had to clean up. He'd be covered with blood. But he's got hours before the husband gets home. Hours to clean himself up, to change, and to go through the place. She probably had a couple pieces of decent jewelry. Easy to hock.
"They'd have had emergency cash somewhere," Peabody added. "It's what you do. Sock some away in case."
Okay. Jewelry, cash. Male Vic's wallet's gone, and he's not wearing a wrist unit. When we find her purse, her wallet's going to be gone, too. Electronics. That's something we're not seeing in here.
"Easy and portable."
Eve looked at the victims again. And an afterthought. You don't kill like this for trinkets. You don't kill people you know like this for some spare cash. You do it for a lot more. Maybe they had more. Let's see what the neighbor has to say. Eve headed for the door, glanced back. Run the sun. she told Peabody.
You think somebody could have done that to his own parents?
Who pisses you off more than family? She stepped out. It's clear for crime scene, she told the uniform, and the wagon's on the way. What's the wit's name? Sylvia Gunnarsson. Her husband's Walter. He's in there too. He stayed home from work. All right. Eve knocked on 824. The female officer answered, a young blonde with her hair pulled back tightly at the nape of her neck.
Hey, Cardinini!
The blonde smiled. Her frosty blue eyes warmed. Hey, Peabody! Some morning, huh?
You could say. Officer Cardinini and I walked the beat together a few times.
Before you went murder on us, Lieutenant. It's good meeting you, more or less. She glanced over her shoulder. The woman's taking it hard. The husband's holding on, but not by much. They were tight with the Vicks. Lived across the hall from each other for about a dozen years. They hung a lot, took some vacations together. Close buds. Got it. The apartment layout mirrored 825. The decor was less fussy, but the tidiness factor meshed. The Gunnarssons sat at the square-topped black kitchen table, cups in front of them. Eve judged them to be about the same age as the victims. The woman wore her hair short, stylishly spiked, while the man went long and ponytailed. Both sets of eyes were red-rimmed, swollen. The woman took one look at Eve and began sobbing. Eve only had to glance at Peabody to get her partner moving forward.
Mrs. Gunnarsson, we're so sorry for your loss. This is Lieutenant Dallas, and I'm Detective Peabody. We're going to do our best for your friends.
They were my friends. Our best friends. She choked it out as she reached for her husband's hand. How could this happen to them? That's what we're going to find out. Eve took a seat at the table. We need your help. I just worried when she didn't answer, so I went in. I found them. I found Barb and Carl.
I know this is hard, Peabody began, but we have to ask you some questions.
She measured the woman, decided she'd do better with the task.
Do you think we could have some coffee, ma'am?
Oh, yes, of course. Pulling herself together, Sylvia stood up. When was the last time you spoke to or saw Barbara or Carl? Eve asked. I talked to Barb Friday morning. Just a quick chat before Walt and I left. We went to see our daughter and her fiancé in Philadelphia for the weekend. They just got engaged.
Carl and I met up and had a beer after work Thursday, Walter put in. That's the last I saw him.
When did you get back from Philadelphia? Sunday night. I called Barb, but I didn't think anything of it when she didn't answer. I just figured she and Carl went out. They like to go to the vids. Her chin wobbled, but she managed to set 2 cups of coffee on the table. Most Friday nights we go to a vid together, but we were going to see Alice and Ben, so who was staying with them? Oh, Jerry. Their son. Oh, God, I never thought. I don't know where he could be. What might have happened to him? Her eyes, full of fresh horror, darted toward the door. Is he in there? No, he's not. Thank God for that. When did he move back home? A while ago. About 3 weeks ago. No, nearly 4. After he and his girlfriend broke up. Girlfriend's name? Eve asked. And the names of anyone you think he might be staying with. Friends? Lorie. Nuccio. Lorie Nuccio, Sylvia said. And he didn't have a lot of friends. Mal, Dave, Joe. Mal Gold, Dave Hildebrand, Joe Klein. Those are the main 3. Good, Coworkers? Well, he lost his job, so he moved back in until he could straighten it all out. Jerry's a little bit of a problem child. He's a lazy bastard. Walter! Appalled, Sylvia sat down hard. That's a terrible thing to say. He's just lost his parents. It doesn't change what he is. There was gravel in Walter's voice now, as if hard little pebbles blocked his throat. Lazy, ungrateful, and a user. Grief and anger spread over his face like a haze. I met Carl Thursday night because he needed to talk about it. He and Barbara were at their wits' end. That boy had been out of work for over a month, maybe a month and a half, but he hasn't so much as looked for a job. Not that he'd keep it for long anyway. There was friction between him and his parents. Barb was upset with him, Sylvia said, plucking at the tiny Star of David around her throat. She wanted him to grow up, make something of himself, and she really liked Lorie, the girlfriend. She thought Lorie could help Jerry grow up some, be a responsible man, but it didn't work out. He blew the rent money and what he stole from Lorie in Vegas. Sylvia let out a sigh, patted her husband's hand. It's true. He's immature and impulsive. Barb did tell me Friday morning he'd taken some money out of her house cash. Where did she keep that? Eve asked. In a coffee can in the back of the kitchen cupboard. Another glance had Peabody rising, stepping out. They were going to give him until the 1st of the month. Walter picked up a spoon, stirred his cold coffee. Carl told me Thursday he was going to talk to Barb, but he'd made up his mind. They'd give him until December 1st to get a job, start being responsible, or he had to go. Barbara was upset all the time. There were arguments every day, and it just couldn't go on. They argued a lot, Eve prompted. He'd sleep half the day, go out half the night. Then he'd complain the water wasn't wet enough, the sky wasn't blue enough. He didn't give them any respect or appreciation, and now they're gone. Now he'll never be able to make up for it. When he choked on tears, Sylvia leaped up to put her arms around him. Do you know how to get in touch with Jerry? No, not really. Sylvia soothed and stroked her husband. He probably went off with his friends for a few days. I don't think so, Eve mused, but she nodded. I'm sorry to ask, but would you be able to tell if anything's missing across the hall? Sylvia closed her eyes. Yes, I'm sure I would. I know Barb's place, her things, as well as I know my own. I'd appreciate it if you'd take a look. I'll let you know when we're ready for you to do that. Eve rose. We appreciate your help. We'll do anything we can. Sylvia pressed her face to her husband's shoulder, and they rocked each other. When Eve stepped out into the hall, Peabody stood talking to Cardinini. Coffee can's there, and it's empty. See my shocked face. And the sweepers are on their way up. Okay. Officer, when the scene's clear, I want you to walk Mrs. Gunnarsson through. Make a note of anything she says is missing. Yes, sir. Peabody, let's go find the lazy bastard's son. Keep it legal, Peabody called back to Cardinini. When I have to. Eve stopped long enough at the elevators to brief the sweepers when they unloaded, then stepped on with Peabody. Tell me about the son. Lazy bastard probably fits, Peabody commented. Flunked out of college, 2nd year in.
He hasn't held a job for longer than 6 months, including one at his father's place of employment. His last job was delivery boy for Americana restaurant. He's had a couple of minor pops for illegals, one for drunk and disorderly. Nothing big, nothing violent.
I think he graduated.
He did that over what they had stuck in a coffee can?
He did that because his life's in the toilet, and they decided to stop pulling him out. That's how it strikes me. See if he's used any credit cards, debit cards, in his father's or his mother's name. She stopped off to get the security disc from the uniform in the lobby. Start canvassing the building, she told him. Find out if anybody saw anything, heard anything, and when and if anyone saw Jerry Reinhold. Start on the 8th floor, but cover the building.
Yes, sir.
In the car, she slid the disc into the dash unit. Let's see when he left. She programmed it to start Friday morning, then moved it fast forward. She saw the Gunnarsons leave with big smiles and suitcases, and others move in, move out. That's our Vic coming home from work. 1823 on Friday night.
He looks tired, Peabody commented.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to have an argument with his son. It's going to be a whole lot worse. She ran the disc through Friday night into Saturday morning.
He stayed in there?
It horrified Peabody.
He stayed in there with his dead parents?
Plenty of time to get whatever he wanted. Think things through. There he is. There he comes. 2028, Saturday night. Over 24 hours in there with them. And he's hauling 2 suitcases. Let's check on cabs picking up at the address or on either corner at that time. Lazy bastard isn't going to drag those suitcases far.
He's smiling,
Peabody said quietly. Yeah, I see that. Keep running it. See if he comes back. As she spoke, Eve pulled out into traffic.
Where are we going first?
We'll try his last known address. While Eve drove, Peabody multitasked.
No activity on either of the Vic's cards.
So he's not completely stupid.
And he didn't go back to the apartment.
Got what he could get.
But how far can he get on the contents of a coffee can? Even if they stashed a couple thousand in there, and that's a lot for home cash.
We need to check financials on both Vics. Any transfers or withdrawals from any account. People tend to write down their passwords, Eve added before Peabody could speak. He had plenty of time to dig out the passwords, any codes, dig into their accounts. Cab first. We could get lucky. Eve started to make the turn to Jerry's listed address when Peabody let out a whoop.
I got him!
She held up a finger, continued to rapid fire into her link.
Got it. Thanks. Rapid cab pickup, she told Eve, right in front of the damn building. Drop off at the Manor. That's a fancy boutique hotel, West Village.
Address, Peabody. As Peabody rattled it off, Eve hit sirens, lights, and took the corner. Peabody grabbed the chicken stick, white-knuckled it, and said a short but heartfelt prayer. The Manor looked just like that. Something found in the English countryside and once owned by a wealthy earl. The gorgeous old brownstone, obviously recently and lovingly rehabbed, boasted a wide portico entrance, fat urns of trailing flowers, and a liveried doorman Eve expected to give her grief when she pulled her dull-looking DLE into the loading zone. She braced for it as he hot-footed over in his royal blue and gold uniform and shiny knee boots. "Listen, pal," she began before his expression changed from that of a man about to toss out some stinky garbage to warm yet distinguished welcome. "Lieutenant Dallas, How can we help you today?" He threw her off stride. She hated that. But it only took her a moment to understand. The manor belonged to Rourke, and the doorman had gotten the business-wide memo to cooperate fully with the big boss's wife. She didn't really hate that, but it kind of irked. "I need you to leave my car where I put it, and I need the manager ASAP." "Absolutely. Diego!" He signaled to a black-suited bellman just rolling out a loaded cart. "See that Lieutenant Dallas's vehicle remains undisturbed. Let me get the door for you, Lieutenant." He pulled the tall, heavily carved door open, gestured them inside. The lobby resembled a large parlor, appointed to old-world perfection. Just Rourke's style, Eve thought. All the gleaming wood, glossy tile, the heavy bronze lighting, and abundance of artfully arranged flowers. Rather than a team manning a front desk, a woman sat at a long table in a high-backed leather chair, the same color as the doorman's livery. She wore a simple and sleek black suit and her auburn hair in a shining high ponytail. "Rihanna, this is Lieutenant Dallas and—" "I apologize." "Detective Peabody," Eve said. "They need to speak with Jolene right away."
"Of course, give me one moment. Won't you please have a seat?"
"We're fine." Still smiling, the woman tapped her earpiece.
"Jolene, Rihanna at the front. Lieutenant Dallas is in the lobby." I will, yes." Another tap, another smile. "She'll be right out. In the meantime, can we offer you any refreshment? We have a lovely menu of teas."
"All good." But Eve pulled out her PPC. "Take a look at this guy. He should be registered under Gerald Reinhold. I need his room number, then
Oh, but Mr. Reinhold checked out about 2 hours ago."
Rihanna's smile turned to a look of nearly comic distress.
"I'm so sorry."
"Damn it." "Were you on?" she asked the doorman. "Yes, I was. I loaded his 2 suitcases into our complimentary airport shuttle. He said he had an early flight to Miami."
"Lieutenant."
A middle-aged woman in a garnet red suit with a sweep of gilded brown hair clipped across the tiles in sky-high heels, hand extended. "I'm Jolene Mortimer. Welcome to the manor. How can I help you?" "I need to see the room Gerald Reinhold was in. I need to know how he paid, what he ordered, if he did so while in-house, who talked to him."
"Of course, Rihanna."
Already swiping madly at a tablet, Rihanna nodded.
"I'm bringing it up. Mr. Reinhold stayed in the Squire's suite. He booked Friday evening, via email, reserved with a credit card but paid in cash on arrival Saturday evening. He also paid cash for room service, ordered at 21:05, yesterday at 10:30, last night at 1700, and again this morning at 7. Additional charges incurred by use of the in-suite minibar."
"What's the damage?" Eve demanded.
"I'm sorry."
"How much did he spend?"
"Oh."
Rihanna glanced at her manager, got a brisk nod.
$3,600.45 total on his bill, paid in full, with cash, as I said.
"We'll need a copy of everything you have, and I need to see his room, now."
"Come with me." Jolene clipped her way across the tiles again to a bronze elevator door. "It's in the process of being turned."
"Make that stop," Eve ordered.
"Yes, I did. I've instructed housekeeping to leave any trash, laundry, dishes in the room."
"Good thinking. I also need copies of your security discs, entrance, his floor, elevators, lobby."
"I'll see to it."
Maybe it didn't irk so much after all.
"May I ask what Mr. Reinhold did?"
"He's the prime suspect in a double homicide."
"Well, my,
goodness. Jolene led the way off the elevator, down a wide hall to the left. She swiped her passkey over a pad in front of a snowy white door with a bronze plaque reading The Squire's Suite. Peabody? At Eve's direction, Peabody headed for a tidily tied bag of trash by the door. Eve studied the petite dining table, scattered with plates, cups, glasses. He ate a hearty breakfast. Eggs Benedict, a split of champagne, fresh orange juice, a pot of hot chocolate, mixed berries with whipped cream, a large apple tart, a rasher of bacon. Jolene glanced up. I'm checking on the specifics and can tell you he ordered shrimp à la Emily, a house specialty, as an appetizer, a filet mignon, medium rare, with salted roasted potatoes, extra butter requested, candied carrots, a chocolate soufflé, 2 chocolate chunk cookies, and a bottle of our Jouet premium champagne on the night of his arrival. He also had 8 Cokes, 3 waters, 2 jars of cashews, the chocolate dandies, and the fruit gummies and assorted liquor from the in-room bar. Eating like a king, Eve muttered, with a massive sweet tooth. She circled the room. He'd used it, she thought, noting the entertainment discs tossed around, the scatter of glasses. Can you check if he used that? Eve gestured toward the house link placed discreetly on a curved-legged desk. I did, only for in-house, to order room service, and again to check on the airport shuttle. Nothing here, Lieutenant, Peabody announced. Miami. I've got that going, Peabody told her, tapped her PPC. It'll take a while to run all the transpos, shuttles, commercial, charter, private. With a nod, Eve walked into the bedroom. Housekeeping had already stripped the bed, but left the laundry in an orderly pile on the floor. She checked the closet, the dresser, every drawer, the bath, while Peabody did the same in the parlor area. He's messy, Eve calculated. Tossing his towels around, playing with all the amenities, spilling a lot, going through the entertainment discs, hitting the in-room bar, ordering heavy meals. Playing hotel, playing big shot. That's what he was doing. He figures he can afford it. Peabody frowned at the screen of her PPC as Eve turned to her. I just got a hit on the financials. The Reinholds had $84,000 and change in joint accounts, another $40 and change in a floater, and $6,000 in a debit card account. Every bit of it was transferred via wire with Carl Reinhold's data Friday night and Saturday. He did the transfers in pieces, wired them to 3 different accounts under his name. He got it all. Not if we freeze it. Eve grabbed her link. It's too late, Dallas. He's pulled it out. Cash and cashier's checks, in person. He hit the last bank less than 15 minutes ago. Now he's got 130 large after spending some. He's got playing money, and he sure as hell isn't in Miami. Lieutenant, Jolene began, if there's anything we can do, you've done what you can do. It's noted and appreciated. We'll just need copies of the security discs and his paperwork. You'll have it. Thinking, Eve moved to the door and out. He won't come back, but on the off chance, yes, I'll have his photo and name posted. Should he return to the manor, I'll contact you personally. That works. How long have you worked for Rourke? Jolene smiled. 3 years in this position. I was the assistant manager here for the previous owners. When Rourke acquired the manor, he asked if I would consider taking temporary positions at some of his other hotels for the 6 months estimated for remodeling, and in addition, if I would train staff specifically for the manor, then take the manager's position when we opened again. Rourke knows how to pick his team. What about the previous manager here? Jolene's smile sharpened a little. Let's just say he didn't make the cut. She walked them across the lobby to where Rihanna had a disc bag and a thick envelope waiting. I hope you catch him quickly. Jolene offered her hand again to Eve, then Peabody. That's the plan.
That was pleasant, Peabody commented when they were back in the car. Frustrating, but pleasant. If Rourke owned everything, this part of the job would run smoother.
He's working on it. I'm going to drop you at the first bank, then check out his last known address. Go by the morgue. Get yourself to all 3 financial places. See what you can find out. Let's put out a bolo. All transpo centers, rental vehicles.
No driver's license, Peabody pointed out.
He could skim on that if he found somebody stupid enough.
He could buy a car.
Big chunk of his pie, but let's cover that, and the high-end hotels. He wants the good life now. After she dropped Peabody off, she circled around and tried to imagine what Jerry might be doing. He'd either want a way out of the city or a place to settle in it, for a while at least. Hauling 2 suitcases? Too much work and annoyance. He had what he wanted from his parents' apartment. Eliminate them, take their money and valuables. Why risk staying in New York? But she thought he might. He wasn't stupid, she decided, or not entirely. But he was an idiot. Blowing over $3,000 on a hotel room and food for one night? Smart to hide out until Monday, banking hours, grab the rest of the money. Stupid to spend so much of it just so he could gloat. She pulled up at his last known address, flipped up her on-duty light. Since he liked to gloat, wouldn't he like to brag to friends? Maybe roll out and hit Vegas again, see if his luck improved there, or go sun on some tropical beach? He'd had a girlfriend, Eve reminded herself, made a note to interview her. She used her master to gain access to the dumpy 3-story walk-up, ignored the rickety elevator, and took the stairs to the top floor. Chapter 3. She knocked, expecting she was wasting her time at this hour of the day, but within moments she heard the slide of locks. The man who answered was mid-20s, average height and gym fit. She could see that easily as he wore snug bike shorts and a skin shirt. His brown hair sported a single red blaze and was tucked back into a short tail. He leaned against the door jamb, one hand on his cocked hip. Posing, she thought, in a way that showed off his bis and tris. Well, hi there, he said. Hi back. The flirty smolder blinked away when Eve held up her badge. Is there a problem? I don't know yet. Can I come in? Speak to you? He glanced behind, shifted, looked back at her. Yeah, I guess. I'm working at home today, he said as he opened the door. I was just taking a break, doing a few miles on my bike. Eve saw the desk against the short window with its piles of discs, of files, a bag of soy chips, and a tube of some sports drink. A couple feet away sat a gleaming stationary bike facing a massive wall screen. Look, I know I got a speeding ticket a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna pay it. Do I look like a traffic cop? I guess not. Not so much. Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD, homicide. Jeez, God. Are you Malachi Gold? Yeah, Mal. People call me Mal. Who got killed? Do I know somebody who got killed? And suddenly he looked very young. I don't know yet. You know Jerry Reinhold? Jerry? Jerry? Now he looked young and ill. Oh, Jesus! Jesus! I need to sit down. Full weight, he dropped onto a slick surface sofa in shimmering silver. Jerry's dead? I didn't say that. My information is you know him. How do you know him? From the neighborhood. We grew up together. We lived a half a block from each other growing up, went to school together. We hang out, have a beer or whatever. I've known Jerry my whole life. What happened? I'll get to that. What kind of work are you doing there, Mel? What? Oh, I'm a programmer. I can work at home most days if I want. I do programming and troubleshooting for Global United. Are you good at it? Yeah. He passed a hand over his face, like a man trying to wake up. It's sweet work. What I wanted to do since I can remember. Pays good. Yeah, pays good if you're good. I don't understand what this is about. Just getting a picture, Eve thought. I'm looking around here, Mal, and you've got some nice stuff. Furniture, equipment. The building's kind of a dump. Oh, he managed an uneasy smile. Yeah, but that's just the shell, right? It's what's inside. And I like the location. I can walk or bike to work, to the gym, to my folks' place. I know everybody, you know? I didn't want to move when I started making some shine. Got it. Jerry's data lists this as his address. It does? Mal's eyebrows drew together. We shared the place for a couple years, but that's been a while. Months now. Maybe 8, 9 months now. Why did he move out? Oh, well, he hooked up with Lorie and Lorie Nuccio? Yeah, Lorie. He moved in with her. That's not why he moved out. With a pained look, Mal shifted. Okay, look. I carried him on the rent for 3 months, heading into 4. It didn't seem right he wasn't holding up his share, or even really trying to. So he moved in with his folks for a couple months, then moved in with Lorie. Did the two of you fight about it? The rent? Oh, Jesus. We argued some, sure, you know how it is. He was a little steamed, yeah, but we smoothed it over. We go back, man, a long ways. When I got a solid raise, I rented this place in the freaking Hamptons, man, for a week this summer, and I took Jerry and a couple of other pals along. It all chilled out. What happened to him? How did he die? He didn't. But you said no, I didn't. Jerry's not dead as far as I know. His parents are. At that, Mal sprang up as if he'd been propelled. What? No! Mr. and Mrs. R? No! Did they have an accident? Homicide, Mal, remember? Man. Tears glazed across his eyes, coated his voice. Were they mugged? They loved to go to the vids, and sometimes they'd walk home late. No. He dropped down again, covered his face with his hands. I can't believe it. Mrs. R. She always has something for me if I drop over. Cookies or pie or a sandwich. Always saying I need a haircut and to settle down with a nice girl. She's like a second mother, you know? Oh, Jesus, when my ma finds out, it's gonna knock her flat. They've known each other forever. Poor Jerry. God, poor Jerry. Does he know? Yeah, he knows. He killed them. His hands lowered slowly. His eyes, glassy with shock and tears, stared into Eve's. That's not true. That's bogus. That's not possible. No way. No freaking way, lady. Lieutenant, And there's absolute way. Where is he, Mal? Where would he go? I don't know. Rocking a little, he pressed his fist to his belly. Where do you go when things are crazy or falling apart? You go the hell home. He's finished with that. He wouldn't hurt them. You've got it wrong. Contact him. Try him on the link. Look, I'm his friend. You're trying to trap him for something he didn't do, couldn't do. Eve leaned forward. He stabbed his mother in the kitchen. I haven't been to the morgue yet, so I can't verify how many times, but he tore her up. Then he waited until his father got home from work, and he bashed him to pulp with a baseball bat. His color faded to a sickly gray. No. A baseball bat. That's right. Mal swallowed hard. We played ball. Little League, then a sandlot league my pop put together a few years ago. But he wouldn't do this. He did this. Then he stole the cash they had in the house, and he found the passcodes and transferred every dime they had into accounts in his name. He spent the last 2 nights in a fancy hotel living it up. No. He rose, walked to the window in front of his desk. I don't want what you're telling me. We've known each other since we were 6. Where would he go? I swear I don't know. My ma's life, I swear it. He didn't come here. He didn't tag me. He ditched his link. He'll have a clone by now, so you won't recognize the ID if he does. And if he does, be chilly, Mal. If he says to meet him somewhere, say you will, then contact me. If he comes here, don't let him in. Don't let him know you're here, and contact me. She set a card on the table as she rose. Give me some names. Other friends. And this Lorie Nucio's contact information. Okay. He listed names, and Eve keyed them into her notebook. She dumped him, you know, Lorie. He lost his job, stopped paying his share of the rent. A habit of his. Yeah, I guess. He went to Vegas with some friends a couple months back. Joe and Dave from the names I gave you. I couldn't make it. My sister's birthday, and man, did I carp about that. He dropped a pile, I heard, and Lorie kicked him. So he was living back home. Mal rubbed his hands over his face. I gotta go see my mother. I can drive you. No, that's okay. Thanks. I think I need to walk. I think I want to walk. He's practically my brother, you know. They just had him, and I've got a sister, so we were like brothers coming up. He's a screw-up, okay? I don't like to say it, but he's a screw-up. But to do what you say he did, I need to go home. Okay, Mel. She picked up her card, handed it to him. Put those numbers in your link. You contact me if you see him, hear from him, or anyone you know does. You got that? Yeah, I got it. After tagging Peabody, dumping the 2 other friends Sylvia Gunnarsson gave them on her partner, she tried for the ex. And wasn't as lucky as she'd been with Mal Gold. When no one responded, Eve tried knocking on neighbors' doors until one creaked open. Not buying, the woman said. Not selling. Eve held up her badge. I'm looking for Lorie Nucio. You don't tell me that sweet girl did a crime. No, ma'am. I'd like to talk to her about something, but she's not in trouble. The door cracked wider, and the woman gave Eve a hard stare over a beak of a nose. It's her day off. Mine, too. She went out a couple hours ago, I think. Going shopping, maybe she said. Having lunch with a girlfriend. Maybe getting her hair done. Stuff girls that age do. Ms. Crabtree. Selah Crabtree. Eve took out her PPC, brought up Jerry's picture. Miss Crabtree, have you seen him around here? The woman snorted, opened the door fully, shoved an absent hand through spikes of brassy blonde. That one? Not since she kicked him out and good riddance. Now you tell me he'd done a crime. I'm believing you. Didn't treat that sweet girl right, if you ask me. I told her the same myself and how she'd find better. I had one like him at that age. Best thing I did was kick him. No one liked Jerry, Eve thought, but nodded. If she should come back, would you give her my card? Ask her to contact me? I'll do that. And if he comes around, Ms. Crabtree, you contact me. The woman spread her lips in a snarling smile. You can bet on it, sister. Don't confront him. He hurt somebody, didn't he? Why do you say that? Had it in his eyes. I've tended bar for 33 years. I know eyes, and those that got mean in 'em. He hurt somebody, Eve confirmed. Don't confront him, and tell Lorie to contact me as soon as possible. I'll look out for her and for him, but he hasn't come around here in a good month now. Hey! She shot up a finger. I've got Lorie's pocket link number. I've got it. I'll try that next. Thanks. She keyed in the number as she headed out and down and got dead air. Puzzled, she keyed in the data again, checked the number, tried it again with the same result. Changed it, didn't you? Eve hauled herself back, checked with the neighbor, but the number was the same as Eve's data. You know, she said something about getting a new link, Crabtree remembered. A new number, the works. Said how she was going for fresh wherever she could get it. Eve thought, crap, but nodded. As soon as you see her, tell her to contact me. She headed down again, decided to start on the list of names she got from Mal via link on the way to the morgue. By the time she got there, she'd managed to contact 3 on the list and leave word with the manager of the restaurant where Lorie Nuccio worked, in case. Maybe she didn't need this stop. At least she didn't need to confirm cause of death on her Vicks, as the cause had been brutally obvious. But it was part of the process, and part of hers. She wanted to see the victims again, take a hard look, and she wanted Morris's take. The chief medical examiner often gave her another angle, or at least made her think. She walked into the echoey white tunnel, slowed as she passed vending. She could really use a nice cold boost, but machines liked to screw with her. She wasn't in the mood to be screwed with by a damn vending machine. Shoving her hands in her pockets, she marched on, then pushed through Morris's doors. He had both victims on slabs, their bodies washed clean of blood. The mother's chest was splayed open from Morris's precise Y-cut. He bent over her, studying what lay inside. He wore micro-goggles over his clever eyes and a clear gown over a gray suit with hints of steely blue. He tied his long stream of black hair into a trio of descending ponytails and bound them with silver cord. Their son, I'm told. Yeah. He straightened. This is considerably sharper than a serpent's tooth. What serpent? Now he smiled, and warmth came into his fascinating face. Shakespeare's. Oh. No wonder he and Rourke hit it off. Nothing poetic about this. He dealt in tragedies, too. And this is one. What I'm getting is the son's a fucking asshole who went psycho. Have you got anything cold in your box? We keep everyone cold here. He smiled a little. But if you mean to drink, yes. He gestured with his sealed, blood-smeared hands. Help yourself. Vending keeps breaking down on me, she said as she crossed to his little fridgie. I think it's something chemical. Do you? Grateful, she snagged a tube of Pepsi. She cracked the tube, took a gulp. Anyway, he repeated. Ladies first, as you see. In her case, in death as well as life. She'd consumed a slice of wheat bread, about 6 ounces of soy coffee with artificial sweetener, and a half cup of Greek yogurt with granola about 5 hours prior to TOD. Not a particularly lovely last meal. She was very slightly underweight and in very good health. Or she was, before she was stabbed 53 times. Serious overkill. The majority of the wounds were inflicted when she was prone, the angle, and several of the blows were forceful enough to nick bone, and in fact broke and lodged the tip in her tibia. He held up a specimen jar. My opinion is, all wounds were inflicted by one blade, which matches the one you found still in her. There are no defensive wounds. She didn't see it coming. Probably didn't believe it when it did. I agree. From my reconstruction, it's my conclusion the first blow came here. He held a finger over the body's abdomen. It did considerable damage, but she would have recovered from that with good and speedy medical treatment. The next, probably this, near the same area. They'd be face to face. Yes, probably very close. After that, they were more random and more forceful. Getting into it, she murmured. On the back. He ordered his screen to change views, so Eve studied the victim's back. 1 or 2 of them, from the angle again, were probably delivered as she tried to get away and as she fell. She was dead, or at least unconscious, before the majority of them. Small mercy. Some bruising where she fell, but she wouldn't have felt it. Very small mercy. You know who. Do you know why? He's an asshole. A screw-up. Even according to his oldest friend. He couldn't or wouldn't keep a job. Girlfriend gave him the boot. He's back living with Mom and Dad, and they're going to give him the grow up or get out routine. I think Mom gave him a heads up on that. Being a parent is full of pitfalls, I imagine. This shouldn't be one of them. No. How many times had she stabbed her father? Eve wondered. Had anyone counted? But then, that had been a matter of life and death. Her life and death. Can you tell me anything about the other Vic? Very preliminary. Morris walked over to the second slab. Your TOD on scene was accurate, and again, the bat you took into evidence matches the injuries. The first blow here? The face, and with considerable force. Meat of the bat. Swinging away, Eve nodded. There's a little jog leading to the kitchen. He stood behind it, that's what he did. Stood behind it, and the husband comes in, starts back, sees the wife, the blood, the body, starts to run. He steps out, swings for the benches right into his father's face. Shattered his nose, left cheekbone, and eye socket. Subsequent blows broke several teeth, the jaw, fractured the skull in 3 places. Before he moved down to the body. My estimate, which I'll refine, is approximately 30 blows. Some of them straight down. Head of the bat into the body. In this case, I believe the first blow would have rendered the victim unconscious. I guess he got off easier than his wife. She'd have suffered more, yes. Did you ever fight with your parents? He smiled easily. I was a teenager once, after all. It was my duty to fight with and exasperate my parents. Did you ever fantasize about giving them a couple good shots? Not that I recall, no. I did imagine, regularly, proving them wrong, which I don't believe I ever did, or running off and becoming a famous blues musician. You play a pretty mean sax. I do, but... He lifted his hands. The dead are my work, as they're yours. Now we'll do the best job we can for the mother and father of this asshole. Yeah, we will. Thanks for the drink. Always stocked for you. And Dallas, let me thank you in advance for Thanksgiving. It means a great deal to me to be included with your family and friends. It made her feel a little weird, so she shrugged. Hell, Morris, how many dead have you and I stood over together? If we're not family and friends, what are we? Eve drove straight back to Central. She wanted to set up her board and book, write her preliminary report, and if they didn't bag Reinhold by the end of the day, have an appointment set with Mira for a profiling consult. And when a tour group, led by an officer friendly, piled into the elevator, she jumped off, opting for the longer but less crowded route of the snaking glides. As she rode, she pulled out her signaling link, noted Peabody on the display. Dallas, what have you got? A cheese and veggie pita and soy fries. I'm at the cart, east corner of Central, and on my way in. Do you want me to grab something for you? Eve started to refuse, her mind on work, then had a sudden hankering. Load up a dog. I'm already in-house, heading up. You got it. Give me 10. In her bullpen, Jenkinson, still wearing the atomic tie, sat scowling at his screen. Baxter, still wearing his sunshades, spat rapid-fire questions into his link. She caught the distinct smell of fried onions over the bad coffee. She spotted Uniform Carmichael back in his cube, pulling them out of a greasy bag while he worked his keyboard one-handed. Situation normal, she decided, and moved into her office. She ignored her blinking message light. It could damn well wait until she'd set up. She ordered printouts of crime scene photos, of her Vicks, of Reinhold. She sat at her desk to formulate her timeline, printed that, and started on her report. Loaded dog, Peabody announced, bringing the scent with her. I got you fries, too, just in case. Thanks. Peabody gestured toward the auto chef. Knowing her partner, Eve held up 2 fingers to signal coffee for 2. What did you get from the interviews? That Joe Klein's pretty much of a dick. He's not buying his good bro Jerry killed anybody. Hit on me in a very slimy way. Claims Reinhold's ex is a pushy bitch and had a good laugh recounting how Reinhold lost over $5,000 in Vegas while he himself won $8,000. A point their friend Dave Hildebrand, who isn't so much a dick, claims Klein rubbed all over Reinhold's ass and still is. Hildebrand hit 10 on the shock scale, she added as she brought Eve coffee. But when he leveled off, he told me he wondered if Reinhold was a shaky boomer primed to explode. Pissed at the world was the phrase he used. Considered his parents interfering, demanding, and to blame for whatever came to mind. Peabody took her first gulp of coffee. Unless it was a former boss, a coworker, his ex, or some random dude on the streets to blame. He said he'd hit a club with Reinhold and Klein the night before the murder, and all Reinhold did was bitch.
He, Dave, hasn't been hanging with them as much since Vegas. He's seeing someone and claims he's a little tired of Reinhold's endless complaints and Klein's general dickishness. He's hung a little more with Mal Gold, who you may have met since he lives at the last known.
Yeah, we met.
Neither of my two have seen or heard from Reinhold since Thursday night. Klein tried to tag him Saturday night, but hasn't heard back.
Reinhold was a busy boy. Gold's not a dick, by the way. She caught Peabody up with the salient points of that interview while she chowed on the dog. Banks, she finished, mouth full.
I got copies of the security discs, reviewed them while I traveled. He had the I'm a smug son of a bitch vibe going. Briefcase, no suitcases. According to the managers, he wanted all cash, but some of the amounts made that tricky, so he settled for the cashier's checks. A couple politely questioned him regarding why the quick deposit and withdrawal. He told them to give him his money or he'd cause a scene. I have a feeling he didn't use such mild terms.
I'll need to look at them. Did anybody see him leave? What he left in?
Outside security caught him on foot.
Trying in vain for comfort, Peabody shifted in Eve's visitor's chair.
He could have had transpo waiting, or picked it up once he was out of range.
Let's send some uniforms around to neighboring businesses, see if they picked anything up. In the meantime, I couldn't connect with the ex. According to her neighbor, she's out with a friend today, and buying a new link with a new number. See if you can find anything on that. The neighbor, Celia Crabtree, has my contacts, so I expect to hear from the ex when they connect. Otherwise, we'll round her up in the morning.
Got it.
I'm going to set up a meet with Mira, do the notifications. The Vic's parents need to be told before the media leaks their names. Get your notes together so I can... She broke off as her desk link signaled. Though she intended to ignore it, she glanced over at the readout. Crap! It's the commander. After swiping a hand over her mouth, in case, she flipped it on. Lieutenant Dallas. Rather than his admin's, Whitney's face filled her screen.
I'd like to see you in my office, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Now.
On my way. He clicked off.
God, I get gut knots just thinking about if it was me he called up like that.
Shit. I ate most of a loaded dog. I have loaded dog breath. Rising, Eve yanked open drawers. I must have something around here.
Try this.
Peabody offered a little box, flipping the lid to the tiny pink balls.
Why are they pink? Bubblegum flavor. It's good, and they work.
With little choice, Eve popped two. Pink or not, they were pretty good. If I'm not back in 10, I need you to do the notifications.
Oh, please be back.
That's up to Whitney. Swinging through, she noted Jenkinson and his tie among the missing, and imagined he and his partner, Reinecke, caught one. Baxter had shifted to his comp, intensely, she noted. His shades hooked in his front pocket, where she assumed he put them, intending to stick them back on the minute the tie walked back in. It was a joke that would last the entire shift. She stepped out, spotted Detective Carmichael at vending. Hey, Lou. Just getting our current bag of scum a cold one. Sanchez is working him in Interview A. What did the bag of scum do? Tossed a junkie down a flight of stairs, then stomped him to death for trying to scam him with play money. I mean actual play money, like from a game. Bag of scum deals mostly to funky junkies. And the funk played hell with eyes. Play money probably seemed fine to him. Yeah, well, he won't be passing go. Go where? You know, go. Carmichael circled her hands in the air. Monopoly? The game? Dead makes a full stop. You got that. Bag of Scum's claiming the junkie fell, and he's claiming the reason he ran like a freaking gazelle when we tracked him is how he was late for an appointment, and how all the bags of funk and zoner we spotted and managed to even scoop up a few before bystanders swarmed weren't his. And he's being arrogant about it, which makes you want to bitch slap him a few times. I didn't hear that part. Carmichael smiled. Sanchez keeps me in line. He's a peaceful sort. Stomped him? How are the bag of Scum's shoes? The smile widened. He didn't even bother to change his boots or get the Vic's blood off them. We're getting them analyzed, but he left a goddamn boot print on the Vic's chest, clear as a footprint in wet sand. And we have these two wits who were looking out their peeps when he shoved the guy because the bag of Scum was yelling his ass off at the junkie. Sounds like you got him. Why are you getting him a cold one? Mostly because Sanchez wanted me to cool off. Asshole said all I needed was a good fuck with a big dick, gave me the crotch grab and said he had one waiting for me. There's more than one way to bitch slap, Carmichael. Interview A's on my way. She started to walk. What's his name? Street name's Fang. Real's Alvar Ramondo. With a nod, Eve gestured to the door. Just open it, start to go in, don't close it. Carmichael obliged. So I'll see you after... Hey! Eve poked her head in the door, pointed at the bulky man, mid-20s, mixed race, leaning Latino, sporting complicated and elaborate tat sleeves. Hey, you didn't say you had Al in here. Before Sanchez could speak, Eve sent him the briefest glance. He settled back. How's it going, Al? Not so good, I guess, from the look of it. Who's this bitch? Fang demanded. You bringing another bitch in? No problem. I can handle both of you. He smiled, proving he didn't spend a lot of his profits on dental hygiene, grabbed his crotch, rocked his hips, grunted suggestively. Yeah, that's what you said that night after all those tequila shots. I dug the tats, she said to Carmichael, so I gave him a shot. What the hell? Let me tell ya. Rolling her eyes, Eve held up her index finger and thumb, a scant 2 inches apart, then lifting the index, made a soft whooshing sound as she curled it limply down. Fang's face went fiery red as he tried to lurch up. You lying bitch! Lying puta! I never seen you before! Don't remember me, Al? You said to call you Fang, right? Didn't have much of a bite, she said in an aside to Carmichael, girl to girl. Lying bitch! I never seen you! Too much tequila. Eve shrugged it off. That's okay. I remember you. I never forget a... Eve did the falling index finger again. Anyway, she said brightly to Carmichael, see you later. She began to shut the door, considered it a job well done when she heard the shouting stream of curses. Then she hot-footed it to Whitney's office. Chapter 4. The outer office was unmanned, and Whitney's door stood open. Eve stepped to it, waited a moment as he sat at his desk, concentration on his wide, dark face while he scrolled down his desk screen. He fit the desk, she thought. The command of it with the windows at his back, full of the city he'd vowed to protect. He'd worked the street once and had been good at it. Now he rode a desk to run what she considered the best police and security force in the country. And he was good at that, too. She knocked lightly on the door jamb. Excuse me, sir. Your admin's not at her post. She's at lunch. He gave her a come-ahead curl of his fingers. "Shut the door." "Yes, sir." Since she knew he'd invite her to sit, and she preferred giving oral reports on her feet, she jumped right in. "Both Peabody and I just returned separately from the field regarding the Reinhold homicides." He sat back, tented his big hands. "Double murder? Mother and father?" "Yes, sir. Evidence, overwhelming even at this point, supports the fact that Gerald Reinhold stabbed his mother more than 50 times, then lay in wait for his father for over 6 hours. He beat his father to death with multiple blows using a baseball bat." She ran it through, top to bottom, side to side, without much interruption. For the most part, Whitney simply sat, watching her, giving the occasional nod or asking a brief question for clarification. "I intend to ask Dr. Mira to profile, and still have to interview the ex-girlfriend and his former co-workers, supervisors. But the 3 men he's known to be closest to haven't yet had contact since the murders." "You believe them?" "Yes, sir. He has what he wants. He's had his celebration. I expect a report from Officer Cardinini shortly on what's missing from the scene, so we can notify pawn shops, second-hand stores. He'll want to get rid of what he took, add to his cash. He was smart enough not to stay in one location where we could easily track him, but he has to land somewhere." "Local media will play it up for a news cycle or 2. You'll handle that." Hated that, Eve thought. Could and would handle that. "I'll have a more detailed report shortly," Eve began. "I'm sure you will. I'm satisfied you have this investigation in hand. But I called you up here on another matter." Now he laid his hands on the desk. "You're to be awarded the Medal of Honor." "Sir?" "Most specifically for your exemplary work, the personal risks taken, and the countless lives you saved through that work by those risks in the recent incidents of mass murder by chemical weapons, the apprehension of Lewis Calloway and Gina McMillan, and the case you built against them." "Commander, I'm honored. But I didn't investigate, apprehend, or build the case alone. My team will be acknowledged, as will Agent Teasdale from the HSO. You headed that team, Lieutenant. You commanded and command those men and women. This is the highest honor bestowed on a police officer by the NYPSD, and isn't given lightly, though some politics may come into play. In this case, and in my considered opinion, they played properly. Do you want to dispute my considered opinion, Lieutenant?" "No, sir." Neatly cornered, she thought. "Thank you, sir." "The presentation is scheduled for this coming Wednesday at 1400. I've been given the nod to so inform you. I'm proud to do so." "Thank you, Commander." Actually, the idea left her tight in the chest with a snagged-up combination of pride, gratitude, and outright embarrassment. "I don't want to seem ungrateful. I'm very grateful. But is it possible to keep this low-key, quiet, small, and relatively private?" Hope struggled to bloom through the snags. "Any of that?" His lips curved. "Absolutely not. Suck that up, Dallas." And quietly died. "Yes, sir." "And on another matter that also has its tangle of politics, I have a question for you. Do you want a captaincy?" Eve opened her mouth. Couldn't think of a thing. For a moment, she couldn't quite feel her own feet. "Sir?" "It's a direct question, Lieutenant. I'd like a direct answer." But before she could formulate one, he held up a finger to hold that answer off. "You're young for the rank. would be the youngest captain under my command, and if it had been my call alone, the bars would have been offered to you long before this. Politics, perception, prejudice have all played a part in the decision not to offer them. Our personal lives are part of who we are, and part of how we're perceived.
Understood, Commander. And because she did, not only understood him, but the process and herself, everything in her loosened again. I've always understood, and have no regrets on my personal life.
Nor should you. It's become more difficult, some may say impossible, to use your marriage as a wedge against this promotion. It's particularly difficult now, as Rourke will be awarded the Medal of Merit, civilian.
She actually felt her eyes pop a bit before she let out a half laugh. I can use that on him for years.
The two of you have an interesting dynamic, Whitney observed. Now I'd like your answer.
Commander. Trying to think clearly, so her answer would be. She raked a hand through her hair. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have hesitated. It was more about proving something to myself. Outside of the job, the ground was pretty shaky for me, and I didn't even know it. Not really. So I wanted that to prove I had the solid under me, and I wanted to earn it.
You have earned it.
As he studied her face, lines dug in between his eyebrows.
But now you hesitate?
Sir, I admire your transition from investigator to commander, your skill and your insight. Your work is more difficult than I can imagine, and it's honorable and necessary.
You've already got the promotion if you want it, Dallas.
That relaxed her just a little more. I'm not ready to ride a desk. I'm solid enough on administration, but I'm an investigator. A captain's presence in the field, as an investigator, is the exception rather than the rule. I'm a murder cop. That's my strength. That's my skill and my insight. I wouldn't be offered this promotion otherwise. She thought of Jenkinson's ridiculous tie, of the rubber chicken above Sanchez's desk when he'd been the new guy. More, she thought how she could trust, without question, anyone in her bullpen to go through the door with her. And, sir, I don't want to put a buffer between me and my men. I don't want them to feel they have to climb the chain to talk to me, to run a case by me, to ask for my help. I'm not willing to step away from them. They and the job are more important than captain's bars. I'm glad to be able to say that and mean it.
You've given this considerable thought.
Actually, Commander, I'd put it away. I haven't given it much of any thought in a long time now. At peace with it, she realized. A not altogether familiar place to be. I'm grateful to be considered. I believe I best serve the department and the people of New York where I am. He sat back again, a big man with a big city behind him.
I could have pushed for this harder at several points along the way, and had several debates with myself on doing just that.
Politics, sir. She shrugged them away.
Some, yes, but not all. The primary reason I didn't push is I agree with you. Your strengths are your investigative abilities and your skill handling your department, your insight into the perpetrator and victim. I didn't want to lose that. But now that certain obstacles are cleared or have been cleared, I felt it was time to ask you directly.
Frankly, sir,
At his nod, she continued. It's a weight off, knowing the obstacles are cleared, and understanding my own goals and priorities. Then I'll relay your answer to those it's relevant to. Thank you, sir. Sincerely. You're welcome, Lieutenant. Sincerely. He rose from his desk, came around it, and did something he rarely did. He took Eve's hand, shook it. Dismissed. She walked out a little dazed, but yeah, she realized, okay with it. Like she'd tossed aside a weight she'd forgotten she carried, but knew just where it landed if she ever wanted to pick it up again. But now, right now, she felt good staying light on her feet. The tie was back in the bullpen, busy at his desk. Baxter and Trueheart held a confab at Baxter's desk. Peabody worked morosely at hers, which meant she dealt with the notifications. And every cop in the room, including Jenkinson, wore sunshades. It looks like Hollywood PSD in here. Dug up a pair for you, boss. Baxter tossed her a pair with black flames and square amber lenses. Can't have our LT's eyes bleeding all over the floor. Willing to play, she slipped them on as she walked to Peabody's desk. Status? I made the notifications. They took it hard. My mother always says, no matter how old your kid gets, he's still your kid. I guess she's right. I also contacted local department grief counselors in their areas. Good. Sweeper's prelim is in, and Cardinini sent the list of missing items the neighbor identified. Copies should be on your unit. I'll check it out. You were gone a while. When Eve remained silent, Peabody moved on. So I sent Dr. Mira an overview in case you still wanted the consult. I do. No luck on Nuccio's link yet. Either she hasn't activated it, or there's a backlog in the registration and data, which is more likely. When you get a new link, Peabody continued, it's like a toy. You just gotta play with it. How long does it usually take to pop on data? Usually? Anywhere from a couple hours to whenever the hell. Great. If it doesn't pop, and she doesn't make contact by end of shift, I'll swing by her place again on the way home. If she's making a long day out of it, we'll catch her in the morning. Get the description of missing items out. I'm working on it. Okay. She started toward her office, glanced back. Good work, Peabody. Thanks. Eve walked into her office, started to close the door, stopped herself. No, she wasn't going to sit in here thinking about the meeting with Whitney. She didn't have time to parse through promotions, politics, perceptions. She needed to do her job. She brought up the list of items first, read it, pondered over it. A few pieces of jewelry as she'd expected. Small, star-shaped diamond stud earrings, with the note the wit stated had been a 25th anniversary gift to Barbara from Carl. An antique lady's gold watch, set with diamonds and sapphires, circa middle 20th century, Rolex brand, again with a note stating it had been the Vic's great-grandmother's, Wit believed maternal. 2 gold bangle bracelets, 1 set of pearls with gold clasp, heirloom from maternal grandmother, and the Vic's diamond engagement ring in a plain gold setting. So the Vic's had been traditionalists, Eve thought. Engagement ring, a couple of family pieces. On the husband's side, jewelry was limited to a gold wrist unit, again a Rolex, traditionalists, engraved with the Vic's initials, a 25th anniversary gift from his wife, 1 pair of brushed gold cufflinks, 1 pair of hammered silver. More jewelry listed, but the wit believed those pieces were costume and stated she'd been with the Vic when several were purchased. The wit also listed 2 e-tablets, 2 mini-comps, a sterling silver menorah, sterling flatware, heirloom again, service for 8. A cut glass crystal bowl in the shape of a footed basket with handle, which the wit stated had been Barbara's only piece from her great-grandmother and her pride and joy. Cardinini added to her notes on what struck her that hadn't been taken, including a wedding chuppah with the tree of life hand-painted on silk. Witt states the piece was made for female Vic's great-grandmother's wedding, served in grandmother's and in mother's wedding, and in Vic's. It's in perfect condition, signed by the artist Miriam Green. Vic confided to Witt she'd hoped to pass it to her son and had it insured for $45,000. Photo attached of chuppah and wooden music box, Witt states male Vic's father recently passed to him. It appears old, a cylinder-type mechanism with an inlay of a woman playing a lute on the top. Witt believes the piece was also insured. Thorough, Eve thought, with a nod for Cardinini, and interesting information. Reinhold had limited knowledge, she concluded. The wedding canopy deal meant nothing to him, and he'd been unaware of its market value. The music box didn't look like a big deal in the photo, and he'd probably considered it parental junk. So he took the shiny, and the electronics, and the cash. Not stupid, she thought again, just not really smart. She read over the sweepers' reports, chafed a bit they hadn't yet identified the footwear from the bloody footprints on scene, reviewed the ME's findings, then pulled them together in her own report. She copied Mira, Peabody, her commander, then added the data to her board and book. And with her boots on her desk, sat back and studied what she had. Fairly ordinary people, she concluded. Traditional, long-married middle class. Woman keeps the home. Man provides the home. Solid family ties, solid friendships, well-settled neighborhood. They'd raised one son. A disappointment? Can't hack college, can't hold to a job, can't maintain a relationship. Did they push him some? Yeah, she thought. Traditional. Be a man, get a job, think of your future, pay your bills. Got sick of hearing that, didn't you? She mused, studying Reinhold's face. Sick of them telling you what to do, how to do it, looking at you with that disappointment in their eyes. There's your father, plugging away every day at some stupid job. Boring bastard. And your mother, fussing in the kitchen, gossiping with the neighbors, always telling you to pick up your stuff. Nagging bitch. Holding you back from everything you wanted, both of them. That's how you see it, Eve murmured. You don't have to look at them anymore, listen to them anymore. You're a free man now. She pushed to her feet. But not for long. As she grabbed her coat, Peabody came to the door. We've already got a hit on the 2 watches and the pearls. Upscale shop in the East Village. Let's check it out. And Reinhold's last place of employment. Just the watches and the pearls, she added as they started out. That's all he brought in. Spreading it out. Doesn't want people asking too many questions. And make sure he takes them out of his own neighborhood. The owner called it in as soon as he saw the alert. He told me Reinhold came in about 11 with the watches and the pearl necklace. About 2 hours after the banks. Lining his nest egg. In the garage, she got behind the wheel as Peabody keyed the shop address into navigation. I'd have wired the money to New Jersey, Peabody commented. Better, Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh? Yeah, maybe Pittsburgh.
Then I'd have packed it up on Saturday, walked uptown, caught a bus maybe, transferred, taken another into New Jersey, found a nice quiet hotel, caught my breath. Sunday, I'd make my way south. After I cut and dyed my hair, picked up an over-the-counter temp eye color change one place, temp tats another place. You have to show ID for the money. Change your look, it's sending up a flag. Right. Okay, I wait on that one. I get the stuff, but I wait on it. Maybe I hunt up a shop like we're going to in Jersey, liquidate a few items. By Monday morning, I'm picking up the money, then I use a walk-in flop, pay cash, change my looks, and I'm going to liquidate the rest in Pittsburgh. You should wait to change your looks then, or we'll have your new one when we track the goods. Damn, right again. I use the flop after I liquidate, and I use some of the money to buy new ID. It amused Eve, and she thought helped train Peabody for her to poke holes in the master escape plan. And how is some lazy bastard schmuck from the Lower West Side gonna know where to get fake ID in Pittsburgh? Okay, he gets it before he leaves New York. Question holds. He's gotta know somebody who knows somebody. He probably bought fake ID before he hit legal drinking age so he could get into the clubs or buy a brew. Who doesn't? Peabody slid her glance to the left. You never? No. She hadn't cared about clubs, Eve remembered. Trust me, most kids do. So I'd use that as a springboard. Shell out some of the money for new ID. Except, back in New York, you don't have the new look. Shit. Cornered again, Peabody rapped a fist on her thigh. Let me think. How would you play it? I'd spend some of the time I'm in the apartment with my dead parents, researching how to make my own fake ID. I find a dead guy, get the supplies I need for docs that will satisfy the board clerk at the ID center. And I liquidate everything on Saturday, well before anybody's issued any alerts. When I leave, I have one easy-to-carry suitcase, backpack, overnight, travel light, travel fast. I don't need or want all my stuff anyway. I'd pack just enough to get me through a couple days. I wire the money to an offshore account, one that doesn't report transactions. It's not that much money. Nobody's gonna blink. That gives me all day Sunday to travel. I leave looking like myself, hit a flop. That part works. Change my looks to match the ID I'm gonna make. Take my own picture to go with the docs I've faked. Then I'm gonna add some embellishments so I don't look so much like the guy I'm gonna become. Layer my clothes to bulk myself up. Take some of the hair I cut and saved and dyed, and make myself a little goatee maybe. Add an earring, a couple temp tats, maybe washable bronzer. Then I take a bus, a train, juggling transpo, but not to Pittsburgh, to someplace like Milwaukee. Milwaukee? What's so good about Milwaukee? It just came to me, but it's away, Midwest. That's where I scout out the ID centers until I find one that feels right. I change my looks back, go in with my story about losing my ID while I was on a scuba trip in Cozumel. Peabody gasped at her. Seriously? It sounds stupid and weird, and that's why they'll buy it if you play it right. Then I walk out with my new ID, take a shuttle to the Caymans or wherever I've wired the money, scoop that up. Then I'd check into a nice hotel, head to the beach, and have one of those drinks with an umbrella in it. You're good at this. Eve shook her head as she hunted for parking. Not good enough. It's not enough money to make it all work or be worth it. And it's still leaving a trail if the cops keep sniffing. She spotted a second-level spot and another vehicle on the hunt. Ruthlessly,
She hit vertical, tipped, veered, and shoehorned her way in. "We'd follow the money," she continued when she hopped out. "And we'd find it. He'd have been better off to settle for the cash around the apartment and whatever he could carry and sell. Then run like hell, change his ID, his looks, his name, maybe settle in Milwaukee and get a nice nondescript job. But most people are too greedy, too impatient. They want it all, and they want it now." At street level, she walked the half a block to Ursa's Fine Jewelry, which hyped their expertise in sales, repair, and acquisition. She stepped inside to the scent of flowers, the murmur of voices, and the sparkle. Peabody said, "Oh!" "Stomp that down," Eve warned. "The guy with the flowy silver hair and cruise ship tan's Ursa." Spotting him sliding some sparkles on a velvet tray back into a display case, Eve crossed to him. "Mr. Ursa?" She palmed her badge, watched him nod as he sighed. "Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody, we appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "He looked like such a nice young man." "I'm sure he did." "He said he'd recently lost his parents in an accident. He choked up for a moment, so I didn't press there. And he said he couldn't bear to keep the watches or the pearls. He tried to wear his father's watch, he said, but it was too upsetting." "I bet." "I did suggest he might want to wait a little while longer, perhaps put them in a safety deposit box, that he might regret selling them at some point. But he said no, he was leaving New York and felt he should try for a fresh start. They're all lovely pieces. The vintage woman's watch particularly. If you'll wait a moment, I put them back in our vault after my daughter noticed the alert on our screen. We've never had this happen before. It's very upsetting. I understand. Excuse me." He walked away and through a door. As he did, a woman stepped over. She had his dark blue eyes, his nose. "I'm Naomi Ursa. My father's very upset. I saw the media bulletin about the two people, the husband and wife, killed in their apartment on the West Side. I haven't mentioned it to my father. But those watches, those lovely antique pearls, they belonged to those poor people, didn't they?" "I can't verify that. It would help if we could see your security footage." "Yes, Pop already had a copy made for you, but if you'd like to come around the counter, you can see it on our screen right here." Eve started around, then had to elbow Peabody, who stood mooning over a necklace that looked like a chain of little pink tears. "I queued it up when you came in," Naomi told her, and called for play. Eve watched Reinhold come in. No suitcases, she noted, so he'd found somewhere to stash them, somewhere to hole up. He had what she supposed he thought of as a sad face on, and arrowed straight for the older man. Interesting, she thought. He'd gone to the father type, the authority type, not the younger female. She watched the conversation, Ursa's sympathy. He lay a velvet pad on the counter for the watches, a second for the pearl necklace. Not nervous, Eve thought, her focus on Reinhold rather than Ursa, as the man got out his jeweler's loop, some sort of measuring tool, and began to examine the pieces. Impatient, she thought again. Excited. Ursa spoke again, and Reinhold shook his head, looked down, looked away, pressed his lips together. Into the role he'd created for himself. Ursa laid a hand over Reinhold's, and the sincere sympathy showed, even on screen. Ursa slid the velvet to the side, gestured his daughter over, whispered in her ear. "He's telling me to put them away so he doesn't have to see them," Naomi said. And he offered the man a little more than he should have, but we both felt so sorry for him. And on a practical level, the antique woman's watch would have made up for it. Ursa stepped out. I put them in boxes. He set them on the table behind the counter, opened all 3 boxes. They're very nice pieces. The man's watch, of course, isn't vintage, but a very good watch, and well cared for. The woman's is quite an exceptional piece, and in excellent condition. The pearls are lovely and well kept. I have the paperwork for you as well. Thank you, Mr. Ursa. My partner's going to give you everything you need for your insurance on this, and in addition, a receipt for all 3 pieces. You can contact me any time. She drew out a card. And please, if Mr. Reinhold comes back, don't confront him. Find a reason to step into the back and contact me. You think he'll come back? Naomi pressed a hand to her throat. No, I don't. But I want you to understand, should you see him or hear from him again, he's a dangerous man, and you need to contact the police. Peabody, make sure Ms. Ursa has everything she needs from us.
Ms. Ursa, why don't we just step over here?
When she had a little room, Eve spoke quietly. You were kind to him. Don't let that or him make you feel stupid. The faintest smile moved Ursa's mouth. It shows. I bet you have a website, and it plays on being in business for a couple generations. How it's family run, gives personal, individual service, and how you specialize in estate jewelry. You'd win the bet. We're 3 generations. It's my mother's and father's day off. My son and his wife. He gestured to the other end of the store, where a man and a woman waited on customers. It's one of the reasons he picked you, Eve told him. You're solid, you're respected, you're fair. He'd have researched you, just like he researched the general value of the watches and the necklace. And because as a family business, you'd tend to be sympathetic towards someone who told you the story he told you. His father's name is engraved on the watch. I asked for his identification. You had no reason to doubt his story, and I'm laying odds you aren't the only one he's told it to today. Outside, Eve headed for the second-level spot. Secure those until we get back.
Bet your ass. He walked out of there with $45,000. I don't know what he'll pull in for the other stuff, because it looks like the antique watch was the big-ticket item, but he's feathering his nest and fast.
So we'll find his nest. Eve pulled open her car door, stood for a moment scanning the street below. Riding high, she thought, on a big pile of money stained with his parents' blood. Chapter 5. Fitz Ravinsky plated a slice of apple pie a la mode with a paper-thin square of bright yellow cheese. The mode part consisted of a rounded scoop of non-dairy product the color of an atomic kiwi. "Minty fresh tofu yogurt," he said with a shake of his head. "Who the hell puts that on a nice piece of pie?" "Not me," Eve assured him. "Takes all." He slid the pie and a mini cup of black as the soul of midnight coffee into a delivery slot, danced his fingers over the keypad, and sent it on its way. "We're past the lunch rush, but we've had people come in for the pie and the tarts all afternoon." "So I see." Eve glanced out, beyond the counter to the dining area. It probably sat 90, in New York sardine mode, during the rush. Right now, it held a solid 20, including the man busy on his handheld and ear unit taking his first bite of pie with mint-fresh tofu yogurt. Even the thought made her stomach turn a little. "If you could give us 5 minutes." Yeah. Sal, take over here." Fitz wiped his hands on the front of a white bib apron that had seen a number of wipes already that day. He snagged a big black drink bottle and, with a head jerk, gestured Eve and Peabody after him to an empty table. "You ought to try some pie on the house. Cops don't pay on my shift. Got 2 cousins on the job." "Here in New York?" "Up the Bronx, both of 'em. Pie's good. My ma and my sisters make 'em." "So you're a family business?" 18 years this location." He stubbed a wide finger on the table. "We do okay." "I appreciate the offer, but we're not going to take up much of your time." Eve all but heard Peabody's happy pie stomach whine. "We'd like to ask you about Gerald Reinhold." "Fired him a couple months back. Got in late, left early, missed deliveries. Deliveries are a good third of our business. He wasn't dependable and basically couldn't give a half shit about doing the job." Ravinsky leaned forward, stabbed the counter with his finger again. "He tries to file on me. I got records to back it up." "How'd he take getting the boot?" Eve asked. "Told me to fuck myself and shoved a banana cream pie off the counter on his way out." "Moved out fast," Ravinsky added with a sharp smile. "Pansy-ass coward put the speed on when the pie hit the floor in case I came at him." "Did you?" Eve wondered. "Nah, just a pie. Damn good pie, but worth it to see him move his lazy ass. He'd put that much energy into the job, he'd still be working here. First time I ever saw him light up, if you know what I mean." "I do." "Did you have any specific complaints about him? From coworkers, customers? You want a list?" On that sour note, Ravinsky tipped back the drink bottle, Adam's apple bobbing as he drank. "My sister Fran caught him tapping a joint out the back. Should have fired him for that, but I gave him another chance, figuring he's young and stupid." "Were illegals a problem with him?" "I don't figure. I kept an eye on him after that, and never caught him at anything. Problem was lazy and shiftless. I got complaints from customers their food was damaged or cold when they got it, and the delivery server, which would be Jerry, was rude." "Have you seen him since you let him go?" "Can't say I have. Saw his girlfriend last week. Ex now, which proves she's no dummy." "Lorie Nuccio?" "Yeah. Lorie used to work for me about 3 years back. Good waitress, personable, fast on her feet. Worked here a couple of years before she copped a job in a fancy place for better pay, better tips, and good for her. Anyhow, I hired the fuckhead because she asked me to give him a try. After I fired him, she came in to tell me she was sorry, like it was her fault. Lorie's a good girl. Looks happier, you ask me, since she kicked him out." "Did he hang with anyone in particular who works for you?" "I'd say the opposite. He just didn't get along here. Didn't make friends, didn't especially make enemies. He just put in time when it suited him. No more than that." "Okay. We appreciate the time." "Got me off my feet. Now, are you gonna give me a hint why you're in here asking about Jerry?" If the media hadn't already lobbed the ball on the Vic's names and some of the circumstances, it soon would. "We want to talk to him about his parents' murder." "The what?" Shock vibrant, Ravinsky lowered the big black bottle. "His parents were murdered? Both of them? Sweet Jesus, when? How did you—" He pulled himself in, let out a hard breath. "He killed them. You're saying Jerry killed his own ma and pop?" "We need to find him. We need to talk to him. I get the sense you don't have any idea where he might be, where he might go." "He didn't work here a full 3 months, and I can't count the times he called in sick or with some bullshit excuse." Ravinsky scrubbed a hand over his hair, buzzed so straight and sharp, Eve was surprised his palm didn't go bloody from contact. He had a couple of friends who came in a few times. Ah, damn it. Mal. One of them's Mal. Seemed like a nice kid. The other was kind of a dick. I can't remember his name. We've already got that information. If you think of anything else, get in touch. My ma said he'd hurt somebody. Excuse me? My ma. She likes to think she's got some sensitive thing going. He vibrated his hands in the air. Her great-grandparents were Sicilian. Anyway, she said to me, "You mark my words, Fitz. That boy's gonna hurt somebody. He's got the dark in him." He shook his head. I don't know if she figured dark enough for this, but I can tell you, once she finds out there'll be no living with her. Out on the street, Peabody gave Eve a pouty stare. Some of us like pie. Save it for Thanksgiving. We'll make the rounds, Eve decided. Talk to former employers, co-workers. Maybe we'll hit something. He's got to run. It's the only thing that makes sense. If he were going for sense, he'd have been running since Friday. We cover the ground. Then you go ahead and swing by the ex-girlfriends on the way home. I'm going to set up in my home office. Look for another angle. What about Mira? I'll arrange a consult for the morning. He's gone under somewhere, and he's feeling real flush, real fucking potent right now. So his hole's probably flush, too. He'll have himself a nice dinner tonight. He might even have pie. Bastard! Peabody gave one longing glance behind her, toward pie, as they hiked back to the car. Long day, Peabody thought, and not as much to show for it as she'd figured when it started. Dallas had taught her never to think slam dunk on a case, not even when, as with this one, you knew who, you knew why, you knew how, you knew when, almost from the jump. He's having a run of luck, she complained. EDD star Ian McNabb gave her ass a light pat as they turned toward Lorie Nuccio's building. Luck doesn't last. Except ours, she-buddy. He made her grin. It was one of his high points on her scale. That, and his own sweet and bony ass, his smart green eyes, his busy brain, and his exceptional energy and creativity between the sheets. We have to take the stairs up, she said. We do? I can't stop thinking about pie a la mode. Even thinking about it's loading up my ass. And add the fact we're going to stop at the market on the way home so I can buy what I need to make one, then you're gonna make us a pie? My granny's cherry berry, if I can find what we need, and you split the cost. Hey, if you bake that sucker, I'll pay for the stuff. He put on a little strut. My best girl's baking me a pie. With a smile on his narrow face, his long tail of blonde hair bouncing, the garden of earrings on his left ear gleaming, he climbed the stairs beside her. He reached over, dancing his fingers against hers. I like it when we get off shift together. Me too. I'd like it better if we'd caught this jerk-off before end of shift. You'll get him. You can walk me through it when we get home, and we'll put our heads together. And maybe some other body parts. She snorted out a laugh as they stopped on Lorie's floor. She's over here. Peabody walked to the door, knocked sharply. You said she had the day off. Spend it with a girl pal? They're probably making a day-to-night deal. Dinner, hit a club or two. Yeah, I just wish... Peabody turned as the door across the hall opened. Miss Crabtree? That's right. Dutifully, Peabody held up her badge. "You spoke with my partner earlier today, Lieutenant Dallas. I'm Detective Peabody with Detective McNabb." "Lorie's not home yet. I'm starting to worry."
"Is it unusual for her to be away this long?"
"No, but it's pretty damn unusual for her ex-boyfriend to murder his parents. I heard the media report when I got home about an hour ago. I wasn't out long, just ran a few errands, and I left a note on Lorie's door in case she came home while I was out. It's still there. I'm keeping an eye out now."
"We appreciate that, and we'd appreciate it if Ms. Nuccio would contact us whenever she gets back."
Hell of a day for her to get a new Lincoln number. But if I can't get a hold of her, neither can that son of a bitch. I guess I'd just feel better if I knew she was tucked in for the night. I'll keep an eye out for her," Crabtree repeated.
Peabody rolled her shoulders as they started back down. "Now she's got me worried. We don't know who she's out with, so we can't tag her friend and play relay."
"We could probably find that out. Get names from her work, spread from there. Girls are pack animals, so we ID the pack members, play process of elimination. It takes some time, but it's doable."
"Pack animals."
"Hey, don't blame me. You're the ones who can't even pee solo."
"I'd smack you if that wasn't true, and if it wasn't a good idea. It's probably overkill, but what the hell?"
"So we'll start putting a list together and buy pie stuff. You do the pie, I'll run down the list."
She took his hand as they exited the building. "Then we'll put our heads and other body parts together."
"Solid plan."
They missed Lorie by 20 minutes. She dragged herself home as the street lamps flickered on. She'd planned to shimmy herself into the new dress she'd bought, along with Casey, then hit the clubs. And just as they'd finished up a well-earned post-shopping hair, nails, eggplant pasta, splitting it to whittle down the calories and the cost, their friend Drew had tagged Casey. She didn't believe it. Didn't want to believe it. But Drew had been so adamant, and then she and Casey had both brought up the report on their new links. Jerry, the man she'd lived with, slept with, had loved at least for a little while, was wanted for questioning by the police, was a suspect in the murder of his parents. God, Jerry's parents were dead. She'd liked them so much, and now they were just dead. She'd never known anyone who'd been murdered, much less spent time with anyone who had been the way she had with Jerry's mom and dad. She really believed, down to her heart, it was all a terrible mistake. Yes, Jerry could fly off, and that time he'd hit her had shown her a side of him she couldn't love or live with. But a couple of slaps, as wrong as they'd been, weren't murder. She'd thought about tagging him, but Casey put the kibosh on that majorly, and had even insisted when she just wanted to go home, they spring for a cab. No walking, no subway. It had taken some serious shoving to convince Casey she didn't need or want her to stay at her place. She just wanted to go home, be alone, try to figure it out. And she needed to cry some. Maybe a lot. For Mr. and Mrs. Reinhold. And for Jerry, too. For what she'd once imagined might be. She shifted the shopping bags full of things she no longer wanted, keyed herself in. Because she wanted to get inside quickly, and she'd walked her ass off that day already, she took the elevator up. It clunked on her floor, creaked its way open. And Miss Crabtree pushed out of her own apartment before Lorie reached her own. "There you are. I was worried." I did a lot of shopping." Miss Crabtree narrowed her eyes. "You've heard.
about that Jerry?
Just a little while ago.
I think there must be a mistake because, honey, the police were here. Twice, looking for you.
Me? Why? Why?
Just to talk to you about him. Why don't you come on in here and I'll fix you some tea? No, hell with that. I'll pour you a big glass of wine. I've got a nice bottle I've been saving since my birthday.
Thanks, but I just want to go home and be quiet, I guess.
All right now. Crabtree stroked a hand on Lorie's glossy chestnut hair. You look so pretty.
We went to the salon.
I like your hair. The new color. New's good. Here, this is the cop who came first. She wants you to contact her as soon as you can. I think you might feel better once you do.
She'd never actually talked to any police. Not officially. And it made her feel a little sick. But I don't know anything.
You never know what you know. Miss Crabtree tried a bolstering smile. And this one struck me as smart, so you go ahead in and tag her up. If you change your mind about that wine and company, you just knock on the door. It doesn't matter how late, okay?
Okay.
Lorie looked at the card, read Lieutenant Eve Dallas.
Oh, she's the Icove cop. She's Rourke's cop.
That's what it is. Crabtree rapped her knuckles to her temple. I knew I recognized something, but I couldn't bring it up. See, you never know what you know.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Miss Crabtree.
I'm right over here, Crabtree reminded her, and stepping back into her own apartment, relaxed again. Tucked in, safe and sound. Lorie locked her door, added the deadbolt, the security chain. She started to just dump the bags. The contents no longer interested her, in fact made her feel guilty and ashamed. She'd been out shopping for things she didn't really need, indulging in manicures and facials, laughing, drinking wine at lunch, and all the while Mr. and Mrs. Reinhold were dead. She wanted to talk to her mother, she realized. She wanted to talk to her mom and dad, and that's what she'd do. But first she'd do what they'd raised her to do. What came next? She'd put her things away, then she'd call the police. She moved through her small, colorful space to the alcove of her bedroom. She'd separated it from the living area with its single bold blue sofa and padded crates she'd painted lipstick red by a curtain formed from stringed beads. Maybe a convertible sofa would have made more sense, but she just refused to sleep in her living space. By next year, she could upgrade to a one-bedroom, hopefully in the same building. That was her next goal anyway, which had taken a hit when Jerry had taken the rent money and her tip savings and blown it in Vegas. She needed to make it up now, and make up the spree she'd just had. But she'd so needed to just get out, cut loose for one day, and it had made her feel better and more like herself. Casey had been right. She'd brooded over her big mistake, a.k.a. Jerry, for long enough. Time to jump back in the pool, she thought, as she took the pretty turquoise sweater she'd scooped up on sale out of a shopping bag. She should take Casey's advice on attitude, too, she decided. She should think about how lucky she was. If Jerry had done what they said, and she still couldn't really believe it, she'd had a lucky escape breaking it off with him. All it had cost her really was time, some heartache, a couple of slaps, and money. It could have been worse. She didn't hear him step behind her. The dull crack of the bat against her skull pitched her forward so she hit the bed, bounced, then slid bonelessly to the floor. Standing over her, Jerry smiled, tapped the bat against her leg. "Batter up!" He hadn't hit her very hard. Not as hard as the old man, that's for sure. He didn't want to kill her. Yet. They had some issues to discuss first. But he was well aware of the crap soundproofing on her dump of an apartment, so the discussion had to be a quiet one. Stupid bitch. He gave her a good thwack with the bat on her hip. Did you think you could just say get out? That I wouldn't make copies of the keys? And where the hell have you been all damn day? I've been waiting for you. He poked at the shopping bags, bared his teeth. He'd done some shopping of his own the last couple days. Time to put his purchases to good use. He switched the music on. Not too loud. Don't want the neighbors to complain, just loud enough. He retrieved his own shopping bag from the bathroom where he'd hidden when he heard the elevator clunk, and listened to her conversation with the nosy old hag across the hall. A shame the nosy old hag hadn't come inside with Lorie. He could have made it another twofer. For now, and just for now, he'd settle for Lorie. He hauled her unconscious body onto the bed, and for the first time noticed the new hair color. Bitch probably changed it to try to land some other sucker. That's all he'd been to her, just some guy to fuck and fuck with. Now she'd be the one getting fucked. Not sexually, he thought. Even the thought of doing her made him sick. But he undressed her. That was to humiliate and intimidate. He'd given this a great deal of thought. He bound her wrists, her ankles. Tight, really tight, so the cord bit into flesh. She deserved some pain. He slapped tape over her mouth, which was too bad, as he'd have enjoyed hearing her scream. Humming along with the music, he propped her up, plumping the pillows behind her before wrapping 2 more lengths of cord over her torso, around and under the bed. That he secured with a clip lock so it held nice and snug. That'll keep you where I want you. Once again, reaching into his bag, he pulled out a capsule of Wake Up, broke it under her nose. He watched her eyes flutter, her head turn side to side. A muffled moan sounded against the tape as she struggled to focus. He straddled her, punched her hard in the belly. "Hi, Lorie!" And he saw it. What he hadn't seen with his parents. Not just the shock, not just the pain. Fear. It filled him with something he'd never fully experienced. It filled him with joy. He grinned, riding on that joy as she squirmed, as her eyes darted all over the crappy space in her crappy apartment, as choked sounds pushed against the tape. "Don't worry, I'm not gonna rape you. Not that it's rape, seeing as how you put out for me plenty. But you just don't do it for me. Look at this. You're naked, helpless, and I don't even have wood. So just put that out of your mind." He gave her nipple a hard twist, laughing when she bucked under him. "I bet I could make you wet, though, if I were interested. The fact is, fucking you the last few weeks we were together, it was like some chore to cross off my list. Here's the tip. If you want a guy to get you off, don't bitch at him all damn night first. Don't turn on the fake tears, yeah, like you're doing now. And don't, for fuck's sake, tell him what the hell to do. You're not my mother, bitch. And since you heard what happened to her, you should be grateful." He climbed off, stood studying her, and couldn't think of a single reason she'd ever appealed to him. "I've got some things to say, and for once, you're gonna shut the hell up and listen! Got that, bitch?" He didn't just feel happy, he realized. He felt strong. He felt important. "You thought you could dump me, show me the door because I had a little bad luck? Bitching and whining about yourself when I was the one having some trouble. You think you can humiliate me that way? It's always about you, you selfish bitch. And acting like I'd committed a crime because I gave you a couple taps. You deserve that, and more. Now look at you. This is how they'll find you. Naked, helpless, humiliated. How does it feel? Fat tears rolled down her face, added to his sense of joy. He kicked at her shopping bags. You're not the only one who went shopping today. Look what I got. He took a folding knife out of his pocket. You just push this button and blam! A curved, serrated blade, just under the legal limit, whipped out. And he grinned when her eyes bulged, when her body twisted, when the screams muffled to whines against the blocking tape. Don't worry, it's not for you. I used a kitchen knife on Ma, and it slid right into her, like into a pillow. Made a hell of a mess, though, before I was done. I'm not getting your pussy blood all over my new clothes. Nice threads, huh? He did a little turn. I messed up 2 sets of my old stuff. First with the old woman, and then with the old man. I used my old baseball bat on him, and man, did blood and brains fly! Laughing, he pushed the mechanism on the knife again. You sent me back to hell. Do you know what it's like to live with those two? Always complaining, always telling me what to do, acting like they were in charge. Who's in charge now? Blood stained the cords on her wrists as she struggled against them. A bonus, he thought, and slipped the knife back in his pocket. So, what did you buy today? Crouching, he dumped the contents of her shopping bags on the floor, and as an afterthought, took the knife out again, dragged the blade through the scattered clothes. Her sobs choked against the tape. Slut shoes, too? Let's have a look. He straightened, shoved them on her feet. Yeah, that works. He climbed back on her. You messed up big time by shoving me out, Lorie. I've got money now. Lots and lots of money. I can do whatever the hell I want. I can do whatever the hell I want to you, and you can't stop me. You think slapping you was a big deal? Bullshit! He slapped her now. Front hand, backhand, front, back, hard enough her head snapped side to side, and her cheeks bloomed red as a rose. That's no big deal, bitch. I'll show you a big deal. He balled his hand into a fist, plowed it into her face. Her eyes jittered, and blood dripped under the tape from her split lip. You know, maybe I can get it up after all. Tell me you want it. Tell me you want me to stick it in you. Oh, you can't tell me? He tapped a finger on the tape. Nod. Nod that you want me to fuck you right now. Nod or I'll mess you up. She managed to bob her head, but his fist slammed into her again. Not fast enough, he said as her eye swelled shut. Nod, bitch, fast! She bobbed her head, sobbing. You want it? You want what I got? He grabbed his crotch, then slapped her again. You can't have it! Considering, he took out the knife again. Her good eye wheeled and her body began to buck. Hold still or I'll cut you! He sawed off a hank of her hair. I don't like the new do. I'm gonna fix it. He hacked, sawed, sliced, until her glossy chestnut hair was a choppy cap of tufts. Yeah, that's better. They're gonna find you, naked, half-bald, and ugly. You earned it. You tried to make me your dog. You're the dog. Bark! Bark! He held the knife to her throat. I said fucking bark! She made sounds, and her eye pleaded with him. Good dog! You know who's in charge now. He pinched her nose shut with his fingers, and she exploded under him. "You never put that much energy into sex, you stupid bitch. Lousy lay." When he released his grip, she sucked air in through her nose, her chest shuddering with it. Sobs shook her, a harsh gulping against the tape. "What's that?" He turned his head, exaggerating the move. "I can't quite hear you. Do you want to say something to me? Do you want to tell me you're a bald, ugly dog and beg for my forgiveness? You want to state your case now, bitch dog? Well, that seems fair." He reached down for the corner of the tape, pulled back. "Oh, one more thing," and laid the knife against her throat. "Scream, and I'll slice your throat. Understand me?" She nodded. "Good dog." He reached for the tape again, leaned down so their faces were close. "Forgot? There's one more thing." He reached back, pulled the length of cord from his back pocket. "I don't give a shit what you have to say." He wrapped it around her neck, pulled, and felt the thrill watching her eyes bulge, watching the red crack of white, feeling her body rage and ripple under his, hearing the gurgles. The tighter he pulled, the more it built, burning inside him. Her bound feet drummed against the bed as she convulsed. Her bloodied hand shook like an old woman's, and he yanked harder, groaning with pleasure, hips rocking as the sharp, uncontrollable sensation clawed through him, out of him. When her eyes went fixed, the orgasm ripped through him, huge, amazing, like nothing before experienced. He choked out his own cry, gulped and gasped for air until his body stopped vibrating. Then he collapsed beside her, sated, stunned, and for the first time in his life, totally fulfilled. "Jesus, where have you been all my life?" He gave her thigh a little pat. "Thanks." Now he had to shower and dig out her hoarded tip money, scout out anything in this dump worth taking. But first, he had to see what she had in the kitchen. Like a fat joint of Zoner, killing gave him the serious munchies. Chapter 6. Thoughts weighed her down as Eve turned through the gates of home. Often, usually in fact, after a long day, that first sight of the gorgeous castle-like house Rourke built smoothed things out. The way it rose, spread, jutted against the evening sky at the end of the long curve of road tended to lift weights, reminded her she had a home. After a lifetime that had begun in nightmares, shifted to the misery of shuffling foster care and state control, and to, at long last, her own place in New York that had been primarily a space to catch some sleep between investigations. She had a real home. But tonight, there was just too much weight. It strained against her that a selfish asshole could elude her, even for a day. She needed to start fresh, go back to the beginning and move through it all step by step, and without the distractions of an offer of a captaincy. She needed to clear her head, look at it all from another angle. She needed Rourke, she admitted. His ear, his eye, his canny brain. She'd run it through for him, run it by him, bounce it off him, she determined, as she braked at the front entrance. Maybe she'd miss something he'd see or think of. He'd help. That wasn't assumption, but fact, and as much home to her as the stone and glass they lived in. She started to climb out, and Peabody's date night arrowed into her mind, and for Christ's sake, she didn't have time for that. Didn't make time, she corrected, and slumped back. He did. Rourke made time, and she couldn't claim he wasn't one of the busiest people on or off planet. She hardly ever made time for the fussy stuff, and now that added one more weight. Even when she wasn't neck-deep in an investigation, she just didn't think of it. Now, thinking of it, stacked guilt on her head like boulders. She couldn't manage a date night. Just couldn't. But she should be able to put a nice meal together, with a few fancy touches, and balance out his eye, ear, canny brain. She shoved out of the car, bolted for the front door and through, and saw Somerset, looming in black with the pudgy cat at his feet. "I don't have time for witty repartee," she snapped. "That's unfortunate. Is he home?" "Not as yet. I need to put a meal together on the roof terrace." Somerset's eyebrows lifted. "There's nothing on the calendar. Just—" She waved that away as the cat patted over to ripple between her feet. "I can handle the setup, but tell me what he should eat. We should eat. And don't make it something I hate out of spite." Even scarecrows could be amused, she noted. "Very well. I'd start with the tomato soup with poached shrimp. Wait." She yanked out her PPC to note it down. "Go. Then move to a green salad with seasonal pears and a champagne vinaigrette. For the main, I'd suggest lobster thermidor." "What the hell is that?" "Delicious. You'll enjoy it. I'd serve it with a Sauvignon Blanc or champagne and finish with a vanilla bean soufflé, brandy, and coffee." "Okay, got it." She raced for the stairs. "Is that what you're wearing?" "Shut up!" She charged into the bedroom. Damn it, she wasn't wearing some fancy dress. It wasn't date. But she strode into the closet, and the cat danced at her heels as if they played a game. She had enough clothes for 100 normal people. She should be able to put one decent outfit together. And she was damned if she'd asked Somerset to consult here. She grabbed black pants. Black went with everything, didn't it? Then dug out a sweater. Really soft. In a color that made her think of fall leaves, and with the sparkly band at the neck and hem. That way she didn't have to deal with more sparkles. Boots were probably wrong, she imagined, but she would not put on skyscraper heels. It surprised her to find a pair of black shoes with the sparkly wedge-type heel. Shouldn't surprise her, she thought as she veered into the quick change. She never knew what the closet fairy would stick in there next. Given the circumstances, she slapped on some lip dye, some lash gunk, some face junk. As good as he was going to get, she decided, and streaked for the elevator. She leaped out. Paused. She supposed she owed Somerset for the fact the sky roof was open to the deep indigo sky, and the internal heaters were spreading a comfortable warmth against the brisk November evening. Now the rest was up to her. Still carrying the dregs of the day's irritation, Rourke stepped into the foyer. It surprised him to find it empty. No Somerset, no cat, particularly on a day he'd have appreciated a bit of a welcome home. He shrugged out of his topcoat, and in a habit he'd picked up from his wife, tossed it over the newel post on his way upstairs. An hour in the gym, he decided, pummeling something, then a quick swim. That should scrape the annoyance away. And if not, a very large drink might do the job. But when he walked into the bedroom, he saw Eve's weapon, her badge, on her dresser. So the lieutenant was home, he thought. Maybe he could pull her away from her double murder. He followed the crime reports. Talk her into a sparring match, or that swim. Better yet, a good shag. and that should take care of the dregs good and well. In her home office, no doubt, he decided, pacing around her newest murder board, or hunched over her computer. He imagined he was in for pizza and a great deal of coffee over the grisly details of her day. He didn't mind it. Not a bit, he thought, as he set aside his briefcase, loosened his tie. Her work was nearly as fascinating to him as she was, and the part he played in it made him feel satisfied, he concluded, often involved and excited, but primarily satisfied. No one would have believed, including himself, that the Dublin street rat, the well-accomplished thief, the man of wealth and power with such dubious and shady beginnings, could or would work on the side of the law, even if his line marking the sides tended to curve and sway a bit. But she'd changed him. No, more, he corrected. She'd found him, and had made all the difference. So he'd have pizza in her office, listen, think, and lend a hand to his cop as she stood for her newest dead. And the frustrations of his own day? Well, they paled, didn't they, against all the blood. To save time, steps, and to be sure, he stepped to the in-house board. Where is Eve? Eve is currently on the roof terrace, East Sector. Odd, he thought. It wasn't the last place he'd expect, but it ranked high. Curious, he crossed to the elevator. Roof terrace, east, he ordered. He doubted she'd gone up there to take in the view or the fresh air. His wife did little without specific purpose, especially when a case was hot. Just how did all this play into her case, he wondered. Something to do with height, perhaps? Or the view did play in, and she needed that perspective and the scope to find something, or... He stepped out into the flowers, candlelight, the soft warmth and sparkle of crystal, and his mind went momentarily and uncharacteristically blank. Hey, she shot him a distracted look. I've just about got it. Do you? Bemused, and rapidly flipping through his mental calendar, he walked to her. And what's all this? It's dinner. She'd surprised him like this once before, he recalled, and had been wearing a red dress meant to be peeled off. A little different, this, he thought, if his sense of things was on target, but just as lovely. Are we celebrating? No. Well, maybe, sort of. You closed the case? The double homicide you caught this morning? No, there's stuff. But when I was thinking about the stuff and how I wanted to bounce it all off you, I got this Peabody date night stuck in my brain. We're having a date with Peabody? I get 2 alluring women. Lucky me. She spared him one quick glance through narrowed eyes. You got me, and that's it, pal. Thank God for it. He cupped her face, leaned in for a soft, sweet kiss. We're having a date? Not exactly. I can't do the big D date thing where you shove all the stuff outside, but I thought I could pay you back a little for all the stuff. Nicer than pizza in my office. He looked at her for such a long, still moment. She feared she'd screwed something up. Then he pulled her in, wrapped around her, held tight. Tight. Thank you. It's not that big a thing. It is to me. And especially tonight. What's tonight? Shit, did she forget something? She pulled back, focused fully on his face. No, something else. Did you have a thing mess up in the universe of Rourke? He smiled at her, tapped the dent in her chin. You could say. What? Not important, especially since I see we have champagne. No! She shifted before he could walk past her. You take my stuff, I'll take yours. He trailed a hand down her arm, over the soft sleeve of her sweater. Marriage rules? That's right. What's the thing? I had to fire 3 people this afternoon. I hate firing people. Why did you? Basically, for not doing what they're paid to do. I'll give some leeway there for a space. They could be having a rough patch, some personal problems, health problems. So some room, some time, a discussion can settle that down. But when the not doing what they're paid to do comes with carelessness, and worse, arrogance, there's no leeway. So you fired them for being assholes. He laughed and felt some of those dregs slide away. You could say just that. I know something about it, she said, as he walked to the table she'd set, hopefully well enough to uncork the champagne. The guy responsible for the double homicide's an asshole who can't keep a job. Arrogance, carelessness, and I think a warped sense of entitlement. It seems our stuff coincides. After the elegant and muffled pop of cork from bottle, he poured champagne into 2 tall flutes. Part of why you hate firing people is because it makes you feel like you made a mistake hiring them. And you know me well, he agreed. He handed her a flute, tapped his to hers. Did you? Obviously, yes. But at the time, they suited the position well, on all the levels. Over time, however, some can become complacent, lazy, and, yes, entitled. It never paid, he strongly believed, to take a single thing, the good, the bad, the mediocre, for granted. And now these 3 people are out of work, he added. They won't have an easy time gaining equal employment, as their references won't be stellar. And the other part you hate is now their lives are screwed up, and may stay that way at least for a while. It's a tough break, but you wear what you sow if you know how to sew anyway. It took him a moment, then he just laughed again, and there went the rest of the dregs. That's reap what you sow, as in harvest what you plant. If you go around sewing something, you're going to have to wear it. So, she lifted her shoulders. So, he repeated, you're right. They sowed or sowed, wore or reaped. And now they're out in a damn fallow field wearing something that fits ill. And apparently that settles my stuff, so thanks for that. No problem. Hungry? I am now. What's for dinner, darling Eve? We got this soup thing to start it off. Somerset picked the food, so you're safe there. I was fully prepared for pizza in your office. He skimmed a hand down her hair, then lightly over her cheek. We're not ones who need or want to push our stuff outside, or not very often. We do well with it. We do well with it together. Good to hear, because I've got a big pile of stuff. Let's have some soup and you can tell me about it. I'm doing the deal here. She gestured to a chair. What man doesn't like coming home to a hot meal prepared by his adoring wife? Lap it up, she muttered, and pulled the silver warming covers. If it's all the same, I'll use a spoon. The reports I heard tell me you're looking for a man, middle-20s, who murdered his parents. It's more than that. He stabbed his mother over 50 times with a kitchen knife, beat his father to pieces hours later with a baseball bat. That's considerable rage. He studied her face carefully. Were they abusive? No, there's no indication there was anything like that. He's a fuck-up. Flunked out of college, can't or won't hold a job longer than a few months, including the one his father arranged for him at the father's office. Decent work, I spoke with the supervisor there, some of the co-workers. The father's been with the company for a couple decades. Hard-working, good guy, responsible. The son's none of the above. Same deal with the other bosses I talked to. So a pattern of irresponsibility and failure. Yeah, on a personal level, too. Girlfriend, and from what I've been able to gather so far, the only woman he ever lived with or had a relationship with for more than a couple of weeks, booted him. He took the rent money and her tip money savings, she's a waitress, and blew it and more in Vegas. He had to move back in with the parents, and again, according to what I've learned, hasn't made any move toward finding a job. They'd decided to give him until December to get one or get out. He ate soup. Warm, comforting, with just a little bite, and considered. He killed them because they wouldn't allow him to continue to feed off the parental tit. That's summing it up. He stabbed the mother around lunchtime, Eve began, and took him through the timeline, the financial transfers, the theft, and the selling. Cold bastard. And now he has cash. More than he's ever had at one time. It's unlikely he'll be careful with it. Besides being cold and vicious, he's young and stupid. I can put out an alert to all my hotels in the city. It's already done, and thanks. And FYI, Eve added, you sure didn't make a mistake hiring Jolene Mortimer or anyone else I dealt with at the manor. She, especially, is a laser. I agree. In this case, the previous owners and her former manager were the arrogant ones. Their loss, my gain. I can run searches for accounts your man may open, and will, but it's more likely he'll keep the cash. It's tangible. He can touch it, gloat over it. I don't think you'll track him through deposits and transfers on this one. Not with, what is it, about 175,000? He'll hoard, then he'll squander. It's not gonna last him long. Eve rose to clear and set the next course. The sale of the watches and pearls at Ursa's was a bonus. I doubt he'd expected that kind of a haul. And he'll net a few more, hawking the other stuff, but he's living high. And by the way, since I know you'll be compelled to buy me shiny things for Christmas, you might try there. Ursa's, on the Lower East Side. They're nice people. So noted. Did you see something you liked? The owner. I wasn't focused on shiny things. Nobody likes him, she went on. My man Jerry, I mean. He's got 3 friends, and 2 of them are reasonably steady types, and both of those aren't as tight with him as they once were. The third's another asshole, so they suit each other. She decided Somerset had called it well with the salad. If you had to eat leafy green things, this was the way to get them down. So he'd be most likely to reach out to the other asshole? If any of them, yeah, maybe. And she'd need to give another good push there. I think between me and Peabody, we scared them enough so they'll contact us. Wouldn't he want to show off? Especially to friends? Maybe head back to Vegas? Try to offset his losses and the humiliation of them? Did you run a probability? Yeah, 72%. That's high enough to up the alerts on Transpo to Vegas and to add them in to casinos in New York, Jersey. The thing is, he'd never gambled before that trip, so it's not in his usual pattern. Having more than 175,000 at his disposal isn't pattern, Rourke pointed out. Yeah, so the alerts are out. I want to say I know him, and he's gotten this far by sheer luck, but I'm not sure about that. He's got some calculation mixed in there. Getting his hands on the money. That took some thought, some work, even some skill. Just like picking Ursa's for the watches. It was smart. What about the girlfriend? Likes showing off for his friends. He might want to show off to her, prove to her, or really himself, what she threw away. Yeah, and I'm going to nail her down tomorrow. She must still be out. Eve glanced at her wrist unit. Unaware, Lorie Nuccio lay dead while Jerry shoveled in a smorgasbord of food from her kitchen. "You're worried you missed something," Rourke commented. "I wonder if I did. There's nothing in this guy's history that so much as whispers about this kind of capacity for violence. He's got a couple of minor knuckle raps, and he may have, not confirmed yet, given the ex a slap or two. He didn't retaliate against the employers who gave him the axe, or the girlfriend who gave him the boot. He mouthed off a little, then walked. The sleeping beast? Maybe. I'm going to talk to Mira about it. I think the mother was impulse. He snapped. The knife's right there, and she's complaining or advising or warning, whatever. He picks up the knife, jabs her with it, and... She trailed off, picked up her champagne. "If you're comparing this to what you did at 8, I'm going to be very annoyed with you." He saw inside her, Eve knew. He saw fast and deep. "I'm not. But I understand the moment and what it can do. I was being raped, my arm broken, and I was in fear of my life, so when my fingers closed around that knife, I used it to stop the pain, to survive. He used it to strike out at someone who posed no physical threat, who provided him with a home, a family. But I know the moment, and it can go a couple of ways. Most people with a healthy control switch can and do lose it in that moment. The reaction would be, holy shit, what did I do? She took a slow sip, knowing it, seeing it. He, and those like him, react with a jubilant, holy shit, look what I can do. And the thrill, the revelation of that, however twisted, pushes them on. We both know those, yes. We've looked in their eyes. Too many of them, Eve agreed. Still, even most of those won't do what he did. But in that moment, you can just lose your mind. You don't stop, can't stop, whether it's the thrill or it's the fear driving you. This was what she'd needed, she'd realized as she rose to clear again, and to serve the main. All that blood. It's powerful, and it's horrible. With me, the shock, the pain, the blood, the reality of what I'd done sent me into a fugue state, right? That's what it was, just wandering around. Outside, alone for the first time in my life, my arm busted, and the pain from that, and the last rape so overwhelming, I blocked it out. The pain, what happened, everything. And I kept blocking it, all that I could most of my life. It was him or me, and I was 8 and terrorized. I did what I had to do, but I'm still horrified to know I couldn't stop. I was switched off and couldn't stop. Maybe he couldn't, or when we get him, his lawyer will try that one. But then he didn't run, and nearly everyone would. Just run or try to cover it up. Somebody broke in and killed my mother. He didn't run because he wasn't horrified. I think, he embraced what he'd done and so was able to wait, to plan and gather and work until his father came home. Then he did it again. And still he didn't run. No. In her mind, she brought back the image of him on the bank's security discs. Smug. I don't think there's something broken in him so much as dead. And maybe it was that moment, the moment when he picked up the knife and put it in her, that it died. Will that help you catch him? Everything helps. I'll go back to the scene tomorrow, walk it through again. Tonight I'll do another reconstruct. And if you can do that search for accounts, it would cover it. He hasn't used his link, so he probably ditched it, bought another. He hasn't been stupid enough to use any debit or credit cards in his name or his parents', but the cash won't last forever. We've got his name and face plastered everywhere. You think he'll try to run now? I don't see what else he can do. New York's too hot for him, and he has what he's always wanted. He's got money, and his parents can't bitch at him anymore. What about other family? He's got the full complement of grandparents, and they've been notified. He's got an uncle on his father's side, an aunt on his mother's, and 5 cousins. They've all been notified. I can't guarantee they'd call it in if he contacts any of them, but it's tough to believe they'd help the man who killed their child, their sister, their brother. Blood ties run deep, Rourke commented. Yeah, maybe. I can't cover them all on what we've got. Some of them live in and around New York, some don't. All we can do there is keep in contact, keep pushing. His hand brushed hers on the table. You're worried he'll hurt someone else. I think if somebody gets in his way or doesn't give him what he wants, yeah. If he goes looking for safe haven or more money and doesn't get it, has the opportunity, he'd kill again. But I just don't think he'll hit on family, or not until the money runs dry or the heat's too hot. He doesn't think of family. That's my gut feeling, anyway. He thinks of obstacles to his happiness or success, people holding him back or giving him orders. If and when, I think the grandparents first. I think he'd consider them weaker, more apt to help him. The out-of-town set's coming into New York, and he doesn't have any way to know that, so he won't find them at home, not for the next few days. My observation's been much of police work is grunt work, drudgery, covering the same ground again and again, countless hours of interviews, writing or generating reports, and terrifying times of extreme risk, furious action, split-second decisions, and finite planning. You've been dealing primarily with the first today. They should give me a medal for that, she muttered. When he just smiled, poured more champagne, she shifted. I'm getting one. A medal. That's lovely. Congratulations. It's a big one. I don't mean, she held her hands out to indicate big size. It's a big deal one. Medal of Honor. That's for, I know what it's for, what it means. He reached for her hand, held it, and her eyes. There's no higher honor in your world. It's more than deserved, more than earned. They could keep the medal and give me a bigger budget. He lifted her hand to his lips. I'm so proud of you, and so amused at your discomfort and being recognized for your dedication and skill. Amused? Here's another funny for you. You're getting a medal, too. He dropped her hand. What? I'm a civilian, as you continually remind me. The Civilian Medal of Merit, and they don't give them out like candy, pal, especially to shady characters. I don't think it's appropriate. She loved it, just loved it when he turned all dignified. Oh, it is, and now I get to be amused. You're the one who started sticking his nose in, then his whole body. Now you're going to have to stand up there on Wednesday afternoon, 1400, so put that in your book, and take what you get. And I'm pretty damn proud of you, too, so suck it up. Aren't we a pair? Christ, the abuse I'll take over this, my old mates. A bloody medal. The department values you, and it should. So we're having champagne and this really tasty lobster before I get back in gear. She took another drink. And there's this other thing. More than double murders, assholes, and medals. Yeah, more than that. Whitney called me in to tell me about the medals and to ask me if I wanted captain. Eve! This time his hand viced on hers. That's called burying the lead and burying it deep, Eve, he said again, and started to rise. I said I didn't. Sorry, he sat again. What? I said I didn't want the bars. Are you gone in the head? She narrowed her eyes. Is that Irish for stupid? Crazy's more accurate. Baffled annoyance rode over his face. Why in bloody hell wouldn't you want it? It's a major promotion, an accomplishment. I understand the discomfort over the medal. You see yourself as doing your job, and you neither need nor want some fancy piece pinned on you for it. But a captaincy? Christ Jesus, Eve. It's your career. It's what you are. More than that. And we both know he'd have offered it to you before this, but for me. No, not because of you. Because of me. I made my choice. Whatever you think, it was my choice. I chose you. And if the brass played politics with that, that was their choice. Now they'll give me a medal and they've opened a door for you. Why aren't you walking through it? Bloody dancing through it. No reason for you to be pissed about it. I'm not pissed so much as gobsmacked. Why did you turn it down? I can't give up what I have, she said simply. I'm not ready. Maybe I'll never be. I'm a cop. I have to be a cop. How do captains' bars change that? They'd take me out of the field. Right now, someone else would be looking for Jerry Reinhold, not me. They'd put distance and space between me and my men because I wouldn't be their direct supervisor. I'd spend more time, most of the time, in meetings, with paperwork, making administrative decisions, and only what I could eke out actually doing the job I'm good at. She took a long breath when he said nothing. I need to be a cop, a good cop, more than I need the rank. And I knew that today, without any question at all, when offered the bars. When he still didn't speak, she shrugged. I probably broke a marriage rule not talking with you about this first, but it's yours, he interrupted. It's your work. I don't talk with you about the deals I make, what I buy, sell, develop. What you deal and wield doesn't, usually anyway, put you on the line. I understand it would be easier on you if I took this. It would. If you're meaning I'd worry less. But I married you. I made a choice, and like you, I took you for what you are, not what I'd turn you into. I wanted it once. A lot. Maybe even too much. I wanted it when the job wasn't just what I did or who I am, but all I had. That's not true anymore. And I'm a better cop because of that. I need to catch the bad guys' work. And I need to walk into the bullpen every day and see the team I've helped make working to do the same. When I weigh that against the bars, there's no contest. All right, then. And that's it? Lieutenant, I can't argue with truth. I'll say I'm happy, very, they offered it to you. You can say it was your choice, and that's true enough as well. But being with me was a block to this, and now it's not. So I'll take the medal and suck it up. Okay. She let out a long breath. I love you. And I love you. But I can't eat the souffle thing on tap for dessert. Souffle? Quite the 5-star meal. Why don't we have a bit of a break from it, and we can enjoy it a little later, in your office while we work? She grinned at him. I made a really Good choice. Oh, that you did. He took her hand, pulled her with him to her feet. You'd be a good captain. Maybe, down the road. Yeah, okay. I would. She made him smile. Whatever your rank, darling Eve, you'll always be my cop. That works for me. Let's go down then. I've got to deal with all this stuff. Somerset will see to it. Even better. I just want to stop off, get into work clothes. He smiled to himself. We'll just detour to the bedroom first, then. I wouldn't mind getting out of this suit. Chapter 7. Eve toed off her shoes as soon as she stepped into the bedroom. She considered bare feet an indulgence reserved for private areas of home or the beach. Maybe just setting up a board here, fresh, will shake something loose. Could be. She pulled off her sweater, while Rourke shed his jacket and tie. According to the timeline, he stowed the 2 suitcases after he left the shuttle station. The hotel transpo dropped him there. Following his cover, he was traveling to Miami. Then he doubled back, but I haven't been able to track down his transpo from the station. Maybe he stayed on foot, but it's more likely he caught a cab or bus. Might he have secured the suitcases at the station with the plan to go back after he collected the money, then take a shuttle to some other destination? It doesn't fly for me. He had all the valuables to sell, and we know he started that process after the banking. So he doubled back, had another hole to crawl into, stowed the suitcases there while he hit the banks so he didn't have to drag them around. I'd like his transportation method back to the banks, just to have a clearer picture. She wriggled out of the pants and, standing in her underwear, started to open a drawer for a t-shirt and jeans. Bus is smarter, but... He cut her off by spinning her around, yanking her in and taking her mouth. Hot, lusty, possessive, and lightly edged with humor. When she managed to grab a breath, she attempted a quick shove. Hey! He just took her mouth again, spun her again, twice, and toward the bed. She considered putting up a fight for form's sake, but just wriggled back enough to scowl at him. I'm working. Not yet. And you're mostly naked. Such a fine look on you. One of my favorites. Then why is that closet full of clothes? Because being an understanding sort, I appreciate your insistence on being fully dressed in public. He gripped her hips, boosted her up so he could carry her onto the platform where the bed spread like a blue lagoon. Then he tipped so they fell back on it with her pinned under him. Just because we postpone soufflé doesn't mean we can't enjoy a bite of dessert now. To prove it, he closed his teeth over her jaw. And you're what I've a taste for. Sex, sex, sex. If you insist. His mouth claimed hers again, muffling the laugh she'd tried to hold back. What the hell, she thought. He was mostly naked, too. She grabbed his exceptional ass, gave it a hard squeeze. You better make it good. I'm always up for a challenge. You're always up. And to prove that, she slid her hands around between them and found him. The next hard squeeze brought on a moan, had him shifting his teeth to her throat. How quickly he could make her need, each time, every time. No matter how familiar, this sweep of feelings always struck as new and overwhelming. The weight of his body, the shape of it, the demands of his clever mouth and skilled hands never failed to make her want and revel in knowing she could have. She let the hunger and the greed with it, the whippy storm of sensations, all the sudden heat, the wonderful aches, invade. She let them conquer, and gathering them, turned them back to him. She gave and she took, everything he needed to have, everything he wanted to give in return. Wrapped around him, possessing as he possessed, she met every demand, made her own. He knew the rhythms of her body, and all the secret places to exploit, to seduce, to inflame. Yet she remained a fascination and glorious surprise to him, a constant gift for body and soul. The way her hands wound through and gripped his hair when he fed from her breast aroused as much from that firm curve, that silky skin. Subtle as the beat of butterfly wings, her quick, rippling tremors, the catch of her breath at his touch added a keen and lusty edge. The arch of her body, so lithe, so ready, the pounding drum of her heartbeat under his lips told him she needed, wanted as urgently now as he. He pleased himself, riding his hands along skin, smooth and warm, over tough and disciplined muscle. Delighted himself with the long, supple length of her. His warrior, his wife. And when his mouth came back to hers, when hers clung to his, fever hot, that pleasure, that delight spiked beyond reason. Wet and hot he found her, and drove her up and up, swallowing her gasps and cries like a man starving. When she broke beneath him, he didn't relent, couldn't, stroking those fires until she thrashed under him. Now, inside me, you! When she bowed up, quivering, he thrust inside her, hard and deep. Now, she thought again, her breath sobbing, her hands groping. The quaking shook down to her core, shuddered toward her heart as they rode each other. The mating, fast and furious, ruled them both, carved all else away. Again she thought, you! And when she broke this time, he broke with her. She lay, absorbing the aftershocks of her body and of his. She remembered she'd thought, before Rourke, sex was a basic, sometimes complicated, method of release. After Rourke, that didn't start to cover it. Even now, after fast, crazed sex, his lips brushed lightly over her shoulder. Just a simple and incredible sign of affection. Those moments, she realized, meant the world to her. In answer, she trailed her fingers down his back. Then, because they were who they were, pinched his ass sharply. "Bloody hell," he muttered. "Off, pal. You had your bite of dessert. Big, greedy bite. You did as well. Yeah. Not bad." She grinned at him when he lifted his head, then tugged on his hair, nipped up for a quick kiss. "Not bad at all. Now I've got to go work it off." "Fair enough." He shifted, then pulled her up to sit, stroked a hand over her hair. "Thank you for a lovely and thoughtful dinner. And dessert. And dessert. How many pizzas do you figure it offsets?" "Perhaps I can generate a pie chart," he said as they rolled out of bed. "Ha ha, pie chart. You're a funny guy. I want a quick shower after that bout." "An excellent idea." He only sighed when she narrowed her eyes at him. "Sex, sex, sex. Do you think of nothing else?" "Yeah, you're a funny guy. And a well-satisfied one. So you'll have to settle for only the shower." After giving her a light pat on the ass, he strolled into the bath ahead of her. She was in and out of the jets within 5, and tossed on clothes after a quick spin in the drying tube. Every bit as nimble as she, he walked with her to her office. Board first, I imagine. Yeah, I want the visual. While you're at that, I'll start the search for possible accounts. He's no financial genius or comp geek from what you've said, but there's plenty of suggestions and instructions for burying funds right on the internet. He smiled at her. And those are child's play to dig out again. Go ahead and play. She set up her board, changing the patterns so she had a different method than the one in her office. She added the timeline, the reports, paced around it, added more. Then she focused on Jerry Reinhold. Who are you, really? She asked aloud. Talk to the friends again? She wondered. Give that a harder push? He didn't strike her as someone who'd live in a vacuum. Didn't he need someone to bitch to brag to? More, she thought as she circled the board again. He'd never accomplished anything real in his life. He might see that differently, and likely considered it everyone else's fault, but from the steps, the stages, the images of him leaving the building, in the bank, in the jewelry shop, he felt very accomplished now. Wouldn't he want some kudos? From strangers, she considered. How did you brag to your pals you killed your parents, brutally, and were hiding from the police? Maybe a pickup at a bar, she considered. Or maybe hire a fancy licensed companion for the night. Couldn't tell them you're a killer, she murmured. But you could brag about making some killer deal, being some big shot, hitting some jackpot. That seems your style. The LC seemed more in line. Sure, you had to pay, but that put you in charge. You were already the big deal. Would he want or need sex? No evidence or indication he'd pursued that area since the breakup. But sex was another kind of celebration, another way for a man to prove his potency. Maybe she'd consult on that with Charles Monroe, friend, former LC, and current sex therapist. She checked the time, decided it was still plenty early enough, and crossed to her desk. Her link signaled even as she reached for it. She noted Peabody on the readout, answered. Yeah, what? Hey, I wanted to update you. McNabb and I went by Nuccio's place on the way home. I sent you a quick report. I haven't gotten to my incomings yet. Not with semi-date dinners and dessert sex. Yeah, I saw you hadn't picked it up. She wasn't home yet, and the neighbor, Crabtree, came out. She's keeping an eye out for her. Even left a note on Nuccio's door when she went out to run a few errands. Took it off when she came back. Okay, we'll hit her tomorrow. On the link screen, Peabody's face mirrored concern. The thing is, McNabb had this idea how we might track down her shopping buddy, getting the names of her coworkers, mining them, spreading out from them. If that's what you want to do. Did do, Peabody told her. It seemed worth a shot, just to nail her down, and we hit. She went out with a Casey Ryder. I just finished talking to her, to Ryder. They were going to make a night of it, hit some clubs, but one of their mutual friends tagged Casey with the news about Reinhold. So Nuccio knows. A thread of concern wove its way into Eve. Yeah, major freakout. Denial, disbelief, then depression from Nuccio. They cut the night short, and Ryder insisted on taking a cab with Nuccio to her apartment, dropped her off at about 6:40, which means McNabb and I didn't miss her by much. I got her new link number, but she's not answering. And I figured since you didn't update the file yet, she hasn't contacted you either. No, she hasn't. And she'd had over 3 hours to come through. Maybe the neighbor didn't hear her come in. I don't think so, Dallas. She was a Hawkeye. Okay. She probably doesn't want to deal with cops tonight. Eve turned back to the board, shifted, evaluated her own gut. But she's going to. I'm going to go on down there now.
I'm closer if you want me and McNabb to go.
No, I'll do it. If she's going to be squeezed into dealing with a cop, let's make it rank. I'll let you know. Thanks for the heads up.
No problem. But, Dallas, it just doesn't feel right.
I don't see her letting him in, or him getting by the Hawkeye neighbor if he tried. I'll get back to you. But no, she thought as she clicked off. It didn't feel right. She strode directly to Rourke's office where he manned his desk, his hair tied back in work mode. I've got to go downtown.
To Central?
No, to the ex-girlfriend's. Word is she's been home for about 3 hours and hasn't contacted me or Peabody. She's either avoiding that or something's wrong. I want to check. Well then, I'm with you. He gave his computer the order to continue the search on Auto, Rose. I need to get my weapon and badge. And boots, he added, gesturing to her bare feet. Armed and shod, she let him take the wheel, particularly since he'd called around some sleek, sexy two-seater. It's new, he told her. I haven't really had it out for a good run as yet. It smelled like leather, a weakness of hers, and the dash held enough gauges to outfit an off-planet shuttle. How many of these do you have? One more now, he said, and all but flew to the gates and through. I didn't say we were going in hot. It's good to take her through her paces. He zipped to vertical, soared over a snake of traffic. And I've a cop with me, should the locals object. You're worried, he added. She's probably just playing mole. Ostrich, but it comes to the same. Then why are you worried? She dumped him, kicked him out, after he stole from her and reportedly gave her a couple slaps. But she doesn't take the opportunity to talk to the cops when she finds out he's committed double murder? I got the sense she was pretty sensible, responsible, and her neighbor would have pushed it. So I don't like it. Would she have let him in? Don't see it. In her mind, Eve turned it over, around, inside out. No, I just don't see it. And a friend dropped her off in a cab, watched her go inside. The neighbor would have pounced the minute she got up there, so I'm probably wasting time. I could interview her tomorrow. I trust your instincts. He punched it. Or you're looking to break the land and air records. She liked speed, but liked it more when she was at the wheel. But she didn't tell him to slow down, and felt some relief when he oiled the car into a tiny street-level space less than half a block from the entrance to the building. She scanned the street as she stepped onto the sidewalk. Too early for troublemakers in this kind of neighborhood, she judged, but the shiny red toy on the curb could bring them out. That's sitting there saying, "Please steal me." It has a sadistic streak, so as it says that, it's aware it's fully shielded and armed. Good thing. She walked to the entrance, started to buzz Nuccio's apartment, changed her mind. Don't want her to know you're on your way up? Rourke asked when she used her master for access. Not exactly. You are worried. Bad feelings sticking. Let's take the stairs. Her fingers danced lightly over her weapon as they climbed. Are you shielded and armed like your latest toy? Always. She could hear the throbs from entertainment screens and someone's bright laughter before a door cut it to a muffle. She nodded at Nuccio's door, stepped to it, pressed the buzzer. The locks remained engaged. The peep remained shielded. She buzzed twice more, then banged on the door with the side of her fist, Lorie Nuccio, this is the NYPSD. We need to speak to you. The doors stayed shut. The one across the hall opened. You're back. Yeah. Miss Crabtree, do you know if Ms. Nuccio's in? Yeah, she got home about 6:45. Thereabouts, anyway. I gave her your card. Her gaze shifted over to Rourke as she spoke, and Eve saw the look in Crabtree's eyes she'd seen in a variety of women's eyes when they got an up-close load of him. She thought of it as a kind of ocular sigh. Anyway, I figured you'd come by before this or wait until tomorrow. She didn't contact me. Damn it. Crabtree's gaze zipped back to Eve. She said she would. She was pretty upset. Wouldn't let me fix her tea or anything. Just wanted to be alone and quiet, she said. I guess she needs to brood some. She's not answering. I didn't hear her go out. The elevator makes a racket, but she could have taken the stairs. She didn't look like she wanted to do anything but hunker down. Maybe she took a sleeping pill. I'm going to access this apartment. I don't have a warrant, but wait, I don't think that's right. She wouldn't like that. Then she should have contacted me, Eve thought. I'm concerned for her welfare. I'm accessing it. Eve nodded at Rourke, then shifted to block Crabtree's objections and view while he picked the locks. She's just hunkered down, Crabtree insisted. You can't just walk into her place like this. It's not right. Then you can file a complaint. Done, Rourke murmured. Eve turned. Record on. Though her fingers itched for her weapon, she simply opened the door, called out. Lorie Nuccio, this is the NYPSD. We're entering this apartment. She barely crossed the threshold when she smelled it. Blood and death. Even as she cleared her weapon, Rourke did the same with his own. Lights on full, she ordered. You stay back, she snapped at Crabtree. Stay back! She swung left first, then straight ahead, and she could see the death on the bed behind the colorful beaded curtain. Clear it, she ordered, moving fast through a space small enough to see almost every corner. And behind her, Crabtree let out a choked scream. I need you to stay back. I need you to go inside your apartment. But, Rourke, Miss Crabtree, you need to come with me now. She was weeping as he drew her out and leaning against him when he closed the door behind them. Eve holstered her weapon, moved to the curtain. More than rage here. This was payback, too, and he had taken some time with it. Rage, revenge, a need to humiliate, to engender fear. No, not in a vacuum, she thought. Not in Elsie or a pickup at a bar. He'd found just who he'd wanted to brag to, show off to. Victim is Caucasian female, early 20s, reddish hair, blue eyes. She's been bound, ankles and wrists, with cord, more cord wound around her torso. She's gagged with tape. Her clothes have been removed except for shoes. They're new, soles are unscuffed. Facial bruises, cuts indicate blows, more bruising on the abdomen, along ribs most likely from more blows. Blood around the cord, evidence of struggle. Her hair's been chopped off. A lot of hair scattered on the bed, the floor. Cord around Vic's neck, evidence of strangulation. He tied it in a nice fucking bow. She recorded the room, the ruined clothes, waiting, knowing Rourke would bring her field kit. And waiting, contacted Peabody. He got to her. What? Shit, what? I'm standing in Nuccio's apartment looking at her body. Get here and call it in. On my way. Damn it, Dallas. Yeah. Clicking off, she stepped back, studied the apartment. She saw the debris of food, containers, bottles on a tiny table. More littering the kitchen counter. No comp again, she noted. Easiest thing in the world to liquidate. She walked back to the door, studied the locks. No sign of forced entry, as Rourke never left any, and no sign of any recent lock change she could see. They'd check on that. Did he give back his keys? What kind of idiot didn't demand the return of keys at a breakup? But he might have copied them. Had she been so trusting or naive she hadn't considered that? Maybe. Rourke came back in, handed her the field kit. I don't think she let him in. I don't see her doing that. And if he came banging on the door or trying to wheedle his way in, Crabtree would have heard it. I'll see if the locks have been compromised. Probably not. I don't think he's got those skills. But he could have had copies of her keys. He copied them when things got iffy between them, just a backup. He came in when she was out, nice and quiet. Maybe even, probably, when the neighbor was out. Maybe watched the building a while. But he came in and he waited for her. He had what he wanted to use. The cord, the tape. Not impulse or crazy rage, not on this. She opened the kit, took out the sealet. You couldn't have stopped it. You can always stop it. Go left instead of right, forward instead of back, move 10 minutes sooner or later. I didn't stop him. And I didn't see this in him. Not this calculation, not this need. He made her suffer. She handed him the sealet and took the kit through the colorful curtains. She stepped to the bed, took out her identipad first. Victim is identified as Lorie Nuccio of this address, age 23. Lists her hair as brown. She must have changed it, not corrected the data as yet. She leaned close. A little dried blood. Carefully, she tipped the head to the side. Back of the head. He was waiting, and he struck her from behind, knocked her down, out. It gave him time to tie her up, gag her. Fucking coward. She picked up a broken capsule with tweezers, sniffed. To wake her up, she said, and as Rourke offered an evidence bag, dropped it in. You could go through her bag there, see if he took her wallet, check for her keys, her link. Saying nothing, he picked up the handbag on the floor. The cord's tight, Eve said. It cut into her. He wanted that. Wanted to give her pain as well as fear. No wallet, he said. No link or notebook, no PPC. Her keys here. Took whatever money she had in there. Electronics. Her ankles are tied together. No visible bruising on her thighs. I don't think he raped her. He wasn't interested, or he can't get it up. No, wasn't interested, she decided, trying to see inside him. If he'd thought about it, he'd have used something to rape her with. It just didn't occur to him. He's not especially sexual, or doesn't see rape or sex as a weapon of power. Not yet. Why remove her clothing? To humiliate, to terrify. She's completely vulnerable. He whacked her hair for the same reason. It dehumanizes her. Make her nothing, Eve thought. She knew the type who wanted to make someone nothing. Her father had been the same. He punched her, hard, more than once. In the face, in the stomach. It's more personal than his parents. Or maybe he just had more time and space. Experimenting? She'd been shopping. So he dumped the new stuff, destroyed it. With her gauge, she measured time of death. 1955. He took just over an hour with her. Risky, but he enjoyed it so much. Little cut here on her throat. Maybe he had a knife. Threatened her, scared her, but he didn't really cut her. Strangulation's more personal, and you get to watch them suffer and die face to face. She's very young, Rourke said quietly. She's as old as she'll ever be. A cruel statement, Rourke thought, unless you knew his cop and heard the bitter anger under the words. No jewelry, Eve added. I bet she was wearing some. Out with the girl pal? Yeah, she had some on. He took it, whether it's worth anything or not. She doesn't get to keep it. Kick me out, bitch? You're gonna pay for that. Tell me to get a job? Tell me to get the hell out? Fuck you! Why the shoes? Sexy. It's a porn thing, right? Naked woman in high, sexy heels. Kinda slutty? She bought them today, probably. Pissed him off. She's so goddamn worried about the rent, about money. She whines about him blowing off some steam with his friends in Vegas, but she goes out, spends Christ knows on all this crap. Selfish bitch. She paused, just for a moment, just one brief moment, as that bitter anger Rourke heard wanted to spew, and it couldn't be allowed. The shoesmaker looked cheap, like she's asking for it. He's not going to give it to her. But when we find her, she's going to look cheap and used, and her hair, she had that done today, I think. New color and style from her ID shot. Now it's ruined and hacked. Bruised right nipple. Pinched it, probably. Humiliate, humiliate. You humiliated me, now it's your turn. She examined the hands as she spoke, moved down the body, checking for more wounds, anything left behind. He tells her what he did to his parents. She's the first one he's been able to talk to about it, brag to. She's safe because he's going to kill her, but he gets to crow about what he's done, how he's got a big pile of money and she's got nothing. She is nothing. Eve stepped out to examine the rest of the crime scene. Rourke stayed where he was a moment longer. You're not nothing, he thought. She's standing for you now, and she won't stop. You're hers now, so you matter. He wished he could cover her, but knew better. Instead, he went on to do what he could to help until Peabody arrived. Chapter 8. Eve studied the skinny bathroom, the still damp towels on the floor, the pair of black boxers tossed in the corner. He got off on it, probably while he strangled her. Didn't rape her, but killing her, watching her die, feeling all that, popped his fucking cork. Surprised him, I bet. Wasn't expecting the sexual side benefit, so he came in his pants. Doesn't give enough of a shit to take them. Just leaves them. Leaves the towels after he cleans himself up. She met Rourke's eyes in the mirror over the sink. He's a child. Throwing stuff on the floor, and I'm betting those boxers are new. Something he just bought, but he discards them. More, he doesn't care about the DNA. It's fine that we know he killed her. He wants credit for what he managed to do. She started to mark the towels and boxers for the sweepers. I'll do that, Rourke told her. I misjudged him. Why do you say that? I thought he had what he wanted. But killing his parents, taking everything he could from them, it showed him what he could do, what he could have. Now he wants more. She stepped out, turned when Peabody came in, McNabb right behind her. Uniforms on the way to secure, Peabody began. She paused, looked through the opening where Rourke had tied the beads up and back. Jesus, he messed her up. I've got this. We need to alert everyone he might have a grudge against. His friends, former employers, co-workers, his grandparents. Do you think he'll try for one of them? I didn't think he'd try for the ex-girlfriend, Eve said flatly. I was wrong. She's dead. Impress he's killed again, but don't ID the Vic. I want all of them secured. I'm all over it. I can check her electronics, McNabb offered. He took her comp and link. No door security or cams, no house link, so she must have only used a pocket. I haven't looked for any other electronics yet. I find any, I'll pass them to you. I can knock on doors for now. He wore a long, and she bet billowy orange coat over cherry red pants and a many-color striped tee. She saw the cop under it, but most wouldn't. That would save time, thanks, but for Christ's sake, show your badge so they don't take you for an escapee from the circus. He grinned at her, then took it out of one of a multitude of pockets, hooked it on the neck of his shirt before he went out. No one tampered with the locks before me, Rourke reminded her. So he had keys, or made copies. She kept her tips, saved them. She's had some time to start stockpiling more since he wiped her out. I didn't see anything out in plain sight. Maybe she hides them. I'll have a look. Appreciate it. I need to— Uniforms heading up, Peabody informed her, sticking her head in the door. Have one of them sit on Crabtree. Get her statement. I want to know exactly when she left the building, where she went, when she came back, as close as she can nail it. Done. I want to talk to Mira. Now, Eve said to Rourke. I need a better handle on this guy, and I need it before he decides to kill anybody else. She turned to the uniform waiting in the doorway. Detective McNabb started the knock on doors. Coordinate with him. Get the photo of the suspect from Detective Peabody. I want the building covered, then hit the street and cover the block. I want to talk to anybody who saw him. She pulled out her link, moved off to a corner, and tagged Mira. Dr. Mira, I'm sorry to disturb you at home. It's fine, Eve. Do you need to change our consult time for tomorrow? Yeah, I need it now. He got to the ex-girlfriend. I see. Indications are he gained access to her apartment while she was out, lay in wait. He brought tools with him. Tape, cord, a knife. Eve began to run through the basics. I'd like to see the body, the scene. I've recorded it. I can send it to you now. No, I think it would be better if I came to you. Weird, Eve thought, and foolish. This initial knee-jerk reluctance to have Mira see firsthand the death, the blood, the ugliness of it. Mira hadn't reached her level by being squeamish or needing to be shielded. It would help, but I have the address from your report. I'll be there shortly. Thanks. I'll have you cleared through. She pocketed her link as she went to the door and ordered the uniform securing the apartment to clear Dr. Mira. When she turned back, she caught Rourke's glance. I'll wager she's seen worse, he said. Yeah, there's always worse. There's an empty jar here. He held up a pale blue jar with some sort of flower embossed on it. Just tossed among the rubble, I imagine, was his doing in the kitchen. I'd say he cleaned her out again and ate and drank his way through her stock. She stepped over to the kitchen, programmed the tiny auto chef for its log. Yeah, had some pizza nibs about 15 minutes after TOD, swarmed through her cupboards. Soy chips, cheesy twists, empty wine bottle, empty Coke tube, snack food. Got the hungries on after he killed her. She went back in her head to the first crime scene. Same deal at his parents' apartment. He grazed through the food. Ate his way through the manor, too, when he stayed there. Killing sharpens his appetite. If he keeps it up, You'll be rolling him into a cell." That made her smile a little. He emptied out her tips, took her wallet, her link, poked around for whatever else he could find of use, packed up, cleaned himself up, then walked right out with a goddamn spring in his step. She held up a hand as the first of the sweepers arrived. "Stay out of the bedroom and away from the body for now." Moving over, she gave them more detailed instructions. Let them by. "I contacted everyone." Peabody edged back in the room. "Gold's heading over to his parents. He freaked, and now he's afraid Reinhold might go after them. I caught asshole Joe at some club. He did seem moderately surprised, but not especially upset or uneasy. He lives up to his name. Oh, yeah. I also contacted Dave Hildebrand, former employers and supervisors from this past year. I tagged Casey Ryder, too. I thought maybe Reinhold knew her, knew she was tight with the Vic and might want to pay her a visit." "That's good thinking." "She's a wreck, Dallas. I went ahead, called in a grief counselor and a female officer. We'll probably need to talk to her at some point, but she'll feel safer in the meantime." "Good. She's been trying the Vic on the new link since McNabb and I tracked her down and says it just bounced to Vmail." He took it. "We haven't found it on scene, haven't heard it signal. Brand new link. He figured he'd get a few extra bucks out of it. I'll add it to the alert. McNabb's got a wit on the ground floor. He saw the suspect come in. He doesn't know him or the Vic, but he's seen them, given them the nod. Being used to seeing him and not knowing he wasn't supposed to be here, the wit just gave him the nod and went on into his own place. Time? He saw Reinhold come in about 5, take the stairs. He didn't see him go out again. Crabtree said she'd gone out to run some errands about that time and was back here by about quarter after. No coincidence. He'd been watching the building, working out how to get in and up without anyone who knew about the breakup spotting him. Or maybe he was just watching for the Vic, then took the opportunity to slither in when Crabtree left. 15-minute window, Peabody commented. He hit some luck on that. And we didn't, Eve thought. I want the uniforms to check out any place across the street or close enough where he could have waited it out. Relay that. Talk to the wit again. Mira's coming in, and I need to be here when she gets here. Coming in here? Peabody glanced toward the body, winced. For whatever reason, it made Eve feel less foolish to know Peabody had the same reaction she'd had herself. She's seen DBs before. Yeah. I'll relay to the uniforms and go talk to the wit. No link on the premises, as you thought. Rourke stepped up beside her. I ran a quick check on her financials to see where she used her cards today, so you can follow her steps. I sent the list to you. I can use that. Did he try any siphoning that you can see? No, not as yet. But he may, as he has her comp. EDD can watch for that easily enough. Maybe we'll catch a break, and he'll be just that stupid. You don't think so? No, I don't. I have to go into Central when I'm done here. You should go home, get some sleep. I'll see what pieces I can pick at around here and leave when you do. I've sent for your vehicle, so it'll be here for you when you're ready. You're pretty handy. Just consider it all part of our non-date date night. She managed a smile that faded when she spotted Mira. Thanks for coming down. It wasn't a problem. Rourke? Apparently, Mira didn't consider the cheek kiss she and Rourke exchanged before he helped her off with her coat unprofessional behavior at a crime scene. Mira wasn't in one of her pretty, stylish suits and ankle breakers. Instead, she wore slim, dark pants with a steel blue sweater and short gray boots that looked soft as melting butter. Her mink brown hair fluffed around her attractive face, and her lovely blue eyes stayed cool and assessing as they scanned the scene. I saw Peabody downstairs, and she helped me seal up. Am I cleared to examine the body? Yeah, you're clear. Eve went with her, rattling off basic information. Age, name, TOD, COD. I haven't found whatever he used to knock her out. He may have taken it with him, may have brought it with him. He likes a baseball bat, and the injury may indicate that. Morris will know. Yes, I'm sure. He brought the tape, the cord, you said. Yeah, he prepped for it. Planned rather than impulse. More like his father than his mother, but different than that too. He didn't just want to kill her, destroy her. He wanted to hurt her, terrorize her, humiliate her. And I imagine you've concluded the same. Yeah, but it's good to have the opinion. Cutting her hair this way. There's a meanness there, a small-minded one from one who understands what a woman's hair means to her. Yes, I agree. I'm pretty sure she'd just gotten it done, changed the color and style. Ah, even more so. She isn't allowed to look attractive. I see no overt signs of sexual abuse, but for this bruise on her right nipple. He came in his pants, left his boxers in the bathroom after he cleaned up. Mira nodded. The killing aroused him, or the torture. Both would have. He left evidence of that as well as his DNA behind. He wants you to know he's a man. Not gender, but a man. You understand me? Okay, yeah. He struck her, primarily the face. To hurt her, to mark her, to feel the power of it. Shopping bags. She'd been shopping. Yeah, I figure he dumped the stuff out, tore it up. She can't have anything. And he'd have done that before he killed her. Hurting her again. New shoes. Wearing them so she looks pornographic, perhaps. That's my take. The strangulation, face to face. That's intimacy. The bow he's tied there, that's small-minded again, mean again. Eve, I think he took some of her hair. Why do you think that? I don't want to touch anything, but you see the length of some of these hanks he cut off? I think there should be more hair. Your sweepers will confirm that if I'm right. So he took something of her. A trophy. I didn't see anything like that at the first scene. Maybe I missed it. I doubt it. She meant more to him than they did. They were just in the way, an annoyance, and dead, a means to an end. That's how I saw it, Eve agreed. She was more important than that. He slept with her in this bed, had sex with her in this bed, and she denied him, rejected him, sent him like a little boy back to his parents. And she shops for new things, gets new hair? No, that would never do. So young, Mira said quietly, and moved back to the living room. If you're done in there, I want to let the sweepers get started and bring the morgue team in. Yes, I've seen enough there. Did he do this? She gestured to the little kitchen area. Yeah, he ate after. At least some of it after. He used the auto chef after TOD. Eve signaled the sweepers. Junk food, fun food, party food. His little celebration, All the more enjoyable as she's dead so close by. Did he take anything else? Her wallet, her tip money, her comp, her new link. That's all I'm sure of for now. Probably some jewelry. I think, out shopping with the girl pal, getting new hair and stuff, she'd have had on some earrings, maybe a couple of other pieces. I agree. She's a young woman, a waitress, so it's doubtful, unless she had a family piece, she had anything particularly valuable. Watching Mira wander, Eve felt it build up. I screwed up. Calm and assessing, Mira looked back. Why do you think that? I never figured he'd go after anyone else, and not this fast, unless in flight or for survival, or possibly if they refused to help him. But I never saw this. I don't know how you could have, or why you would have. Coming here, doing this? It's risky and it's calculated. His other killings weren't. They were, first, impulse, then opportunity. Even with that, you tried to reach her several times. Circumstances prevented it. I had the wrong handle on him. He'd never shown particularly violent behavior before, or ambition, or calculation. Killing his mother, that was impulse, then blind rage. Yes. Then his father, hours later. Rage again, but some glee in there. And the cold-blooded ability to stay in that apartment, first waiting for his father, making plans, then with both of them dead by his hand while he completed the plans. He ate, slept, plotted, with their bodies only a few feet away. He felt nothing, Mira said. He's a sociopath, a narcissist. He believes everything revolves around him and his needs, or that it should. He uses projection bias to shift blame and responsibility to others. He believes this and feels no guilt or remorse for his behavior, nor any need to change. He did change, Eve argued, when he picked up the knife and put it into his mother. Escalated, Mira corrected. Broke through the restraints. And it was her own fault. Eve shoved a hand through her hair, nodded. Okay. And I saw it as they're out of his way. He has a conduit to the money, a way to live like a king for the short term. Just what he wanted. No guilt or remorse, I got that. It was more like glee. But killing his parents, did it kill something in him? That tiny spark of conscience, humanity, the need to be a part of the whole? I think seeing what he did here, what he enjoyed doing here, no, it didn't kill a part of him. It freed a part of him he'd suppressed, and likely suppressed out of fear of punishment. A part of him he may not have been truly or fully aware of until freed. He's found himself. Sorry to interrupt, Peabody walked in, holding a takeout tray. Rourke sent this in. That's tea for you, Dr. Mira, on the front corner. Coffee for you, Dallas, back corner. And coffee regular for me. Rourke's down with McNabb at this 24/7 cafe across the street. The waiter recognized the suspect. They're checking out street-level security discs. Good, that's good. As is this. Mira sipped her tea. It's my favorite. How does he do that? Eve shrugged. I've stopped asking that question. Is it all right to sit a moment? Go ahead, Eve told her. I can't yet. I can. 2 minutes, Peabody said quickly, and lowered onto one of the padded crates. He's validated, Mira went on as she sat. All those menial jobs he was pushed or forced into, never meant to be. He always knew it. Now he's proven it. All the bosses who demanded he work by their rules, short-sighted, stupid, or out to make him less because they saw he was so much more. He's killed 3 people, and he's walking free. You know who he is, but you can't stop him. He just proved that with this last kill. He has money now, true freedom now, true self now. He'll need to kill again. Definitely. His sexual reaction to this kill adds yet another level of that need. Killing rewards him. Someone he knows? A stranger won't give him that same rush, at least not this soon. Agreed, and knowing his victim, knowing that victim has always underestimated him, considered him less, has even hurt or insulted him in some way, is only part of it. Yes, she could see into him now, into the dark corners of him. Payback's the other. His parents held him back, shoved him, nagged him, threatened him, and were on the point of booting him. She already had. He's got plenty of others he'd see the same way. A long list of slights, opportunities to prove himself, opportunities for the thrill and release and the gain, the reward. We've contacted everyone we know at this point. Eve glanced at Peabody. Former employers, Peabody confirmed, co-workers, family members, friends. There'll be more, Eve said. Some neighbor who gave him lip or grief, a teacher or instructor, even a fricking waitress, a clerk. Mira enjoyed her tea. I absolutely agree. He'll attempt to work his way through anyone who made him feel less of a man, who slighted him or rejected him. We've got his name and face plastered everywhere now. He has to know that. He has to change his look. He was wearing a suit, Peabody said. I asked the wit what Reinhold was wearing. At first he said he didn't notice, but I worked on him a little, and he remembered because he said he'd never seen Reinhold in one before, that he was wearing a suit. Interesting, Mira murmured. He wanted to look professional. Spruced himself up for this kill, Eve added. Slicked up for the X. Look at me, bitch. I'm high-end now. Salons, she told Peabody. Anywhere he can get a hair job, a treatment, new eye color. He changes his method. Knife to bat to strangulation. Experimenting? She asked Mira. It could be, yes. Or tailoring. Method to fit the kill and the sin against him. Yeah, more that, I'll bet. That would make him feel skilled and smart. He has to stay somewhere, sleep somewhere, live somewhere. He won't settle for a flop. That would be beneath him, Mira concurred. Maybe in the very short term if he was on the run, but I don't see it. Not now that he's tasted the big time. A lot of hotels in New York, Peabody commented. We cover them. He'll spend a lot of time watching and reading the reports on him, Mira added. It's another validation. People know his name now, respect and fear him now. They know he's a man, a dangerous one. The way he's spending the money he has, he'll need more soon. He'd figured out how to get it, and more. He'd forgotten to get bald Lorie. He'd always think of her that way now, to transfer her savings to an account for him. He got caught up, Reinhold thought. She had a few thousand tucked away, he knew, and she'd distracted him with all that crying and shaking, so he'd killed her stupid ass before he'd taken the money. Stupid, selfish bitch. Didn't matter. What did he care? He didn't need her pathetic waitress money. He thought he'd be tired by now, but found instead he was revving, like he'd scored really good drugs, which, he thought, might go on his shopping list. But for now, he needed a nice place to stay, another infusion of money into his fuck you fund, and a stellar fake ID to go with the new look he had planned. All of those, and again more, should be available in the tidy brownstone in Tribeca. No, he didn't need Bald Lorie's pitiful savings. He'd do a lot better than that. He just had to wait for the bitch Miss Farnsworth to take her dog, the little shit pile Snuffy, out for his last walk of the night. Or should we say, his last walk ever. God, this was fun. He couldn't keep the place in view from a cafe the way he had for Bald Lorie, so he had to stay out of sight, in shadows, or pretend to talk on his link. Just after 11, he saw the door open, and fat-ass Miss Farnsworth came waddling out with the ugly little mutt on a leash. She talked to the dog in that high, annoying voice of hers, the same voice she'd ragged on him with when she'd screwed him over in computer science in high school. They'd made a big deal of her when she'd retired. He'd even gotten a damn Evite to a retirement party. Hell of a nerve, after she'd flunked him out of spite. When she'd made it half a block away, stopped for the dog to take a shit on the square of ground around some tree, he slipped through the gate of her narrow front yard and back into the shadows near her front door. Nice house, he thought. He'd be happy here for a couple days. Bitch inherited the place when her real estate daddy died. Lived alone since her stupid husband croaked. No wonder she lived alone, considering she was fat, ugly, and mean as an alley rat. He slipped the baseball bat out of his bag, enjoyed the feel of it in his hands, knowing what he'd do with it. He thought how he could have been an assassin, one of those special operatives, licensed to kill, the government ran. Maybe he still could, after he'd finished what he needed to do. It might be fun to kill people he didn't even know, but he knew so many who really needed to die. He was going to be really busy for a while. A career opportunity would just have to wait. He watched her come back, ugly dog prancing. When they clanked through the gate, his heart picked up its beat in anticipation. The dog stopped, quivered, barked. Shit, he hadn't thought of that.
Oh, now, Snuffy. Is it that bad cat again, that nasty bad old cat?
Yeah, Jerry thought, grinning. I'm a bad cat.
Come on now, don't be such a baby.
She scooped up the barking dog, cradling him, hushing him, and walked to the door. Turned the key. Opening the door. He was on her like a leech. One swing to send her pitching forward, slamming the door behind him, breathing fast as he fought the urge to just wail away. Instead, he gave the barking, quivering dog one hard kick that sent Snuffy smashing against the wall, then dropping just like its mistress. He had to slow his breath, force himself to slow it down, slow everything down until the tornado roar of blood storming in his head died so he could just think again. Then, with a self-satisfied nod, he propped his trusty bat against the wall and rubbed his hands together in anticipation of all to come. In Chelsea, Eve spoke briefly to the waiter who had served Reinhold. He came in about 4:15 maybe, ordered a Maxima latte, double-shot caramel, and a grand chunky chunk cookie. He worked his link in PPC, but lots of people do. Did you hear him talking to anyone? The waiter scratched his ear as if it would help him think. Now that you mention it, I guess not. He was just sitting there, watching out the window, and he'd try his link off and on, poke around on his handheld. I figured he was maybe waiting for someone, and they were late, but I asked him if he was, expecting someone, and he said no, he was just killing time before an appointment. He paid cash. After all that hang time, he got up all of a sudden and fast, left cash on the table, grabbed his bag and bugged out, kind of trotting. I went to make sure he covered the tab. He did. Not much tip, but covered. And I spotted him cutting across the street, zipping around cars stopped for the light. That's about it. What kind of bag? What kind of what? Bag, Eve repeated. You said he grabbed his bag before he left. Oh, yeah, right. Pretty nice bag. Looked new, I guess. Black, big. I guess it was like a duffel, but classier. I didn't pay much attention. Good enough. If you think of anything else or see him again, get in touch. No sweat on it. She went outside where McNabb and Rourke stood on the sidewalk in geek conversation. She held up a hand to cut that off. Security visuals? We were just talking about that. Not in English. McNabb just grinned at her. We've got him off a few street cams, and we can put that together. What we were figuring is how we backtrack, see if we can catch him farther back to where he came from. Why didn't you just say so? We did. Or were, Rourke corrected. Since the privacy laws put paid to use of satellite observation, we're dependent primarily on building cams where they exist. We were working out the best probabilities on tailing him back to his source or mode of transportation. Okay. Keep doing that. Let me know when you've got anything we can use. A minute, she said to Rourke, and moved a few paces away. You're not going home, are you? I want to play with my friends a while. I may miss curfew. She glanced back at McNabb, currently talking to Peabody and doing what she thought of as the EDD shuffle. His colorfully clad body just couldn't stand still while he was in E-mode. And here was Rourke, cat quiet in his perfect black trousers and leather jacket. Yet they were friends, she thought, with all that entailed. Suit yourself. My preferred method. So, he grabbed her, kissed her hard before she could evade. On duty and in public. But you did say, suit myself, Lieutenant. She punched him lightly in the stomach. Me too. Peabody, with me. She walked across the street to where her car, as promised, waited. While Eve worked, so did the man she hunted. Here he could take his time and enjoy the excitement of wandering through a house without permission. He could do whatever he liked, have whatever appealed to him. Plenty of electronics here to sell or trade and add to his fuck you fund. An obvious e-geek at heart, Ms. Farnsworth liked her gadgets, including a house droid duded up in a black suit and luckily in sleep mode. He knew enough about programming from the courses he'd taken, that his dead, tightwad parents had whined about paying for, to wipe the droid's memory chips. Reprogramming was more of a head-scratcher, but he could handle the basics. And he'd get fat fuck Farnsworth to walk him through the fancy stuff later if he needed it. He helped himself to a snack after he'd tied and gagged the old bitch to a chair in her home office. They'd work there, so he'd ordered the rebooted droid to haul her fat ass up the stairs, then shut down again. Then Reinhold took his tour. The place smelled like old lady, and of the dog currently quivering and glassy-eyed in the corner. Probably broke something inside the little turd head with the kick, he decided, and stuffed more salt and vinegar chips into his mouth. A treat he washed down with Coke. Now and again, he wiped his salty hands on some of her fussy curtains or the back of a chair. He poked through her bedroom. Big-ass screen there. The old bitch was loaded. Not the sort of thing he could get down and out by himself. Maybe use the droid for that, he considered. And he could send the droid out to hawk some of the e-stuff. Not too close to the house, though. Not where the old bitch shopped. He'd have to think about that one. But for the meantime, he'd enjoyed the big screen while he was in residence. He cackled over his good luck when he discovered she not only had a jet tub, but a big fancy shower, multi-jets. Now this was living. He didn't know dick about art or give a shit, but he thought maybe he could take a couple of the paintings to a gallery, spin a tale about his dead Aunt Martha, and see if he could get some cash. But his biggest discovery and thrill was the safe. A good-sized one, built into the wall behind a painting of a dumbass farmhouse and a field of some farming shit. An old safe, at least it looked old, with its classic combo lock. Probably been in the house for decades, maybe more, and whatever was inside now belonged to him. Back in her bedroom, he dumped all her fat old lady clothes out of the closet and into bags. Maybe he could get something for them, but mostly he wanted them out. He dragged them, the stupid dog bed, the smelly basket of dog toys, into another bedroom. Guest bedroom, he imagined, with its fussy, lacy things and pictures of flowers. She had an unexpected guest now. He went back, changed out of his suit into new jeans, a designer t-shirt, and new skids. Work clothes, he thought, checking himself out in the mirror. He set out his things in the bathroom for later. The hair color, the trimmer, the face and body bronzer. He'd wanted to go to a fancy salon, but he wasn't an idiot. Anyway, he'd read instructions on the net on how to do this makeover deal. He could pull it off, and later he'd try that fancy salon to polish it all up. He just needed to look different, and to have that look for the new ID the old bat would help him create. He knew just how to convince her. He took out the pair of metal cutters, the meat cleaver he'd found in her kitchen, handy and full of potential, and a little battery-operated hand drill. That should do it for now, he thought, and strolled back into the office. He smiled brilliantly when he saw her eyes open, terrified, confused. Bumped up the smile when those eyes landed on him, when he watched recognition and then horror bloom in them. "Hi, Ms. Farnsworth. Remember me? You flunked me out of comp science, screwed up my life. We're going to have ourselves a teacher-student conference." For effect, he thwacked the meat cleaver into the desk. "Starting now." Chapter 9. He pulled a chair over so they faced each other, braced an ankle on his knee. "I had to take your stinking class over because you had it in for me. I got in-home detention for a month, stuck in there with my bitching, carping parents. You fed them lies when they came in for your student crisis meeting. You told them I was lazy and careless, how all I wanted to do was play comp games instead of learning the lame, stupid, worthless science. You cost me my fucking summer. All those weeks taking that class over when my friends were hanging. I couldn't go to the shore." He lifted the nippers, studied them, smelled her fear sweat. "It was the worst summer of my life. My friends ragged on me every damn day, and I was stuck in class with losers just because you wanted to screw with me." He leaned forward, and though she tried to curl her fingers, keep them balled in a fist, he pried one out, fit the nippers over it, smiled at her. I'm going to take the tape off so you can explain all this to me. Give me your side of it. If you scream, I'm going to snip this finger off at the knuckle. You got that?" She nodded, her eyes glued to his as he pulled at one corner of the tape. "One scream, one finger," he warned, and yanked the tape free. She hissed in a breath at the rip on her skin, let it out in a tremble. "I won't scream, Jerry. Nobody's going to hear you anyway, the way you've got this place closed up, but I don't want to hear it." He really wanted to tighten his hold on those nippers, feel the snip, watch her face when he did. But it occurred to him she might need her fingers to make the ID he wanted. Still, she wouldn't need her toes if it came to that. Slowly, he drew the nippers away, set them down. "So what's your side of it, Ms. Farnsworth?" He put on an attentive face and still couldn't conceal the ugly glee in his eyes. "I'm really interested." "I wanted to help you. I did," she insisted when he picked up the nippers again. "I went about it the wrong way. I made a mistake." She had to fight back tears of relief when he took his hand off the nippers, gave herself a moment, just a moment to gather herself. "I shouldn't have been so hard on you. You were on my case from day one. You had such potential." She wasn't entirely sure that was a lie. She had seen potential and utter laziness. But she'd tried so hard with him, had given him so many chances. For God's sake, she'd worked with him one-on-one, assigned one of her best students as his lab partner. "I couldn't figure out how to mine that potential, how to reach you." That was a lie, she thought. She'd been a good teacher, and she'd tried everything in her arsenal with Gerald Reinhold. He'd been one of her few failures because he hadn't cared. He'd been consistently lazy, obviously ungrateful. "That was my failure, my fault. You marked down my work." Part of her wanted to rise up, to take him down to size with her outraged teacher's voice, because she'd done no such thing. If anything, she'd given him slightly higher marks initially in hopes to build his confidence, inspire him to try harder. So she used that. "I sensed great things in you, Jerry, so I pushed you hard. Too hard. I didn't see that until it was too late. I regret that. I'm sorry for that. I wish I could go back and do it all over." "Do-over!" He snorted the term, but she'd confused him. He'd never expected her to admit all of it. Never expected her to see she'd been the one at fault. Didn't matter, he thought. The plan was the plan. "Give me the combination to your safe." He snapped it out so fast, she jolted, and though her stomach clenched, she told him, slowly and clearly. "If that's not it, you lose a finger." He slapped the tape back in place, walked out. Alone, she tried to shift, to turn and twist. She couldn't see the cords around her wrists, her ankles, but she could feel them cutting into her. He taped over the cords, taped around and around her and the chair so she was all but glued in it. But maybe with repetitive motion she could loosen it all, just enough. Or maybe she could find a way to coax him into freeing her hands. Where was Snuffy? What had he done to the poor little thing? Harmless as a lamb, she thought, and fought tears again. He'd killed his parents. She'd heard all about it on the media reports, killed them and stolen their money. He'd kill her, too, unless she found a way to talk him out of it, or get away. When she heard him coming back, she went very still. "Cooperate," she ordered herself. "Agree with him. Be contrite. She'd spent more than half her life teaching, and primarily teens, which could often be a frustrating, thankless job, until they bloomed a bit, turned the corner off that avenue of self-involvement. Watching them bloom had been one of her greatest joys. With Jerry Reinhold, she'd never seen the first tiny bud. "You got a hoard in there, don't you, Miss Farnsworth? Cash, jewelry, heirloom shit, right? That's worth a lot. Bunch of discs. You're gonna explain the ones to me marked insurance. I bet some of the shit you've got sitting around here's worth plenty. You owe me plenty, so we'll get started on that. We may just have to pull an all-nighter." He shoved her chair to the side a bit, brought himself up to the computer. "First thing, I'm gonna need your passcodes. Let's start with your bank accounts." Because he wanted to, he gave her a hard, careless backhand. "I said, I need your passcodes." "Oh, sorry," he laughed. "I guess you can't talk with your mouth taped up." He yanked the tape free, watched tears form in the corners of her eyes. "It's payback time, Ms. Farnsworth." At her desk, Eve expanded her notes into a detailed report. She focused on it, setting aside the dregs of the emotional upheaval she'd caused, witnessed when she'd knocked on the door of Lorie Nuccio's parents to tell them their daughter was dead. She couldn't stop their grief, and knew she couldn't take it on. What she could do, would do, was pursue and catch the man who'd taken their daughter and forever changed their lives. Lorie's face had its spot on her board now, as she'd been, and as Reinhold had left her. The media would have that face by morning, the before, and would run it over and over. But she'd make damn sure they never got their hands on how Lorie had looked when she died. Who else was on his list? Who would he target next? She got up for more coffee, drank it standing at her window, looking out at New York. All those lights. Windows, sidewalks, the beams from traffic cutting through the dark. All those people going, coming, settling down, partying, having sex, looking for action, looking for quiet. How many of them had somehow offended or pissed off Reinhold in his 26 years? And how many might he get to in his payback spree before she stopped him? She turned to her board. Mother, father, ex-lover. Personal, intimate. Would he stick with that? Grandparents? Did they make the grade? Cousins? Would it be family first? Payback for childhood slights, for lack of support, for criticisms? Friends would come next, wouldn't they, if he followed that sort of pattern? Would it be the one who won big in Vegas while he lost? The one who kicked him out for not paying the rent? He'd need opportunity, a way to get to them. She sat again, ran probabilities, then sat back, frowning, drumming her fingers over the results. The computer liked the Brooklyn grandparents, highest probability. Out of town set, very low. Friends got an even split. She wouldn't chance it. She'd have the grandparents under protection. But it didn't fit well in her gut, not yet. Weren't grandparents typically or generally more indulgent than parents, and wouldn't Reinhold see the pattern too? Then again, the Brooklyn set had some money from what she dug up. Not roll in it and sing happy songs money, but a solid foundation. He'd need and want more money. Offsetting it? Traveling to Brooklyn. Getting out of Manhattan, taking that time, making those plans. Not your next stop. I just don't feel it. The friends didn't have real money, But Asshole Joe, as Peabody dubbed him, had hit it in Vegas. He could get 2 birds with 1 stone, couldn't he? Payback and the money he'd lost, and his friend won. Maybe 3 birds, she considered, as he'd be happy to brag to Asshole Joe about killing Lorie. Someone who'd known her, a friend who'd probably agreed after the breakup that she'd been a bitch. Of friends and family, though she needed to dig deeper into the cousins, Asshole Joe topped her list for targets. But even he didn't sit quite perfectly. "Dallas," Peabody began as she started into the office, "McNabb, isn't he going to want to circle back to his friends at some point?" "What?" "Reinhold. He's not a loner. Everything we've got on him indicates he likes to hang with his friends, go to bars, clubs. He wants somebody, and somebody familiar, to drink with, to bitch to. He's pumped right now. Adrenaline's flowing. Everything's gone his way. He's having his personal little celebration, but eventually he's going to need to bump fists with his buds, right?" I don't know. He's killed 3 people. His friends probably aren't going to want to bump fists." "You're not thinking like him. He's rich on his scale. He's famous. He's got power and glory. If you can't rub that in the faces of your friends, then who? Right now, it's fancy hotels and food, new clothes, but he's got to see already that takes more money than he's got to maintain for long." "Maybe, but we're about the same age. If, say, I had 175 odd grand fall into my lap, my initial reaction would be, 'Holy shit, I'm rich!' And I'd celebrate too. I'd buy new stuff, toss some of it around. I couldn't help it." "But then you'd stop because you're not an asshole." "Yeah, but he is." Considering, Peabody stepped closer to the board. "He's not going to be thinking of investing for the future or paying his bills off or whatever things mature people do with windfalls." "I get that. I get it." Eve pointed at Peabody, then, because she saw her partner's gaze shift to the auto chef, pointed at it. "But he's found an ambition," she continued, while Peabody scurried over to program coffee. "He's never had one before. That's something I got from Mira. Something broke free inside him and released this killer from the lazy asshole. Now he's got ambition, and I think on some level he is thinking about the future." "Like an investment fund?" "No, like how he's going to keep doing what he's discovered he really likes doing, and how to make enough money at it to keep up a high lifestyle. Fucker probably sees himself becoming some sort of big-ticket paid assassin, a hitman. But before that, he has to even the scales, pay back everyone who crossed him, one way or the other. He can't keep moving from hotel to hotel. He needs a base, a hive, an HQ." Though she knew its miseries, Peabody sat in the visitor's chair with her coffee. "Okay, I see where you're going. He needs to score while he evens the score so he can get a place of his own, an iced place. He'd have to score mega to buy one, but not as mega to rent. But to rent, he'll need more cash. Or better, a safe account because cash throws up flags. He'll need that ID and enough change in his looks so he can move around the city. The grandparents in Brooklyn are pretty well set. Yeah, the comp likes them for it. Did your grandparents ever piss you off?" "Not really." As she thought of them, an easy smile bloomed on Peabody's face. "I guess they've kind of spoiled me. Well, all of us. That's how it goes, right?" Still, considering his meter for offenses and the fact he's been a major screw-up all or most of his life, there's probably enough there. I'm having them covered. It seems he's at least smart enough to figure we would. "Asshole Joe hit big in Vegas." Eve nodded. rubbing at the tension in the back of her neck. Could go for him, especially since that's pretty fresh. But odds are Joe's already burned through a chunk of the big. He needs more than that. Another major infusion. In his place, I'd start on former employers. Even if they're not well set, wouldn't he see them that way? They own or run a business. They had authority over him, like his parents. It's a good angle. I think we push that one. And we start taking a look at high-end apartments, condos, townhomes currently for rent.
Hell of a lot of those, Dallas.
He only needs one, and so do we. Hoping to jog her brain, she angled toward the board, propped her boots on the desk in think mode. He can't stay deep in his old neighborhood, not if he's got half a brain cell working. Too big a chance, even if he alters his looks, somebody will make him. Not the ex's neighborhood either, she decided, but somewhere close. He'd want the familiar, the comfort of it, at least while he's still developing. And it's more satisfying to lord it over everyone, to have a fancy, expensive place close to where his friends have their cheap ones. Run some probabilities on that.
Okay. Meanwhile, McNabb let me know they've just about got the street cam angle worked out. They're up in the EDD lab.
I'll head up. Run the probabilities, send them to me. Then go home and get some sleep or catch some in the crib. We'll start back on this in the morning.
What are you gonna do?
Eve dropped her foot to the floor. That depends on what McNabb and Rourke have.
I'll stick here in case you get something hot. I've got a change of clothes in my locker. Maybe just tell McNabb I'll be in the crib.
Satisfied, Eve headed out and up. She avoided the EDD bullpen. Even in the middle of the night, it jumped and hopped and jiggled with wild colors and constant movement. She steered away, but made a mental note to carve out some one-on-one time with Feeney, her former trainer, partner, and captain of the Geek Squad. She spotted Rourke and McNabb through the glass walls of the lab, and stepping in, almost staggered from the punch of clashing, crashing music. She recognized Mavis on the vocals, and however much she loved her friend, there were limits. "How can you think with all that noise?" she demanded. "Keeps the juices rolling," McNabb claimed, but bowed to rank. "Music end," he ordered, and cut Mavis off mid-wail. The room descended into blessed quiet. "What have you got?" Eve asked, as she stepped toward a screen where images flew by in a blur. "A puzzle," Rourke told her, "with the last pieces just in place." He swiveled on his stool to face her. "In plain English?" "Yeah, let's go with that." Starting at the victim's building, we were able to correlate from various security cam footage Reinhold's route to, and to a lesser extent from. It took some time in doing, as he made a few detours, and far from all buildings in that sector have cams, or working ones in any case. "We nailed arrival, Dallas." McNabb sucked from a giant go-cup. "But he hit a residential pocket on departure, out of any cam range, and we haven't been able to pick him up. He could have grabbed a cab or a bus or kept walking. We'd have him if he headed into a subway. We've run all the stations in that sector. But he could have gone down somewhere else. We can keep looking." "Show me what you have." "We just put it together." McNabb ordered the results on screen. "We'll run it forward so you can see him arrive, then move into position." She watched the rapid cab swing out of the tangled traffic, brake at the curb. Reinhold, in his new suit and dark sunshades, hopped out, hefted a long duffel. "Zoom in there. Get me the cab number." McNabb paused the run, sticking Reinhold as he'd secured the strap of the duffel on his shoulder. "He's happy," Eve stated. "Excited. You can see it on his face. He's thinking about what he's going to do to her, how he'll do it." "We got the number," McNabb told her, but ordered the zoom so she could see it herself. "We wanted you to see it before we called it in." She pulled out her link. "Keep it going," she ordered, as she contacted the cab company's central dispatch. "This is Lieutenant Eve Dallas, NYPSD, homicide. Badge number 43578Q. I need the pickup location of a passenger." She relayed the information as she watched Reinhold walk, his movements smoothed out by geek skill as the cams caught him. She saw his head turn, imagined his gaze shifting over, up with the movement, looking at Lorie's building, her apartment windows, Eve thought. Taking out his link, trying to contact her, see if she's up there. Her day off, he'd know that. "Outside the Grand Line Hotel on 5th. Got it. Thanks. Keep it going," she said to McNabb. She wanted to watch him. She studied his face when she could see it, his body language as she contacted the hotel. "Show me what you have on departure," she told McNabb once Reinhold walked into the cafe. She repeated her name and identification data to the hotel clerk. "Do you have a Reinhold Gerald registered?" "One moment, Lieutenant. We have no one by that name." "A checkout? Today?" "There's nothing in our records." "What time did you come on shift?" 9 p.m. Too late, Eve thought. But there would be security cams. "I'm coming in. I'll need to see your security discs for today, starting at 7:30. All of them, all day." She didn't wait for an agreement, just clicked off. "You've got him walking south." "Yeah. Then we get to this sector here. We catch him for a nano crossing over west, and that's when we lose him." McNabb took another deep suck of whatever overly sweet drink he'd chosen. "Most building cams here have a shorter range. If he'd gone into any of the buildings, the search would have nabbed him." Opposite direction from the hotel where he got the cab, she considered. Unlikely he was going back there. She paced for a moment. He knows we're looking for him. Knows we'll find Nuccio's body, and fairly quickly. Maybe he thinks it'll be tomorrow, but still quick enough. He's not going to grab a cab near her place, so he needs to stay on foot long enough to put some distance between any pickup and the crime scene. Smug smile on his face, just strolling along. World's his clam. "Oyster," Rourke corrected, when McNabb's brows drew together in puzzlement. "He's too cocky-looking not to have another hole ready to crawl into." "The Village, maybe. Or Soho, Tribeca. Or maybe he walked south and then caught an uptown bus. Tucked in by now, wherever the hell he is." "I'm going to check out the hotel." "I'm with you," Rourke said, and pushed to his feet. "Do you want me to keep running the search, Lieutenant?" She considered it, shook her head. "We've got what we're going to get, and it'll have to be good enough. Peabody's using the crib." McNabb's face brightened. "Oh, yeah? And don't even think about doing the deed in there." She strode out, knowing he'd probably do more than think about it. She decided to risk the elevator, breathed a little easier when she found it empty. "What kind of a place is the Grand Line?" "I thought you might ask." Rourke tapped his PPC. "Mid-sized business hotel, 24-hour services to accommodate the business traveler." A step down from the manor. "Well, most are." She scowled when the doors opened, and a pair of uniforms dragged in a pair of bloody, battered, still spitting street LCs. "It's my corner, you thieving whore bitch! You don't own the sidewalk, cuntzilla. You tried to steal my John right in my fucking face. I can't help I was walking by and he went for me instead of your fat, dumpy ass. Noting the fire in fat, dumpy ass's eye, Eve instinctively nudged Rourke back an instant before FDA kicked out with a foot squeezed into a shoe with the toe as sharp and pointed as a stiletto. It connected with bare shin. Thieving whorebitch let out an ear-splitting yowl, swiped out with inch-long nails as pointed as the shoes. This time blood flew, and pandemonium reigned as the uniforms fought to drag the women apart. TWB tore FDA's sparkly pink shirt, exposing one impressive man-made breast. "And you ask why men enjoy watching women fight," Rourke commented. "Oh, for the sake of silicone Jesus!" Eve grabbed one of them by the hair. She didn't know or care which one. Yanked, dragged, and managed to plant a boot on the other one's neck. "Knock it off!" Her voice echoed in the confines of the elevator. "Or I'll stun the pair of you. And shut the fuck up!" she added when the pair of them screamed out their curses and complaints. "Secure these two, damn it!" "Come on, Dory, what the hell?" One of the uniforms crouched to slap restraints on one pair of wrists while her partner did the other. The elevator doors opened. "Get them off." "We're actually taking them down to now." "Yes, sir." Hauling them up, the uniforms pulled the now weeping and wailing LCs off the car. "Well, now, that was entertaining." Rourke took out a handkerchief, caught Eve's chin in his hand. "What?" "Just a little back blow from the nail swipe. There, that's better." "God," was all she said until they reached the garage level. "You drive," she told him. "I want to check on some things on the way." He got behind the wheel. "Such as?" "I want to make sure Morris is on the 3rd DB. I can put together how and when. I sure as hell know who and why. But it keeps it consistent. And I want to alert Harpo, hair and fiber queen at the lab. Mira thinks he took some of the Vic's hair. That's a personal trophy, if so. And I want to check on the probabilities I had Peabody run on his next victim." "You believe there'll be a next?" "He's got one picked out. If we don't net him soon, we'll have another DB for Morris." She paused long enough to scrub her hands over her face. If he put half this time, effort, and thought into any one of the jobs he's blown through, he'd be at least middle management by now. This is more fun. You got that right. He's found himself. They have sites, right? Conduits, avenues, to hype yourself as a kill for hire or to look for one. He sent her a sidelong glance. "You'd know people who know people?" "Possibly. That was never my avenue, nor did I buy rounds at the pub for those who drove along it." "But you know people?" "I do." It's just a side angle, but he likes this. And so far it's working for him. He likes the high life and he likes killing. Right now he's killing people he knows, has some grudge against, but most of them aren't going to keep him in the high life. Why not make your hobby your profession? He might think that. It's an interesting side angle. I'll ask around. He shouldn't have gotten this far. She let her head rest back. He hit it lucky with Nuccio. She picks today to be out of reach, get a new link and number. Without that, I connect with her, and I'd have asked about the locks. On top of it, he tried her old number. I know he did. We'd have had that, even on a clone. I'd have known he was trying to find her. Everything just played in his favor. Luck's a potent thing. Skill's better. He pulled up in front of the Grand Line. The doorman hustled forward. "Lieutenant Dallas, they're waiting for you inside. Mr. Wirtz at the desk." The place struck her as very clean and entirely too bright. Busy, even at this hour, the lobby throbbed with movement. Business people, she judged, coming in from late transpo, going out to same. Others sat slack-jawed with fatigue, mumbling into hand or ear links. A striking man with a face too young for the silver mane of hair, and maybe that was the point, stepped around the long black counter at her approach. "Lieutenant, Michael Wirtz. I'm the night manager. I have the security feed you requested. The clerk informed me you'd inquired about Gerald Reinhold. No one registered under that name. We have the alert in place. He got a cab out front at just before 1600 today, so I need to see that feed. I have it set up in my office, just this way. I admit to being unnerved when Risa told me. I followed the reports on this man all day." He opened a door behind the big counter into a small warren of rooms and cubes, then turned into an office. "People often take advantage of the cab line here," he continued. "In any case, security made copies of the times you requested." "Take the lobby cams first," Eve told him. Wirtz used a remote, started the feed on his wall screen. Eve spotted Reinhold at 8:23. "That's him. Ball cap, sunshades, the 2 suitcases." "Oh dear. One moment." He turned to a comp, operated it manually and with a very swift touch. "We checked in a guest named Malachi Gold at 8:28. He requested a day room. He showed ID, paid cash up front. As it says in these notes, his credit card had been compromised at the Transpo Center." "Oh dear," he repeated. "What?" "I see here the ID card is invalid. It's over a year out of date. The clerk didn't check that or notice." "What time did he check out?" "Officially, he hasn't. But we did a room check at 6 p.m., as he'd only paid for a day room. He wasn't in residence, nor were his things." "Let me see the feed for 30 minutes before he caught the cab." Wirtz ordered the time to run. "Speed it up." She watched, scanned. "Stop it there. In the suit now. No suitcases, just the duffel." He'd been in and out at least once between check-in and this. "I'll need a copy of the full day. Is the room he used occupied?" "No, we have it open." "I want to see it." "Right away." "It's very disturbing." With nervous fingers, Wirtz tugged at his tie. "I wouldn't like our guests to be made aware he was on premises. I'm not going to make an announcement. Let's see the room. It's on 12. He showed them out, gestured toward the elevators. "I'll take you in, then, unless you need me, I'll go arrange for the disc copies." "That works. I'll also need a list of names. Who checked him in, if anyone helped him with his bags, the doorman who got him the cab, anyone else on staff who had direct contact with him. I'll see you have it." He let them into the room on 12, hurried away. "Has to cover his ass, or other asses, as he wasn't on," Eve commented. "The expired ID should have been questioned. And he doesn't look like Mal Gold. Same age, sure. Basically the same height, maybe, but that's it. The clerk wasn't paying attention, so he got lucky again. He doesn't check out, so nobody pays attention. Just a day room for cash. His version of a flop." She glanced around the streamlined, efficient space. Lots of tile and shiny silver. High-energy colors. Its own business center and mini-kitchen. She'd have the sweepers go over it, but didn't expect much. Just a place to stay for a few hours while he ran errands, made plans, showered, changed into his new suit. We'll see him going out with the suitcases again. Who notices that in a hotel lobby? But he's worked out where he'll try to sell what he didn't liquidate on Sunday. Takes it out or pieces of it. Does some selling, does some buying. The suit, maybe, more clothes, the duffel, the bat. Need the duffel for the bat. She wondered as she thought it through. In and out, using this as a temporary home base. Jewelry stores, second-hand stores, pawn shops, selling, trading, even the suitcases at one point, and probably at least some of his old clothes. Shedding it all now for profit. Then, all done, he just walks out of here, catches a cab, and goes down to kill Lorie Nuccio. She paced circles in the top-flight business-style suite. Shopping bags. He's bound to have come back with shopping bags, so we'll see where he went at least. She rubbed fatigue from her eyes. Look, I'm going to go ahead and review the discs back at Central. Catch a couple hours in the crib. I have a better idea. I had them hold us a room at the Manor. It's close enough. You can review the discs there, and we can both catch a couple of hours in a room that doesn't include Peabody, McNabb, and potentially other cops. It was the room without other cops that decided her. Sold. Chapter 10. The room at the Manor soothed with warm, deep colors, soft fabrics, and thick, age-faded rugs over the gleam of hardwood. Over a small stone fireplace, a wide-framed mirror reflected the style and dignity of the parlor. And at the touch of a button inside a wall niche, the mirror wavered away into the dark surface of a screen. Well, that's pretty frosty, Eve decided. Manor guests prefer the look of old world with the convenience of the new. We've blended them wherever we can. She needed the screen to view the security discs, but there were other priorities. Does that include an auto chef with decent coffee? It does, but we've both caffeinated enough at this point. I'll make a deal, he said before she could argue. If you find something you can move on tonight, I'll load us both up. It was probably fair. She didn't like it, but it was probably fair. While she sulked over that, he went through a doorway, came back a few moments later with 2 tall glasses of water with a slice of lemon in each. Really? Yes. He kissed her nose. Really. She was thirsty enough to settle for it, and tired enough to sit on the arm of the big plushy sofa while he set up the disc. He didn't want to settle for a business hotel, Eve calculated. Good enough while he ran around the city, but not where he wanted to bunk. And he was smart enough to use Gold's old ID. He'd need his own to cash the checks, but smart enough or nervous enough to use a ploy to register at the hotel. Maybe he'll try using it again for his bedtime place. Wiser to spend some of that running around the city time getting a new ID, a fake one. You need to know how. And yeah, he could have found out how. Run it, she told him. Rourke sat on the opposite arm of the sofa, watching with her. Less than 20 minutes after check-in, they spotted him again. Rourke slowed the feed. Same outfit as check-in, just the briefcase. Bank time. Get the cash before the bodies are discovered. He pulled that off, she muttered. She watched him come back through the lobby, a fat, smug smile on his face. Timestamp 9:38. He hit the luck again, she said. Just frigging breezed through the banking, and now the briefcase is full of money and cashier's checks. He all but strutted into the elevator and was back again, strolling out, one suitcase, 11 minutes later. Just one suitcase. Gotta get rid of everything he can. Maybe not the big tickets. He didn't have a suitcase when he went into Ursa's, but the smaller ones. Cash those checks before the bodies are discovered and his face and name hit the media. He's still ahead of the game by just enough. Speed it up again. He came back without the suitcase, but wearing a suit and carrying a garment bag. Mission accomplished. And a little shopping, too. Can you— I am, Rourke said, and anticipating her, zoomed and magnified. On the rack for men, she read on the side of the bag. Do you know it? No, but give us a moment and I will. He's moving fast, Eve noted, and look at his body language, his expression. He's digging on the suit, likes how he feels in it. They have a location a block from the hotel. Good location for the business crowd who needs a change quickly. Alterations done on site, and within the hour for an additional fee. They run from suits to casual wear, shoes, accessories, and so on. We'll pay them a visit. She watched, waited for the next appearance. There. Timing-wise, he must be heading out with the watches. Suit and briefcase, and Ursa looks and thinks a nice young man. Busy, busy. We'll check with the day man on the door. Probably got a cab. Why not? He's pretty damn flush. She got up to pace, eyes on the screen, as Rourke ran it forward. There again. Out nearly 3.5 hours this time. Lots to do. What are those bags? Village Paint and Hardware, In Style, Running Man, that's one of mine. Specializes in athletic shoes, clothing, accessories for men again. The duffel might have come from there. It fits. He's a man now. He likes shopping in male-specific stores. Hardware. He could have bought the cord and tape there. We'll check it out. What's In Style? Trendy clothing and accessories. Okay. She sat again. He went out again with the second suitcase. On his return, 18 minutes later, he carried the duffel and wore the stylish new sunshades he had when exiting the cab near Nuccio's. Got rid of the other suitcase. And I'm betting the bat's in the new duffel. That and anything else he thought of on this trip. Productive day. And there, she said when Rourke paused a final time. Leaving with the duffel. Done with the place. Catch a cab out front and it's off to kill. She rose again and paced. He had an agenda in place. A schedule, a to-do list. Maybe he varied it some. Impulse buys, or he might have had to try a couple places before selling off the goods, but he stuck close to it. He had all that time with his dead parents and when he stayed at the manor to work it out. Dayhole, banks, cash checks, sell, shop, grab lunch somewhere maybe, sell, shop, pack up his new stuff. He stays with the suit for the kill. Wants her to see him all duded up. The suit makes him feel important, successful, rich. All the things he didn't feel when she kicked him out. She pressed her fingers to her eyes again. Hung out, had some fancy coffee, saw his chance and took it. But where did he go after the kill? He had to have another hole dug. Did he buy hair and face crap to try to make himself look more like gold in the expired ID? Is he going to chance using that again? It would be foolish, Rourke speculated. He has enough money to make an ID, or for now to pay cash for lodging. Yeah. Use the gold idea at the second hotel because most likely he blew through the cash he dug up at his parents'. But he's got plenty more now. Still, We'll add Gold's name to the alert, and EDD will check out the unit in the hotel, see if he used it after Nuccio. You need equipment, specific material to make an ID, and some skill to wiggle fake data into the system so it passes. Unless he got it on that last trip and stuffed it in the duffel, there's no sign he has anything like that. He has a schedule, an agenda, Rourke repeated, and he had the time to plan it. Any plan should include the ID. He could obtain a reasonably good one with the money he has, but a good one would cut into that considerably. I'm with you. So we have to figure out where he'd go and how he'd get one. You won't be doing that tonight. You need sleep. He's tucked in somewhere. Undoubtedly. Rourke rose to eject the disc, and the screen rippled back to mirror glass. And so should we be. I can go straight to Central from here early. I've got a change in my locker. You have one here as well, he told her, as he steered her toward the bedroom. I had Somerset send down what we'd both need for the night and tomorrow, and you needn't look quite so appalled. Not only does it save time and trouble, but I told him specifically what to send, so he didn't actually select your wardrobe. I guess that's something. And the big bed, with its fluffy duvet and mound of pillows, looked a lot better than a cot in the crib at Central. By the time she crawled into it, she was ready to give it up for the night. Tomorrow? Well, tomorrow Reinhold was going to have her right on his ass. She curled in as Rourke's arm came around her and let it go. In dreams, she sat with Lorie Nuccio on the padded crates in the tiny apartment. Lorie's hair swept down to her shoulders, sleek, a glossy reddish-brown. Blue eyes reflected sadness out of her unmarred face. I didn't want to look like how he left me. Yeah, I get that. I thought he just needed motivation and, inspiration. He was cute, and he could be funny. He wasn't stupid, and he wasn't mean. Not at first. He treated me okay, and I wanted to help him. I was the stupid one. I don't think so. You cared about him. You thought you could help him grow up some. Yeah, I guess. I liked having a steady boyfriend. Having somebody. And he'd had some bad luck. He said he had. A lot of bad luck. People were jealous of him and screwing with him. But that's not really the way it was. He had such nice parents, and I thought he'd come around. She knuckled a tear away. But he just got worse instead of better. He wouldn't work, and he complained all the time, and he never helped clean up the apartment. Then he took the money, my money, and when I got mad, he hit me. I had to kick him out. It was what I had to do. It was. You didn't do anything wrong. But he killed me for it, and now I'll never get married or have kids or go shopping with my friends. And he hurt me really bad. He cut my hair off, and it was so pretty. Now I look like this. Her hair fell away, hank by hank. Her eyes swelled, blackened. Her lips split. I'm sorry for what he did to you. I should have stopped him. I just wanted a fresh start, but he wouldn't let me. I don't want my parents to see me like this. Can you fix it? Can you fix me? I'll do what I can. I'm gonna find him, Lorie. I'm gonna make sure he's held accountable for what he did to you. I'd rather not be dead. Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. He would, Lorie said solemnly, He wants a lot of people dead. It's my job to make sure he doesn't get what he wants. I hope you do your job, because so far he's getting it. Hard to argue with that, too, Eve thought, and slid into the more comforting dark. While Eve talked to the dead in dreams, Reinhold gloated over his latest luck. He'd known the old hag had some money, but he hadn't known she had money. By the time he emptied her accounts, he'd have $3,984,000 in his brand new name, or the name to come once they generated that new ID. When he added it to what he'd, inherited from his parents and gotten from his former bitch girlfriend, he'd be rolling in more than $4 million. Jesus. He thought the $175,000 he'd had, minus what he'd spent, was a big deal. It was nothing compared to this. He could have anything he wanted now. Anyone he wanted now. He'd never have to work a day in his life to live like a king. Except for the killing, that is. But what was that old bullshit his father always tossed around? If you love your work, you're never working, something like that. Who knew the stupid bastard would actually be right about anything? And now he had a droid, a pretty classy one, reprogrammed to follow his orders and only his. He'd really enjoyed that when he'd ordered up a midnight snack. Miss Farnsworth, you sneaky bitch! You've been sitting on all this money with that fat ass of yours. Why the hell did you waste all that time dragging it around the classroom? She only stared at him with dead, tired eyes, rimmed with red from fatigue and tears, and from the occasional backhand he delivered to keep her sharp. She'd loved teaching, she thought. He'd never understand the satisfaction and fulfillment of honest work. He was rotten down to the core, and she knew now he'd kill her before he was done. He'd make her suffer first. He'd hurt her in every way he could devise. Then he'd kill her. We've still got work to do, but some of it's gonna have to wait. I've got to get some shut-eye. He rose, stretched luxuriously. You ought to get some, too. You look like hell. He laughed, cracking himself up so much he bent over from the waist. Tomorrow we're going to finish routing all that money. And the big new assignment? We're going to work on that ID. I need your best work now, remember that? Remember how you said that 1,000,000 times? I need your best work, Jerry. Stupid bitch. He gave her a last backhand, in case she forgot. See you in the morning. He gave her chair a good shove so it slammed against the wall, then strolled out, calling for lights off on the way. She sat quivering in the dark. Then, steeling herself, began to squirm, rock, twist her aching limbs in the faint hope she could loosen her bonds. Eve woke to the familiar and the not. The life-affirming scent of coffee hit first, to her eternal gratitude. The sense of an empty bed with Rourke close by. Those were every morning things. But the bed wasn't her bed, and no sky window above it showed her the filtered roof of the world. Hotel, she thought. Downtown, near work. And a dead body waiting for her at the morgue. She sat up, glanced blearily around at the muted gold of the walls, the single white orchid, she thought it was an orchid, arching out of a deep blue pot on a dresser, and caught the muted mumble from the parlor beyond. Media reports, stock reports, she concluded. Rourke usually kept the sound off as he reviewed all that from the bedroom sitting area. She rolled out, snagged the robe draped at the foot of the bed where the cat would often be, and shrugging into it, went out to join him. Already showered and dressed for business world domination in a dark suit. Some blonde and hot red sat at a glass counter on screen, talking about the market holding its breath in anticipation of the potential acquisition of Eurocom by Rourke Industries. Eve wandered over to pick up his coffee cup, down the contents. "You can have your own, you know." "I'm going to." "What's Eurocom? Why are you potentially acquiring it? And how come it makes everybody hold their breath?" "It's been the major player in Europe's joint communication development over the last decade or so. Because I can, and it will slide nicely into other holdings in that region. And because it's been badly mismanaged the last few years, resulting in lost jobs and revenue, and the acquisition should right that ship as well as add to it." "Okay." She walked to the table where plates already sat under silver warmers, got a cup of her own, and came back to pour coffee from the pot on the low table in front of Rourke. "Why aren't you over there making the deal?" "Because Eurocom is the one under the gun, and I had them come to me here. Your turf, their handout." "Close enough. Much of it's been negotiated through Link and Hollow conferences, and my liaison there. As it happens, I just signed off about 10 minutes ago while having my coffee, or what had been my coffee. The announcement should hit shortly." Eve wagged her thumb at the screen. "Blondie thinks it's a big deal." "Blondie's quite right." He held up his cup so Eve could fill it. "After the transition, which on my terms will be swift and clean and final, there'll be some restructuring. Heads rolling, asses booted more like, and some retooling. Within the next quarter, we'll generate about 500,000 new jobs." He changed lives, she thought, sitting there in his slick suit, coolly drinking coffee. With an eye toward profit, sure, and expansion, absolutely. But his go-ahead changed the life of someone sitting in a pub or cafe across the Atlantic, worrying about paying the rent. The screen flashed like a sunspot before the banner hyping breaking news swept over it. Even with the sound low, Eve heard the excitement in the blonde's voice as she announced the Eurocom Rourke Industries deal was confirmed. "Well then." Rourke got to his feet, gave Eve a light good-morning kiss. "Let's have breakfast. They do a fine full Irish here." Just like that, she thought. She sat with him, uncovered the plate to reveal the abundance of food. Jesus, what starving Irishman had first come up with the concept of the full deal? "How much of it goes to Ireland?" she asked him. "The Eurocom thing." He shot her an amused smile. "Want the figures, do you? Should I have a report sent over?" She picked up her fork. "Definitely not. I'm just curious if any of this plays in with your family. Most of my people are farmers, as you know. But there are some who don't work the land, and they may find their way onto the payroll." "You don't look as rested as I'd hoped." "Weird dream." "Dream," she repeated, so he understood there'd been no nightmare. "The latest Vic and I had this conversation in her apartment. She's pretty bummed out about being dead." "It's difficult to fault her for that." "Yeah, she doesn't want her parents to see her looking the way Reinhold left her. In the dream, I mean." "Projecting," Eve said as she began to eat, "and I shouldn't be." "Why not? You feel for her." "It's not my job to feel for her. It's my job to find and stop Reinhold." "You do both, and that's what makes you you." My subconscious is putting words in her mouth. Watching her, Rourke cut into meaty Irish-style bacon. Your subconscious, driven by your innate observation skills and your unique sensitivity. I wouldn't discount it. None of that tells me where he is now or what he's planning next. You've generated considerable data in a short amount of time. She had. They had, she knew, but time's the problem. He's like a kid with a brand new toy and nobody to tell him to put it down. Or an addict who's just discovered a new drug and thinks there's an unlimited supply. He's not going to pace himself. I'd agree with that exactly. And I'd also say that's his mistake, or one of them. It'll be the rush, the gorging on it that trips him. Gorging, yeah. He's spent his whole life accumulating and hoarding grudges, and now he's figured out what to do with them. Stabbing, bludgeoning, strangulation. She scooped up eggs as she spoke, fueling up. It's all so much fun, he can't decide what to try next. And there's so many ways to kill. And better, so many ways to cause pain and torment first. Fighting frustration, she stabbed at potatoes. He's got a target already, and I can't know who. If you can't narrow down his next victim, you might narrow down his potential space. As you've said, he has to land somewhere. Yeah, he needs a place of his own. And money to get it, to furnish it in the fashion he deserves. A narcissist, Mira said, so he'd believe he deserved the best. Maybe he'll blow a big chunk of what he's got on his headquarters. From the timeline, he didn't have much time to scout out places yesterday. He may have done some via link or web, but he'd need to see, to walk around in the space, to imagine himself there. Maybe that's today's agenda. But he has to change his looks first, has to alter them enough. He has to know we have his face, and he's not stupid. That's something else, Nuccio said. You had quite a conversation. Well, we both felt pretty crappy. Won't most of his potential victims have holiday plans? At her blank look, he shook his head. Thanksgiving Eve. 2 days from now. Shit! That's right. Family groups, people leaving town or coming in. That's something to look at. It struck her. Yours! Yours are coming in tomorrow. They are, yes, and will perfectly understand if you're busy on an investigation and don't have much time for them. But the house would be full of people, noise, conversations, questions. She liked them, really, she did, but life happens, darling, he reminded her, however ill the timing. I guess it does. Maybe luck will turn our way and away from him, and I'll have him in a cage before the turkey's stuffed. Let's hope for that. It's going to take more than hope. She pushed away from the table. I'd better start working on turning that luck, because the little bastard's somewhere right now thinking about his next kill. He felt great. A good night's sleep, a long hot shower, and a hearty breakfast prepared and served by Asshole, his new droid. He ordered the droid to clean up, to ignore any link communications or anyone who might come to the door during the process, then shut down. The idea of anyone trying to contact Farnsworth made him consider she might have appointments. Armed with her passcodes, he checked both her calendar and her email history on her bedroom link. The fat, ugly blob had a salon appointment at 2, as if anyone would look at her twice anyway. He found the salon contact, sent a quick text canceling. and she was booked to have Thanksgiving dinner with some losers named Shell and Myra, who were probably as ugly and worthless as she was. He considered that, decided to leave it alone for now. If he still needed her in the house on Thursday, he'd make up some excuse at the last minute. It amazed him to see just how many dates and appointments ran through her calendar. Lunches, dinners, more salons, groomers for the little rat dog, currently half dead in the hallway. Maybe he should finish him off. But then again... Helping himself to a post-breakfast cappuccino, Reinhold walked upstairs. He wrinkled his nose at the smell as he walked into the office and found Ms. Farnsworth slumped in the chair, urine dripping down her legs, blood staining the tape around her wrists and ankles. "Jesus, you pissed yourself! You stink!" He held his nose with one hand, waved the other in front of his face, his eyes gleaming bright as her head rolled up. "Now I have to get asshole." I renamed the droid. "I have to get asshole in here to clean this up. Oh, by the way, I canceled your salon appointment. Saved you money, because no amount of it could make you less ugly, fat, and disgusting." He walked back out, called downstairs. "Hey, asshole! Miss Farnsworth pissed all over the place. Get up here and clean this mess up." Stepping back in, he did what he thought of as a manly pose. One arm cocked up, the other across his body. "So, what do you think of the new look? Frosty, huh?" He'd spent considerable time with the hair product, lightening his color by degrees, using the tools supplied to streak it through so he now sported a sun-washed, streaky blonde. He'd trimmed it, though he thought he needed some pro help there, but it lay slick over his head. He'd mated that with layers of bronzing product. He thought he looked as though he'd spent a month at some fancy tropical resort. The eyes had been trickier, and he'd go pro there next time, too. But now they were electric blue. Using some of the hair he'd trimmed off, he'd added a soul patch to the center of his chin. And though it had hurt like fucking hell, he'd used the kit he'd bought to pierce his left ear, which now sported a small gold hoop. I look successful, right? Young, rocking, rich. I've got an appointment with a realtor to look at a couple apartments today. Gotta look good. He barely glanced over when the droid came in with cleaning tools. "He's mine now." He gave the formerly named Richard, dignified in his dark uniform and silver-templed hair, a pat on the back. "Just like everything else that was yours, so don't even think about giving him orders. Oh, that's right, still can't talk. I'll fix that as soon as asshole's done here. Be right back." When he strolled out, Miss Farnsworth rolled her eyes toward the droid. She screamed, "Help me!" But all that sounded was a weak moan. It went about its business efficiently, as she'd programmed its domestic duties herself. She tried rocking and bucking in the chair, but her limbs were numb. The only sensation was the burning where she'd rubbed her flesh raw in her attempts to get free. She'd loosened the tape a little in places, or maybe that was just desperate hope. But she thought if she could regain a little strength, she could loosen it more. If she just had a few sips of water for her burning throat, anything to ease the pain. Even the humiliation barely touched her now, though when she'd no longer been able to control her bladder, she'd wept. It didn't matter. Just pee. Just a normal human function. If she peed, she lived, and as long as she lived, she had a chance to survive and pay the bastard back. She'd kill him if she could. She'd never harmed another human being in her life, but she would cheerfully end his by any means possible. She tried to speak again, slowly, clearly. If she could only get the droid to understand a few words. But the garbled mumbles meant nothing, and he continued his task, then gathered up the cleaning supplies. Reinhold walked in as the droid walked out, as if he'd been waiting. You still stink, but it's a little better, and sometimes we have to work under unpleasant conditions. He'd brought the nippers with him, waved them at her as he crossed to her. Scream, lose a finger. He ripped the tape away. She let out a gasp as much in shock as grabbing air. You... Her voice croaked out, barely audible. You have the money. I sure do, but we're gonna hide it really, really good. You know how, and you're gonna show me. And I need a few other things. I need water. Please. You'll just piss yourself again. I'm dehydrated. Bitch and complain, he thought, his jaw tightening, just like his mother, just like bald Lorie. Too fucking bad. Now, what we're going to do this morning is make me a nice new ID and get the data up. I've worked out everything I want. Your job is to walk me through making it happen. Got that? No. He pressed the nippers against her cheek. Need me to repeat it? Go ahead. Use them. She coughed as the words scored her throat like hot needles. I'm done helping you. Helping me? Is that what you think you're doing? Helping me? He swung back, bashed the back of his fist in her face. You're following orders, bitch. I don't need your fucking help. You do what you're told. She made herself look him in the eye, even as she felt blood slide out of her nose, and shook her head. He turned around, walked out. She gathered herself, digging for breath, digging for strength. She'd scream, however much it hurt, however much he hurt her for it. She'd scream and someone would hear. Please, God. Before she could, he came back, holding her little dog. Snuffy whimpered when he saw her, and she could see from his eyes he was hurt, and still he wagged his tail. Fear came back, raw as the skin on her wrists. Don't hurt him. He's just a little dog. Too late for that. He's already hurt. Probably needs the vet. Maybe I'll take him to a vet if you do what you're told. You won't. He shrugged. Maybe yes, maybe no, but if you don't. He turned the nippers, pushed Snuffy's paw out. I'll just start snipping away. Tears stung her eyes, ached in her burning throat. Don't, please, Jerry. Wouldn't take many snips with a rat dog like this. To motivate her, and because it was fun, he pinched the dog hard so it yelped. But I'd start small. This paw, that paw. Maybe his tongue so he can't yap. I'll do it. Don't hurt him, and I'll do it. Smiling, he closed the snips a little more. Maybe I'll snip just one paw because you said no first. Please, please. The tears rolled now. She couldn't stop them. He was a sweet old dog. He was family. He was defenseless. I'm sorry. I'll make the ID for you and upload all the data you want. I'll make it perfect. I'll hide the money. I'll bury it so nobody can trace it. Damn right you will. And one mistake, just one, he loses a paw, you lose a finger. He dumped the dog in her lap, where Snuffy whimpered at her. Reinhold sat at the desk, cracked his knuckles. Let's get started! Chapter 11. Eve went straight to the morgue. No need that she could see to pull Peabody in, not for this. The investigation was better served with her partner checking out the shops they knew Reinhold had visited, and at her desk, tracking down pawnbrokers who might be slow or reluctant to report the purchase of items sold by a murderer. She traveled the white tunnel as she had the day before, and thought, yeah, it was past time for luck to turn. She found Morris with Lorie Nuccio. As he often did, he'd chosen music to suit either his mood or the victim. This was light, kind of breezy, with a high, clear female voice singing hopefully about what lay behind the bend in the road. He looked up from his work when Eve entered, ordered the music to low volume. "I'd hoped not to see you again quite so soon." "Same here," she said as she joined him. "Young, very pretty." "Hard to tell now after he messed her up." Morris shook his head. "No, not really. Her bone structure, coloring. There's an ugliness to what he did here, but she shows through it." She'd like to know that. Eve lifted her shoulders, let them fall at Morris's arched brows. "You know how it is. They get in your head and you feel like you know." "Yes." She mattered to him, in his own twisted way. He hated her for that. He didn't rape her. "No," Morris confirmed. "There was no sexual activity, consensual or forced." He might go there with another if he gets the chance. He orgasmed during the kill, so now he has a sexual connection. A bonus round. "This one's difficult for you." I don't know why this one, especially, except we kept missing her. It's like everything was weighted on his side. We're trying to contact her, her neighbors looking out for her, and still he gets in, does this, walks away. Studying the body as he did, Eve hooked her thumbs in her front pockets. She was living cheap, you know. Padded crates, stringed beads for curtains in this little box apartment, but she kept it nice, kept herself nice. Worked hard, had friends, had family. He took it all because she wouldn't let him sponge off her anymore. Do nothing anymore. Her parents are wrecked. She paused, pinched the bridge of her nose as if to release tension. They told me her older sister and her spouse, their baby, were all in from Ohio for Thanksgiving. They were having a big family dinner. And this one here was getting some fancy dish from the restaurant where she works. I don't know why they told me all that. Sometimes they tell you things because they don't have anything else. Death's cruel. Crueler yet at times when family traditionally gathers. Yeah, and about that, they're gonna want to come in, see her. I don't know how much you can do, considering, but they shouldn't see her like this. Don't worry. He touched a hand briefly to Eve's arm. We'll take care of her, and them. Okay, good. So, she had to put it away, out of her head, and do her job. The way it pieces together, he had keys, or he'd made copies. He went in when the neighbor went out. We have him sitting in a cafe across the street where he had a good view of the building. It was the Vic's regular day off, and from statements, she usually went out, ran errands, shopped, hooked up with a friend. When he saw the chance, he went in. He'd been shopping. We've got him coming and going on his hotel security cams. He bought the tape, the cord, And I'm thinking another baseball bat. I'd agree with that. The head injury is consistent with the bat. It would have knocked her unconscious, but it wasn't a killing blow. Or meant to be, Eve added. He used good quality cord, strong and pliable. As you see from the ligature marks, he tied it as tightly as possible, much more than necessary to restrain her. She struggled, but it didn't help her. The tape, also good quality. She left teeth marks and blood inside. Some of that would be from the lip, open from a blow. He struck her with his fist. Morris balled his own. In the face, in the abdomen, in the right side. There's slight bruising around her nose and a deeper bruising on the nipple, from pinching. I missed the nose. Very slight. You'd need the micro goggles. This slight cut here, thin, sharp blade with the serrated edge. I can't tell you what sort. It's just a nick. A warning, just showing what he could do. Most likely, yes. As if to comfort, he laid a hand on Lorie's shoulder. But the lab may be able to identify the type of knife from the shorn hair. I've got Harpo on the hair. You couldn't do better. He cut it before killing her. Yeah, part of the torture. Shifting, Morris turned his attention and Eve's to the throat wounds. Considerable force was used in the strangulation. He put his back into that. You can see how deeply the cord cut into her. From the angles and the crime scene record, he would have straddled her, looped it around her neck, twisting the lines in front. He pulled his fisted hands apart sharply to demonstrate, leaving this pattern of bruising here where the lines of cord crossed. She could see it perfectly. The positioning, the movements, the joy and the terror. It's what got him off. That connection. Being on top of her, cutting off her air, feeling her body convulse under him. Being able to see her face while she fought for air, while she lost the fight. Then he raided her kitchen for snack food. He thinks he's outwitting you. She brought herself back to the moment. What? He thinks he's smarter than you, than the police. He has no idea how well you already know him and how deeply you can go. I know him, she agreed. But if I don't find him today, I'll be back in here tomorrow and we'll have this conversation over another body. He's got a long list, Morris, and he's not going to wait to feel what he felt with her again. This is the biggest rush of his life, and now he's a man who loves his work. Rather than wait for the report, Eve swung by the lab next. She didn't need to consult with Dickhead, Berensky, the chief lab tech, so wound her way through the maze of glass-walled rooms to Harpo's domain. Harpo had changed her hair. She'd gone for the short, straight bowl, almost identical to what Peabody used to wear. But Harpo had opted for shimmering ice blue. For reasons Eve would never be able to articulate or comprehend, it worked. Harpo had tossed a white lab coat over a purple skin suit, added a trio of dangling silver earrings to one ear, and a series of tiny purple studs to run up the other. She wore clear knee boots, which Eve assumed was a newly breaking style that showed off toes polished the same color as her hair, and a foot tattoo, temp or permanent, who knew, in the shape of a long-legged bird. Whatever her wardrobe choices, Eve had reason to know when it came to hair and fiber, Harpo ranked genius. And right now, Harpo sat at her work counter, a sample of auburn hair in her scope, and its microscopic counterpart enhanced on her screen. Is that my Vicks? Yo, Dallas. Yo. Recently color treated. I can give you the brand, the color name, and the products used to style if you need them. Never hurts, but I don't think it's relevant. Dr. Mira thinks the killer took some. Yeah, so you said on the command. Request, she amended with the toothy grin. And props to Mira. Good eye. He took a hank 5 1/4 inches in length, 1.1 inches in width. I can give you the exact number of hairs in the trophy, but it's probably not relevant either. Maybe it was Harpo's sass or her smarts, but Eve felt her own lips curve. No, but impressive. I so totally am. It's really nice hair. Healthy, clean. She didn't overproduct or heat. Natural color's brown, but she made a nice choice with this new hue. She didn't get to wear it very long. Too bad, because it's uptown. He didn't snip, by the way. Hacked, sliced, sawed. Not scissors. Not a razor. She did something that had the screen image revolving and different colors popping out. Sharp, jagged-edged blade. I'm still analyzing and reconstructing, but it's looking like a one-sided blade about 3 1/2 to 3 3/4 in length, about 1 inch across, 1/8 of an inch deep. I think I can nail it down before I'm finished. Just under legal limit for a pocket sticker. It's looking, Harpo said with a head bob. I'm not going to be able to tell you the brand. I can probably give you a list of possibles. Now, if he'd stuck it in flesh, Morris could probably get close, or Birdman would punch it. He's the master of sharps around here. Good to know. Sweepers sent in some fibers from the body, but you said no rush on them. We know what he was wearing and where he bought it. I needed to know if he took the trophy. Definitely. My money-back guarantee on it. And I could use the list of knives when you have it. No prob. I'll have Birdman take a look. He may be able to cut it down some. Speaking of birds, Eve glanced down at the one visible through the boot. You like? I crush on flamingos, but I'm not so sure this is it. It's a temp, 'cause you gotta be sure. Eve couldn't argue with that. Thanks, Harpo. Good, quick work. Our house specialty. She went back to it as Eve walked out. 2 steps into her bullpen, she stopped dead, pinned to the spot by Sanchez's tie. She looked away from it, fearing, like staring at the sun, she might go blind. It was the virulent color of an orange repeatedly exposed to excess radiation. On it floated searing yellow dots, unless they just floated in front of her eyes due to the 5 seconds she'd exposed her corneas. For God's sake, Sanchez, what is that thing? Retribution. He glanced behind him, checked Jenkinson's currently empty desk. Don't worry, boss. I'm not going to wear it out in the field. I mean, come on, I could blind people. We're people, too, Baxter said behind the safety of his sunshades. With a shake of her head, she started toward Peabody's desk, then changed her mind, signaled her partner to follow her. Maybe you didn't have to actually look at it to go blind or start bleeding from the ears. Her office was safer. Peabody clumped after her. The crib is a crap place to sleep. I feel like I rolled around on sticks and rocks all night. I told McNabb you weren't supposed to have sex. Ha ha. As if you can even think about it in there. Plus, he may be bony, but he's got more padding than the cots up there. Anyway, I'm going to start calling the stores we ID'd, but in the meantime, I got a couple hits on items from the Reinhold apartment. What and where? I could think more clearly if I had real coffee. For Christ's sake, get some then. What and where?
The Crystal Bowl. A shop just around the corner from the Grand Line. The thing with that... Oh, Mama! She added, after the first big gulp of caffeine laced with milk and sugar. The thing with that is, he didn't think it was worth all that much. Pawnbroker had a good eye, played him. That's my take from the way the guy danced around things when I pushed him on it. Try for coherency, or I'm taking that coffee and pouring what's left over your head. Right. I started making contacts, and when I hit this place, the guy got nervous. I got the didn't see the alert until a few minutes ago bullshit. But he came clean, mostly, I think, because he heard enough media reports on the murders to get edgy. He hit that shop in the morning, not long after he hit the banks. About 10. Yeah, right about 10, with the bowl and the diamond star earrings, the bangles in one of the suitcases. He grabbed the first offer of $900 on the bowl and $650 on the earrings, $325 on the gold bangles. Turns out the bowl is worth about 10 times what Reinhold took for it. Small satisfaction on that. We need that evidence picked up. I sent out uniformed Carmichael, Peabody confirmed, and right after I did, another shop contacted me. I don't know, maybe the word went out or it was just good timing. Reinhold sold the rest of the jewelry there, got another $2,200 for that, then another $15 for the menorah, and $2,600 for the silver, the flatware. Adding to his pile. Yeah, not a lot, but decent when you add it up. The second shop is in the same area, about 5 blocks from the hotel. He kept it close in, easy for walking. But he went out of his comfort zone for the big-ticket items, the watches and the pearls. I tagged Cardinini, Peabody added. She got the list from the neighbor, so she's hooking up with Carmichael, and they'll hit both shops to pick up the evidence. That works, Eve answered absently, her mind still on the route, the choices of liquidation sites. He sold the bowl for a fraction of the worth, but he probably got more than he'd figured on. To confirm, Peabody pulled out her PPC, brought up her notes. Kevin Quint, pawnbroker, stated, I could see he didn't know what he had, so I lowballed it to get a sense, you know, and he snapped up the first offer like some rube from Kansas or somewhere. I figured him to negotiate some or whine how it was his dead old granny's, but he just said, pay me, like that, so I did. Almost $1,000 for a stupid bowl. That's what he thought. His lucky day. But when he gets more than he figured for all the rest, it's a pattern even he can see, so he picks a classier place for the pieces he knows have real value. Trading up, Peabody suggested. Exactly. 3 generations in business, estate sales a specialty, and the sob story about his dead parents. It dawned on his stupid ass his parents had better stuff than he'd thought. It was all crap to him, just something to sell. He went to a higher class place because he wanted to make sure he got all he could get. She took a moment to get herself coffee. I bet he was pissed he hadn't taken more. The old stuff, the wedding canopy, the music box, everything he considered junk. The second small satisfaction of the day, she murmured. What else have you got? I'm still working on finding the electronics, Peabody told her. He'd have to stick to the same area. What's the point in running all over hauling comps and links? I just finished generating a map and timeline of what I've got so far. Send it to me. I'll merge it with what I got from his second hotel. Let's get it up on the board. Wait! Peabody stooped over Eve's computer, fiddled. You've got it. Keep on the electronics and the stores we nailed down. Give me a sense if we need to go by those stores for a face-to-face.
We'll work on finding a pattern. If Feeney can spare McNabb, he might have a better sense of where Reinhold would try to turn the E-stuff, using the map. I'm going to head up to EDD anyway, so I'll check. She glanced at the board. I hit the morgue, the lab. Morris's findings confirm ours, and Mira was right about the hair. According to Harpo, he took a good hank of it with him. And with her hair magic, she's working on IDing the knife he used to whack it off. She's got some blade guy on tap to assist. Birdman? Eve frowned. Yeah. Who the hell is Birdman? He transferred from Chicago about 6 months ago. Calendar went out with him a couple times. Didn't gel, but he's okay. And he really knows his sharps. Why isn't he called Sharpman or Blade Guy? He has a parrot. That explains it. Did you read my morning report? Yeah, and added Mal Gold's name to the hotel alert. He's probably sold everything by now, Dallas. Maybe he'll try to run. He's not done yet. Let me talk to Feeney. Then we're going to generate a list of everyone he might go for. Relatives, friends, exes, crushes, bosses, co-workers, people who bugged him in school, teachers, doctors, neighbors. It's gonna be a long list, which is why he's not done. She took the glide up, entered the 3-ring circus of EDD. Sanchez's retribution tie wouldn't cause a single flicked eyelash among the explosive colors, dizzying patterns, and unrelenting motion. She turned toward the blissful peace and what she thought of as the blandeur of Feeney's office, stopped when she saw him talking to one of his geeks. He made a contrast in his dog-shit brown sport coat and industrial beige shirt. His wiry ginger and silver hair made its own mini explosion around his comfortably saggy face. He swiped something onto a 2-sided screen, and the geek responded with a rapid, incomprehensible spate of e-speak. After a few grunts, Feeney nodded. Get it done. All over it and back, Captain. The geek bounced out on platform air boots. Eve angled toward the open door. Hey. Feeney sat back, sipped from a mug with a starburst pattern Eve assumed had been made by his wife. Hey. I got a couple things. Can I talk to you? You already are. Right. She went in and did something she never did. She shut the door. Feeney's eyebrows lifted. Problem, kid? Other than the fuckhole I'm after? Not really. I'd like to borrow McNabb if you can spare him. I'm trying to track electronics the fuckhole took from his Vicks. He's been scattering his loot over lower Manhattan, heavy on the west side. We're generating a route map. If we pin the electronics, it may give us more. The boy's good at juggling. If he can keep his balls in the air, you can have him. Appreciate it. Did his parents, huh? Slaughtered them, then tortured and strangled his ex. He's a fucking moron, Feeney. She slid her hands in her pockets, jingling loose credits. But he's cannier than I gave him credit for initially. Right now, he's having the best time of his life. He's not going to want to give that up, to give up his good time. Who's next? That's the question. You want to walk me through? It was generous of him. He had his own work, but he'd listen. He'd bounce things off her, let her bounce them off him, and it might come to that. Actually, I had something else. Unrelated. Or maybe, in a way, it's not altogether unrelated. This is what you want, right? What you worked for. This department, this desk, the bars. Watching her, Feeney dipped his hand into a bowl and popped a candied almond. I wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. That's just right. She nodded, pacing, jiggling credits. You were a hell of a murder cop, Feeney. Knew how to train 'em, too. She smiled a little. That's just right. Medal of Honor, he said, and his basset hound face lit up. Ain't that a kick in the head? Yeah, it is. I guess word's out. They don't hand those out like gumdrops, kid. You did real good. And your man's getting something shiny, too. I'm real proud of both of you. Thanks. And that meant more than any medal. It feels weird. It's the bullshit around it feels weird, he corrected with precision accuracy. But they gotta throw the confetti and blow the horn, Dallas. It's a boost for the department, and not just the PR, blah-de-blah, for morale. She hadn't wound her way through to that, but could see it now. Feeney saw it from the starting gun, she thought. And that's why he was who he was. I could do without the confetti and the blah-de-blah, but you're right. Feeney, you could have taken homicide captain when the bars came to you, but you didn't. I'd had enough DBs for a while. She shook her head. That's not it. Not really, is it? It played a part. I needed a break from them, he admitted. See them in your sleep, don't you? She thought of Lorie Nuccio, one of many. God, yes. I needed a break from that. Oh, we still get them, but mostly as support, not primary. Mostly, maybe even more, I wanted the E-work. You're the best there is. He popped another nut. You don't hear me arguing with that. It keeps my juices going. And you're proof I've got a knack for training. I had a choice between EDD and homicide. I went with my gut, so I'm here. I've got my boys. He nodded toward his bullpen, where, regardless of body shape, his boys worked to their own drummer. I was a good murder cop. I'm a better E-man. Not altogether satisfied, she sampled some of the nuts from his bowl. Do you miss the field? I know you still spend plenty of time out in it, but I spend a lot with my ass in the chair. I'm good with that. Where's this going? Whitney offered me captain. First his mouth dropped open. Then it rebounded into a wide grin as he slapped a hand on his desk. About fucking time! I turned it down. My gut said no, she continued before he could respond. It said I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing now, and how I'm supposed to be doing it. I think I'd be a good captain. I'm a better investigator, so I said no. Am I stupid? He had to blow out a long breath, take a moment to evaluate. I gotta get over you said no. Okay, hell. From my seat, stupid's not listening to your gut. You'll take it when you're ready, but the point is you earned it, and you earned it long before this. That's how I feel, she told him. I didn't expect the offer, and I sure as hell didn't expect to say no when it came, but that's how I feel. It's what I know. The bars matter, kid, but they're not the day in and out for cops like you and me. It's the job that matters. I didn't have to teach you that. You came in knowing it. I think about somebody like Reinhold, and me reading reports on the investigation instead of investigating, supervising or approving ops instead of running them. I don't want to give it up, Feeney. Like Reinhold. Yeah, and like you and me, in a twisted way, he found what he really wants. He found it the minute he stuck the knife in his mother's belly. He didn't work for it, train for it. He wouldn't risk his life for it, but he'll learn, Feeney. With every one he kills, he'll learn something new. Go back to the beginning. Yeah, I'm heading there. Thanks. Feeling more settled, she popped another nut. All around. She went, circling around the movement and mayhem, to McNabb's cube. If you don't have anything hot, you belong to me today. I've got some warm, no hot. I can multitask. Coordinate with Peabody. Find the electronics. When you do, take them apart. I want anything and everything. He had to use the ones in his parents' place to do some of his research, his financial maneuvers. He'd have wiped them. McNabb smiled. He'd think he wiped them. Nothing's ever all the way clean. Find them, she repeated. She went back down to homicide, and Peabody got up to follow her into her office. Suit store? On the rack. He went in on Sunday, bought the suit, a couple shirts, some ties, socks. He had the suit altered, arranged to pick it up on Monday morning. Said he had other shopping to do. The clerk described him, once I loosened him up, as a snotty little jerk. Sounds like a good judge of character. I've got a list of what Reinhold bought there, and at Running Man. They were ready with it. It's Rourke's, Eve said simply. Yeah, I got that. Reports already sent to your unit. Good. McNabb's gonna coordinate with you on the electronics. Keep at it. We're open all day, Peabody said, and headed back to her desk. Eve closed herself in her office. She worked with the maps, expanded her board, then sat, drinking coffee, studying the route he'd taken, his timing. Scanning Peabody's reports on his purchases, she cemented her image of him. Suits, ties, shirts. But beyond that, primarily the trendy. Air skids and boots, jeans, a leather jacket, the cargo pockets McNabb was so fond of, prime athletic wear, silk boxers. Clothes, she thought, that reflected his own image of himself. Important, stylish, edgy and successful. Rich. He saw himself as a rich man now. She called up the locations of the stores he'd visited, added them in, calculated the most probable route and timing, added that. Skirting his old neighborhood, never going into it or not deep, detouring out to the east side, fresh turf. He buys things along the route for his new look, for his new vocations. A suit, shoes, cord, tape, athletic wear, a knife, a new link, but a drop link at least for now. A tablet? A PPC? Wouldn't he need to continue to research, to keep up with the media reports while on the street? ID's the sticker, she decided. He has to get a new one. Would he, as Rourke suggested, try to create one on his own? Curious, she brought up his file, ran through his employment and education history. No stellar comp skills or experience, she noted, despite the short aborted attempt to work in comp game design. Crapped out there. Barely passed basic comp science in high school, and that with an extra semester. Skin of his teeth in his 2 college e-courses. No, he didn't have the chops to create a passable ID on his own. He had to pay for one, or find someone to do it for him. She added every E-instructor he'd had, grade school to a short college career. Lab partners? She wondered. She'd check on them when she contacted the instructors. Then there was Gold. He had the chops, Eve imagined, but he wouldn't cooperate with Reinhold. Still, she took the time to contact him to confirm his safety. She learned he was still at his parents' and intended to stay there. Satisfied with that for now, Eve looked back at her board. Start at the beginning, she reminded herself. As soon as she generated what would be a very, very long list of possibles, she was going back to the beginning and the Reinhold apartment. It was starting to piss him off. You're stalling, Ms. Farnsworth. I feel a snip coming on. Her eyes met his, wearily. I tried to teach you, Jerry. Doing a project right takes time. If you don't do this right, it won't pass. If it doesn't pass, I know you'll hurt me. I don't want you to hurt me anymore, Jerry. She was stalling, a little. It took time to do a project right, especially when she needed him to carefully insert a beacon that would, she hoped, alert the police if and when the ID was scanned. Just as she needed him to undercode a message into the financial routing she prayed someone with exceptional e-skills would find. Jerry's skills were good. Wasted potential, she thought. But he was lazy, simply too lazy to look deep, to learn more. The ID was delicate and complicated work, and he was ham-handed and impatient, but they were nearly there. And she'd wheedled out a little water for herself and Snuffy, though he'd dripped it into her mouth, then her dog's, a few stingy drops at a time. I've got an appointment, goddammit! If I miss it because you're screwing around, you're losing 2 fingers, and your ugly dog loses an eye. He took out his knife, snapped out the blade, and waved it back and forth in front of her face. I bet I can pop his eye right out with this. Through sheer force of will, she kept her gaze calm and steady on his. It's not going to take much longer, Jerry. It's a lot of data to upload if we're going to give you a complete background. Now you need to key in the next code exactly as I tell you. Yeah. He checked his wrist unit, one he intended to replace with something mag before he met the realtor. An asshole was due back any minute with the take from hawking the first round of electronics. You've got 20 minutes, he warned her. Master Command D /generate. It had to be right, she thought, just exactly right, or he'd walk away clean. It had to be perfect, or the program itself would alert him to the addition. He'd make good on his threat then. Though she could no longer feel her fingers, she wanted to keep them. And Snuffy slept in her lap, a warm weight. His little chest rose and fell. As long as it did, she'd do what she could for him and for herself. And if the little bastard killed her, at least she'd die knowing she'd handed him the means to his own end. Insert code 25 /B, she continued, her voice soft and slow, her eyes filled with cold, feral hate. Chapter 12. Eve broke the seal on the Reinhold's apartment door and entered. It still smelled of death, with the lacing of the sweeper's chemicals. We're going through it again. What are we looking for? Peabody asked her. Eve scanned the living area, still surprisingly neat and tidy in the wake of murder. He played Little League and kept the bat. Or more likely, his parents kept it. They'd have kept other stuff, right? Isn't that how it works? Parents hang on to things, to pieces of their kids. Photographs, sure, but mementos. Kid drawings, school reports, trophies, and awards like that, sure. Most would. Mine sure did. Anything they kept, he didn't take, we look at. Family photos, too. Vacation and holiday stuff. Anything might connect to someone he's got a grudge against or somewhere he wants to go again. She walked into the kitchen. It started here. When he picked up the knife, turned it on his mother, that's when it all started for him. Reconstruction says she was here. It's lunchtime. He's fixing his lunch, or she's fixing it for him. She's fixing it. Eve put a picture of the mother in her head, as she'd been in her ID shot. She's fixing it because that's what she does. She fixes the meals, keeps the house. Probably a sandwich, so the knife's out. It's right there when he decides to do it. She's nagging at him. That's how he sees it. And seeing it herself, Eve walked around the table. You've got to get a job. Grow up. Get your shit together. Maybe she tells him she and his father are giving him a deadline or he's out. Maybe she didn't wait to confront him together with her husband. So he picks up the knife, jams it into her, and it feels so good. The look on her face is so satisfying, he does it again. Just keeps doing it, even when she tries to get away, when she falls, even when she's already dead. And then he eats his lunch. What? He ate after Nuccio. Had a big snack.